Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Is the pupil technique still in development? Looks like we'll have to wait a few days to find out. Knight God Ryosuke sensed it and found that his two pupil techniques were still in the process of gestation, but it would take a few days at most before the gestation was completed. This made Knight God Ryosuke look forward to it. I don't know what kind of pupil technique this so-called soul portraiting I can give me. It stands to reason that Knight God Ryosuke should have a desire for power in his heart, so it is possible to obtain the one-eye technique of Amaterasu. Certainly, it is also possible that it is not Amaterasu, but other more lethal pupil techniques and the like. As for another pupil technique, Knight God Ryosuke suddenly thought of something, and his face became a little weird. Shouldn't it be possible? He thought. I hope that this eye of spiritual reflection does not really conceive pupil art according to a person's inner portrayal. Otherwise, Knight God Ryosuke is really worried that some weird pupil technique will be bred. After all, apart from his desire for power, he seems to be only interested in the beautiful girls in the Hokage world. You can't conceive a pupil technique like that, can you? If so, it will be too embarrassing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ryosuke, it's all right. The things have been poured. After a while, Yuzuki Shien found Yagami Ryosuke, shook a scroll in his hand and said, "Then we can go back to the village?" Knight God Ryosuke asked. "Basically, unless you want to stay here a little longer." Yuzuki Shien said, "Forget it. Come again next time you have a chance." Knight God Ryosuke shook his head. His current thoughts are all on Mangekyo's pupil technique, and he doesn't have a mind to go shopping at all. Then go back to the village. Yuzuki Shien nodded. She is not the kind of woman who likes to go shopping, not to mention that she is still in the process of carrying out the task, and the information in her hand must be sent back to the village as soon as possible, so it is best not to overdo it. Hang out. On the way back to the village, both Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao slowed down. It took almost 2 hours before we returned to the gate of the village. It was getting dark by this time. Yuzuki Yugao handed over the customs clearance documents to Kokotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo at the door, and then brought Yagami Ryosuke to the Hokage building. Hokage office. Yuzuki Shien knocked on the door. Ahem. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office didn't know what he was doing. He coughed twice before letting them in. Open the door and go into the office. As soon as Yagami Ryosuke came in, he smelled a strong smell of smoke. How much has this old man been smoking here? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. At this time, Yuzuki Shien also submitted the mission certificate. Oh, did you finish it so soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a smile. It seems that Ryosuke, your strength is even better than I imagined. Not bad. Very good. Knight God Ryosuke was humbled. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the mission report and suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise to Knight God Ryosuke. Physical blood inheritance limit? He looked at Knight God Ryosuke in surprise and asked, "Ryosuke, have you awakened a blood successor limit?" Hearing this, Yishun Ryosuke also said, "Actually, I was not sure at the beginning. I just found that my physique grew a little faster when I was exercising, and then I found that my physical fitness was getting better and better as I practiced." Sarutobi Hiruzen, goddamn gets better and better with practice. Are you simply getting better and better? You can physically resist B-level lightning style ninjutsu. This is no longer applauded, but should be called a monster. With such a physique, an ordinary attack might not even be able to hurt even a bit of Knight God Ryosuke's fur, right? Unless they are facing ninjas above the level of Jonin. Otherwise, in the ordinary genin, they are just a group of harmless scum in front of Ryosuke, the Night God, unless it is a magic weapon in hand, such as Kusanagi sword and the like. Okay, Ryosuke, you are better than I imagined. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also secretly delighted at this time. If he hadn't deliberately recruited Knight God Ryosuke, he wouldn't have discovered the blood successor limit on him. If no one finds out, I'm afraid Knight God Ryosuke himself still doesn't know what it is. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling grateful for his wise decision. Look, that's what being a Hokage looks like. Unlike that guy Danzo, I heard that he seems to look down on ordinary geniuses like Knight God Ryosuke. If Danzo knew about the blood succession limit on Ryosuke, the Night God, would he die with regret? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, Danzo didn't like Yagami Ryosuke. Otherwise, he asked himself to ask for someone at the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of old friendship. Coupled with the fact that Ryosuke, the Night God, is extremely talented and is an elite jonin, there is a high probability that he will be handed over to Danzo. It's good now. The person is still with him, even if Danzo finds out about the situation afterwards and comes to him to ask for someone again. It is also impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over Night God Ryosuke. After all, there is no blood succession limit, and there is a blood succession limit. That is completely different. Ryosuke, the Night God who has no blood succession limit, will be elite jonin in the future, and the probability is not high. It's just possible. But the Night God Ryosuke who awakened the blood succession limit, the future achievement is at least elite jonin. The former is the highest achievement and can only reach elite jonin. The latter is the lowest achievement, and the worst is also elite jonin, and it is even very likely to reach Kage level strength. Such a genius, coupled with his background as a commoner. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen not like it? When Konohamaru takes the position of Hokage in the future, you can consider giving Night God Ryosuke a seat in the Elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. His previous arrangement for Night God Ryosuke was just to serve as a Hokage guard beside Konohamaru. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his mind. If Night God Ryosuke can really grow to Kage level strength in the future, it is not impossible to give him a seat in the Elders. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, this is already his great gift to the Night God Ryosuke. After all, a commoner ninja, unless the ancestral grave is smoking, how can he be qualified to enter Konoha's high-level circle? Now Night God Ryosuke has this opportunity. Isn't a gift from him? Ryosuke, I now officially appoint you as a member of Umbu. Here is your letter of transfer. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately announced the arrangement for Night God Ryosuke and solemnly handed over a transfer letter that he had prepared long ago. Ryosuke, from now on you will be a part of protecting the village, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will protect the village. Yagami Ryosuke received the transfer letter and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded in relief when he heard the words, and then began to feel entangled in his heart. Because he didn't know that Night God Ryosuke had awakened blood succession limit at first. So the gift he prepared for Night God Ryosuke was a B-rank ninjutsu scroll. Available now. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that this gift was too light. Not enough for Night God Ryosuke to remember his favor. Anyway, he is also the right arm of the old man's grandson in the future. It seems that the old man can't be too stingy. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, and then said, Ryosuke, go back and have a good rest today, and come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. When the time comes, I will give you a gift, which is regarded as your congratulatory gift for joining Umbu. Okay, third generation day. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, not being polite to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. But he was thinking in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him the gift he had prepared in advance. Maybe because he knew the limit of his blood inheritance. So he felt that the gift he had prepared before was a little too much to take out. Have to say, Night God Ryosuke really guessed right. Well, you two go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. It can be seen that he is in a really good mood. After leaving the Hokage building, Yagami Ryosuke thought about it and probably won't have anything to eat when he goes home. After all, he said before that he would not come back tonight, so his mother would definitely not prepare his dinner. Sister Shien, why don't I treat you to dinner? Yagami Ryosuke turned his head and said to Yuzuki Yugao beside him, "Eat." Yuzuki Shion nodded after thinking about it. "Okay, then what shall we eat?" "Go eat barbecue. Just finish the task. Eat something good," Yagami Ryosuke said. Yuzuki Shion also has no objection. The mission this time, though, is Sarutobi Hiruzen's test for Night God Ryosuke. But it is also a B-level task itself, and there's a task fee to get it. Asking for flowers. The remuneration for B-level missions is generally between 80,000 and 200,000. And this time the task reward is 150,000 taels. After deducting the 20% that the village took, that is 30,000 taels, there are 120,000 taels left. At the beginning, Yuzuki Shion planned to give the 120,000 taels of remuneration to Yagami Ryosuke. After all, the whole task was done by Yagami Ryosuke himself. She's just in charge of supervision. But Night God Ryosuke insisted on 5 points. Maui Shion couldn't resist him, so he could only accept 60,000 taels of it. In fact, Yagami Ryosuke is not short of money at all. Little rich woman, this talent entry can give him 100,000 taels of income every day. And this entry was obtained by Night God Ryosuke more than 2 years ago. In the middle, although he often went to the barbecue shop, he also bought some ninja tools and the like. But the sum of the money spent did not exceed 1 million taels. Therefore, right now Ryosuke still has more than 70 million taels of deposits in his hands, so he doesn't even look down on this mere 120,000 taels of mission reward. But Yuzuki Shion is different. Although ninjas make a lot of money, ninjas also cost a lot. It has been 10 years since Yuzuki Yugao graduated from the ninja school, but the money saved was only more than 1 million taels in total, and the rest was basically used up. In contrast, Yagami Ryosuke is the real rich man. If it weren't for knowing that Yuzuki Shion would not agree, Yagami Ryosuke would not have even planned to ask for the 60,000 taels. After eating the barbecue, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Coming out of the barbecue shop, Yagami Ryosuke patted his slightly bulging stomach, feeling very satisfied. In this world, beautiful people and delicious food cannot be let down. He sighed in his heart. Then he turned his head and said to Maui Shion, who was beside him, "Sister Shion, I have no place to stay tonight. Otherwise you can take me in." "Shall I have one night? Aren't you going home?" Yuzuki Shion asked. "I said before that I won't go back tonight. So, Sister Shion, do you want to take me in?" Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Yuyin with a pitiful expression. Yuzuki Shion couldn't help laughing either. "Okay, then you can sleep at my house tonight," she said. "I knew that, Sister Shion. You have the kindest heart." Yagami Ryosuke hugged Yuzuki Yuyin with a smile, just like when he was a child. "I've grown up. How about hugging my sister? Don't be ashamed." Yuzuki Shion smiled and lightly tapped his finger on his forehead, not resisting Night God Ryosuke's embrace. Probably got used to it. After all, Ryosuke, the former Night God, often hugged her. Once you get used to it, you don't feel that there is anything wrong with it. But the 12-year-old Yagami Ryosuke, due to long-term exercise, has a height of about 170. Standing beside Yuzuki Shion, she looked as tall as her. From a distance, passers-by who didn't see Yagami Ryosuke's immature face clearly thought they were two young couples out shopping. After all, it looked so intimate. No wonder they get wrong. And the same misunderstanding was not only these passers-by, but also a few ninjas who just came out of an izakaya not far away. Isn't that person over there Yuzuki Shion? Someone recognized Yuzuki Shion. After all, her long purple hair was so rare in the village. It's hard not to recognize it. Moonlight Gale, who had just had a drink at the side, heard Yuzuki Shion's name and immediately became half sober from the wine. He looked over there, and the pupils in his eyes shrank instantly. Shion. Moonlight Gale was shocked and speechless. A few friends next to him looked at him, then at the two people embracing each other, and looked at Moonlight Gale with sympathy for a while. Who among them doesn't know that Yuegwang Haifeng has always liked Yuzuki Shion, and there are even rumors that the two are already together. But as friends of Moonlight Gale, they still know some inside information. In fact, the two of them had a slight crush on each other at most. Yueguang Gaifeng really likes Yuzuki Shiyin very much, but it's hard to say what Yuzuki Shiyin thinks. But seeing this scene now, they became more and more certain in their hearts that Moonlight Gale was just unrequited love. Hey, want to open up? There is no grass in the end of the world. How about introducing some beautiful female ninjas to you next time? A friend of Moonlight Galewind patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Cough, cough, cough. Moonlight Gale suddenly coughed violently. His friends all knew that Yueguang Gaifeng was in poor health and had a serious lung disease, which had not been cured. Hey, are you all right? Yeah. Why don't we get out of here first? As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, they are really afraid that Moonlight Gale will cough up their lungs if they continue watching here. I'm fine. Moonlight Gale shook his head and then looked angrily at the two people who had gradually gone away, clenched fists with both hands. Tolerate? Can't bear it. The more he thought about it, the more angry Moonlight Gale simply rushed up. Several of his friends wanted to hold him back, but they were slow to react and didn't hold him back. Hey, Haifeng, why are you so stubborn? A few friends looked at the moonlight blast rushing up and shook their heads. They could only follow from a distance, but they didn't dare to go up to participate in the affairs between the three of them. The other side, after Yagami Ryosuke let Yuzuki Yuyin go, the two left talking and laughing. In the end, within 2 steps, a figure rushed up from behind and stopped in front of them. Blast! Yuzuki Shiyin looked in surprise at Moonlight Gale, whose eyes were bloodshot and had a ferocious expression. She had never seen Moonlight Gale like this. What's wrong with you? Yuzuki Shiyin asked. What's wrong with me? 453. Yueguang Jifeng's chest continued to rise and fall, and he couldn't help coughing again. Ahem, you still have a face to ask me what's wrong? Who is he? He pointed at Ryosuke, the night god, and questioned Yuzuki Yuyin. Probably because of the rush. Hate Moon didn't see Ryosuke's face clearly at all, or his attention was always on Shiyin Yuzuki from the beginning to the end. Yuzuki Shiyin also frowned upon hearing Yueguang Gale's question. Originally, she looked at Yueguang Haifeng like this, seeing that everyone was a friend, and wanted to ask him if he wanted to go to the hospital, but when Yueguang Haifeng opened his mouth, he had a questioning tone, and the attitude was the worst she had ever seen. Sister Shiyin, is this your friend? Night God Ryosuke asked. Yuzuki Shiyin nodded and said, Moonlight Gale, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Guangji coughed angrily. I'm asking you who he is now? No wonder you keep hanging on to me on purpose, so you have other men outside. Yuzuki Shiyin, is this how you treat me? When Yuzuki Shiyin heard this, she also looked at Moonlight Gale with disbelief. The soft-spoken and gentle Moonlight Gale on weekdays, and the hideous and ugly man in front of her, she really couldn't connect the two together. I hang you? What the hell are you talking about? When did I hang you? Yuzuki Shiyin was also angry, and said with a hint of anger in her tone, Isn't it? The two of us grew up together, and I treat you so well. Don't you know my feelings for you? Moonlight Gale asked. Yuzuki Shiyin smiled angrily. Moonlight Gale, are you still unreasonable? Did I tell you clearly that there is no relationship between me and you like a man and a woman? Did I tell you that I have no way to have a boyfriend for the time being? You tell me now that I'm hanging you on purpose? You're out of your mind. Yuzuki Shiyin was really angry. Otherwise, with her character, she wouldn't have said such a thing. However, at this moment, Moonlight Gale was already dazzled by anger, and he was not sober in the first place after drinking some wine. You don't want a boyfriend? Who is he then? You don't like me, so how is he better than me? Moonlight Hate pointed to Ryosuke, the night god beside him. Night god Ryosuke felt like he was really lying on the ground. But what happened to the Moonlight Blast? It sounds like Yuzuki Shiyin has already clearly rejected him. It is obvious that she is stalking and unwilling to give up. In the end, it seems that Yuzuki Shiyin is hanging him on purpose. Not to mention that the relationship between Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shiyin is not that kind at all. What if the two of them are really boyfriend and girlfriend? What does it have to do with him? Hearing that Moonlight Hate brought the topic to Night God Ryosuke again. Yuzuki Yin didn't bother to talk nonsense to him anymore. Ryosuke is my teammate, and you see, he's a kid. Yuzuki Shien shook her head and didn't want to talk anymore. She directly pulled up the Night God Ryosuke and was about to go around the Moonlight Blast. Stop. Don't leave until you speak clearly. Moonlight Gale reached out to stop the two of them. However, what greeted him was a flash of a knife, leaving a shallow wound on the back of his hand in an instant. Stop getting drunk and crazy. Wait until you sober up. After Yuzuki Shien finished speaking coldly, she took Yagami Ryosuke and left here, leaving Moonlight Gale standing in place, looking down at the wound on the back of his hand, fresh and dripping on the ground along his fingers. Hey, are you all right? At this time, several friends of Moonlight Gale also gathered around. Your hand is injured. I'll treat it for you. Go away. Moonlight Gale pushed them away. Leave me alone. He staggered forward. His shaky figure gradually disappeared on the other side of the street. What should we do now? Leave him alone. Forget it. Haifeng doesn't make sense about this matter at all, and I don't blame Maoyong Shien. Actually, I want to say that I just saw the person standing next to Yuzuki Shien. He looks a little too young, like a child. No, it's been a long time. Is this still a misunderstanding? Several people looked at the direction where Moonlight Gale left, dumbfounded. I didn't know what to say for a while. Sister Shien, are you all right? On the way, Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Yin, who was walking ahead without saying a word, and asked worriedly, I'm fine. I just feel a little ridiculous. Yuzuki Shien shook his head and said, Ryosuke, do you know that I grew up with Moonlight Hate? We knew each other when we were very young, and we were classmates in the same class when we were in ninja school, so the relationship has always been very good. After we graduated and became ninjas, Moonlight Hate and I were assigned to the same genin team, and I have always regarded him as my best friend. I know he likes me, but I really just treat him as a friend. I told him that I don't want this matter to affect our friendship. But Moonlight Gale is too stubborn. I thought that as long as I explicitly rejected him and explained it to him, he would give up. But I didn't expect him to never give up. Yuzuki Shien talked about some things in her past, and Yagami Ryosuke followed silently, acting as a listener. Actually, since I joined Umbu, I've been avoiding him on purpose. I don't want him to get stuck like that again. I even asked Anko to help him introduce a girlfriend. There is such a thing. However, Miss Shien, you asked Miss Anko for help. Is it probably unreliable? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Forget it. In fact, this is also good. At least this time, he should completely give up. Yuzuki Shien sighed suddenly and said, It's a pity. After this time, Yuegwang Gaifeng and I should have no way to continue to be friends anymore. Just now, Yuzuki Shien was really angry. There is even an urge to chop off the nonsense Moonlight Gale. But after calming down now, recalling the past friendship between the two, Yuzuki Shien suddenly became less angry. Just a little sorry. We were still good friends. Now, it is completely becoming a stranger. Ryosuke, if you meet a girl you like in the future, remember not to stalk you. If you stalk a girl after rejecting you repeatedly, it will only be annoying. Yuzuki Yugao suddenly said to Yagami Ryosuke, No, Sister Shien, do you think I look like that kind of person? Night God Ryosuke couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. Yuzuki Shien looked him up and down and said with a smile after a while, It's really not like that. Based on Ryosuke's conditions, it should be girls who take the initiative to pursue you. But you are still young, and you are still valued by Lord Hokage, so you should put more experience into improving your strength. Emotional matters. Let's wait a few years to talk about it. Yuzuki Shien obviously didn't know that Yagami Ryosuke already had 2 little girlfriends. If she had known, she would certainly not have said that. After a while, Yuzuki Shien's house has also arrived. There is an apartment building in front of me, and Yuzuki Shien lived in a room on the 3rd floor of this apartment building. She bought the house with her own money. The house she lived in when she was a child was in a more remote location in the village. After she graduated and became a ninja and made money, she sold her previous small house and moved here. Don't think it's just an apartment building, but its location is close to the center of Konoha. Therefore, the price is also high. Yuzuki Shien spent a lot of money to buy this house. Come in. I'll get you a pair of slippers. Yuzuki Yugao walked into the house with Yagami Ryosuke. The decoration of the house is quite simple, but also very warm. Some small decorations can be seen everywhere, and it can be seen that the owner of the house is a person with his own ideas. Yagami Ryosuke changed into the indoor slippers, followed by a brief tour of Yuzuki Yuyen's house. It's not a big place. You can sit down by yourself. I'll get you a glass of water. Yuzuki Shien said, turned, and went to the kitchen. After a while, 2 glasses of water came out. You sleep in the guest room tonight, but you have to wait a while. My guest room has never been used. I have to clean it. Yuzuki Shien said, let me help together. Yagami Ryosuke put down the water glass and stood up. No need, just sit and rest. Yuzuki Shien said, it's okay, Sister Shien. Don't always take care of me like a child. I'm already 12 years old, and I've grown up. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Yuzuki Shien looked at him with a smile. If you really grow up, then you won't be able to hug this sister and that sister like a child in the future. Yuzuki Shien said with a smile. You can hug when you grow up. Yishan Ryosuke also smiled and said, also, Miss Shien, you forgot that you promised me before that you would marry me as your wife when you grow up. Yuzuki Shien. Isn't that a joke for children? You little b asterisk 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 d is serious. Yuzuki Shien punched him angrily. You little devil. It seems that what Anko said before is right. You're a little pervert. Night God Ryosuke looked innocent. He is obviously an innocent and good boy. Why is he such a pervert? For point 5, some people believe the words of that lunatic Anko. In the end, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien cleaned the guest room together. By the time they got it done, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. You are tired all day today. Take a bath first, and then go to bed early. Yuzuki Shien yawned. She was also a little tired. Sister Shien, what about you? Night God Ryosuke asked treacherously. I'll wait until you're done washing. She said, I thought Sister Shien would help me rub my back. Night God Ryosuke's tone was full of disappointment. Think beautifully. When you have a girlfriend in the future, let your girlfriend rub your back for you. Mayu Shien gave him an angry look and then threw him a new coin. Go. Hurry up, I'm a little sleepy too. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile, took the towel, and went to the bathroom. People in the Hokage world have a soft spot for bathing. Therefore, unless the conditions are really difficult, otherwise there must be a bathroom with a lot of space at home. Yuzuki Shien's bathroom is quite big. A large bath pool next to the rain shower. Yagami Ryosuke first put hot water into the bathing pool, then went under the rain to rinse his body, and waited until the hot water was almost filled before lying down. So comfortable. Yagami Ryosuke closed his eyes, put his hands on the edge of the bathing pool, and put the towel on his face. The whole person lay lazily. Think back to today's experience in your mind. I have to say that a lot of things really happened today. First, he graduated and was assigned to a class, and then went out of the village to perform an assassination mission. And when he came back, he encountered the farce of Moonlight Gale. But Sister Shien never agreed to be with Moonlight Gale? Is it because of some influence caused by me? Night God Ryosuke suspects that this may be the butterfly effect caused by himself, including Sister Hong and that Asuma too. In the past 2 years, Asuma has often come to Yuahong to show her hospitality. Pity. Every time I touch the ashes on the nose and go back. But this guy really has perseverance. It's been more than 2 years, and I don't know how many times I've been rejected, but still didn't give up. Even tonight, God Ryosuke admired him a little bit. If this perseverance is put on cultivation, it won't be lost by the undead duo in the future. So, strength is the foundation of everything. If there is no strength in a chaotic world like Hokage, maybe I will meet some lunatics at some point and kill you. After taking a bath, Yagami Ryosuke, who was comfortable all over, also came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. Sister Shien, I finished washing. Yagami Ryosuke yelled. Well, you should rest early. Yuzuki Shien came from the living room and saw Yagami Ryosuke in a bath towel and couldn't help but stare at his well-defined 8-pack abs. "Sister Shien, is it pretty?" Night God Ryosuke asked suddenly. Yuzuki Shien was awakened and hurriedly blushed to drive away Yagami Ryosuke, telling him to go back to the room to sleep. "Sister Shien, good night." Boom! After closing the door heavily, Yuzuki Shien let out a long sigh of relief. This kid has a really good figure. Ba ba ba. Yuzuki Shi 31 yen, Ryosuke is still a child. What are you thinking? Maiwa Shien scolded herself secretly and then walked slowly towards the bathroom. This night, Yagami Ryosuke slept very comfortably. He doesn't have the habit of acknowledging the bed. I can fall asleep quickly anywhere. But Yuzuki Shien is different because she has insomnia. As soon as she closes her eyes, the figure of Night God Ryosuke can't help appearing in her mind. It made her a little nervous. "Morning, Sister Shien." Yagami Ryosuke came out of the bathroom and greeted Yuzuki Yugao, who was coming towards him. Oh, you're up." Yuzuki Shien was still a little dazed, went to the bathroom to wash her face, and stimulated her brain with cold water. Only then did I feel much more comfortable, and my whole person became slightly more awake. Fortunately, today is her day off. If there's a task for this, it will be troublesome. "Sister Shien, did you not sleep well last night?" Yagami Ryosuke saw her bleary-eyed look and knew that she must not have slept much last night. "Yeah, a little insomnia." Yuzuki Shien yawned and then said, "Ryosuke, you can go to the Hokage building by yourself later. I won't accompany you there." "It's okay, Sister Shien. Go catch up on your sleep, or else you'll have no energy at work tomorrow," Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Yuzuki Shien also nodded. She also felt that she should go to catch up on sleep. Originally, she wanted to have breakfast with Night God Ryosuke and then go to the Hokage building together. But now, it's still important to catch up on sleep. Coming out of Yuzuki Shien's house, Yagami Ryosuke went home first and told his mother Yagami Mizuki that she was safe, and then used her perception ability to find the location of Hinata and Ino at this time. It turns out that Hinata has gone out now, while Ino is still at home. Squad 8 is going on a mission so early? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, it's only about 7:30 in the morning. How could Jinin go out on a mission so early? It's not a very urgent task. It's just some D-level tasks like weeding. Night God Ryosuke even doubted that at this point in time, have the clients who issued the task already woke up? After a while, Yagami Ryosuke finds Hinata on a busy street. "Ryosuke, you're back." When Hinata saw Night God Ryosuke, he ran over with a look of surprise. "Well, I'm back. The mission went smoothly, and I didn't encounter any danger," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "Are you having breakfast?" he asked. Hearing this, Hinata also blushed and nodded. "Well, not full. 17. She says, "That piece I haven't eaten yet," Yagami Ryosuke said. "I guess Ino is still sleeping right now, so I can have breakfast with Hinata first." As for Hinata's lack of food at home, this is not the first time. Yagami Ryosuke used to bring Hinata with him for extra meals. As for Hinata's appetite, he is crystal clear. The well-deserved Konoha Big Stomach King. Konoha's breakfast is nothing to rave about. It's nothing more than some noodles, meatballs, etc. Yagami Ryosuke doesn't like to eat sweets early in the morning, so he finished a breakfast after eating 3 bowls of noodles. And Hinata eats more. I ate 7 bowls of noodles and various other snacks. After she finished eating, Yagami Ryosuke asked her if she was full. "Ate full. I have to go to perform tasks with Teacher Hong and the others later, so I can't eat too much," Hinata said happily. "When you are full, you will naturally feel better. When will your 8th class assemble?" Night God Ryosuke asked. "It's 8:30. Hinata said. "Then it's already 8:20. Will you be late?" Yagami Ryosuke looked at the time and said, It's so late." Hinata was taken aback, and after talking to Night God Ryosuke, he hurriedly ran to the meeting place. Yagami Ryosuke also smiled knowingly when he saw her in a hurry, and followed her to Ino's house. "Hey, Ryosuke, why are you at my house?" Ino came down from the stairs while still in a daze of sleep, only to see his mother sitting and chatting with Yagami Ryosuke in the living room downstairs, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "I'm back from my mission, and I'm here to see you." Yagami Ryosuke went over with a smile. It was the first time he saw Ino in pajamas. This lazy look, if Ino's mother was not still watching, and there was a murderous stare in the restaurant next door staring at this side. He really wanted to pinch it. Wild little face. "Did the mission go well? Are you uninjured?" Ino asked, concerned. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head. "No, the task went smoothly, and it was done easily." "So Ryosuke, you are now a member of Umbu?" Ino asked. "Yes, I will report to Lord Third Generation later." Yagami Ryosuke checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. "Okay, go and wash up. I'm leaving." "Ah, is it time to leave?" Ino took the initiative to hold the Night God Ryosuke's hand with a bit of reluctance. Yagami Ryosuke rubbed her hair with a smile. The hair that was a bit messy when she woke up from a high sleep became more messy. "I'll report to Lord Third Generation later. If there's nothing else, I'll see you when the time comes," he said. "Well, it's time to pull Ryosuke and you to help," Ino said with a giggle. After chatting for a few more words, Yagami Ryosuke said goodbye and left Ino's house. After he left, Ino's father, Yamanaka, withdrew his murderous gaze, and Yamanaka, who was on the side, couldn't help covering his mouth and sniggering a few times. "Why? Are you reluctant to part with your daughter?" she said with a smile. "Ino is still so young, and I can see that this Yagami is not a law-abiding person," Yamanaka said angrily. "That's his sweet little padded jacket. Didn't expect it to start leaking so quickly. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. Don't make a fuss all the time. And I think Ryosuke is a pretty good kid. Now he has joined Umbu. He is no more promising than those kids in the family." Yamanaka Rino has a good sense of Night God Ryosuke. Otherwise, he would not have dragged him a chat in the living room before. "Humph. Just look at this kid. At first glance, he will be the kind of man who messes around everywhere in the future." Yamanaka snorted angrily and said, "Heard." Yamanaka Rino couldn't help but think of a young lady of the Hyuga family who was with Yagami Ryosuke before. "Duh. It seems that my husband is right. However, it is normal for a good man to have more women around him, right?" Yamanaka Rino didn't pay much attention to this matter. However, if Yamanaka Hai knows about this, I am afraid that he will hate the Night God Ryosuke even more. So after thinking about it, Yamanaka decided not to tell her husband about this matter, lest he get angry and ruin his body. Hokage office. Yagami Ryosuke came here at exactly 9 o'clock. Knocked on the door. After a response came from inside, Night God Ryosuke opened the door and came in. "Master Third Generation." Night God Ryosuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. "The office is full of smoke. Early in the morning, I don't know how long it has been smoking." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yagami Ryosuke, who walked through the door with a smile, and was quite satisfied with his child. Pity, couldn't have spotted his talent sooner. Otherwise, if you start cultivating a few years in advance, you may have already given up on yourself by now, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very confident in his way of fooling people. "Ryosuke is here. Did you rest well last night?" Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Then he looked at the huge scroll that was placed on the desk. "Is that the sealed book?" A look of surprise flashed in Ryosuke's eyes. Could it be that the gift Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned yesterday was the sealed book? This old guy, he's lost all his money. This is it. This is the treatment that Naruto, the prince, only has, and what Naruto gets is just a multiple shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't let himself just learn the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals, right? It should be impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who noticed Ryosuke's eyes, smiled and said, "Ryosuke 410, do you know what this is?" Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Of course he knew that this was the sealed book, which recorded a large number of forbidden techniques. But he is not stupid. he will definitely not admit it. This is the seal of the village. The Book of Seals and the seals on it are all the amazingly powerful forbidden techniques handed down by the Hokages of the past generations, and they are also the greatest treasures of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the situation of the sealed book and then said, "Ryosuke, your talent is very good, but you can't slack off in the future. You must know that talent is talent and strength is strength. You can't rely on your talent to stop practicing hard in the future." Yagami Ryosuke nodded, showing an open-minded manner. "I think you can't wait, can you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, "Here, take it and have a look. Choose one you like, and it will be considered a gift from this old man." The huge scroll was thrown over, and Night God Ryosuke stretched out his hand to catch it. "Is this what I'm looking at?" Yagami Ryosuke glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by opening the sealed book and looked at the contents inside. Sure enough, there's a seal. Night God Ryosuke found that he could only see the names of these forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, as well as a brief introduction. As for the specific training content, there was no word at all, and he also didn't see forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation on it. Obviously, it was completely sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even letting him see the name. Probably because I was afraid that Ryosuke, the night god, would have chosen these forbidden techniques by chance. There are at least dozens of forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. However, most of them are listed as forbidden techniques simply because they cause too much damage to the caster, but not many are listed as forbidden techniques because the power of the technique itself is too strong. After Ryosuke read it once, he thought about it again and chose one of the ninjutsu. "Master 3rd Generation, I have chosen." Yagami Ryosuke raised his head and said, "Oh, which ninjutsu did you choose?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. "Flying Thunder God Technique." Night God Ryosuke revealed the ninjutsu he chose. Although there are many ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, to be honest, most of the Night God Ryosuke doesn't like it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let him choose the one that caught his eye. So, in the end, Night God Ryosuke chose this space-time ninjutsu. If he can learn it, it can be regarded as making up for one of his shortcomings. After all, Night God Ryosuke does not know this type of ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of a cigarette and seemed to see the sunny figure with a bright smile behind Yagami Ryosuke in a trance. Minato. When people get old, they just like to recall the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalls now that Namake's Minato was also so talented back then, and was also born as a commoner. Even, both choose the same ninjutsu. Pity. Minato's attitude towards ninja makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very disappointed. Especially being too close to the Uchiha clan made Sarutobi Hiruzen even a little scared. Fear that your power will be taken away. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel dissatisfied with Namake's Minato, the 4th Hokage he cultivated by himself. But the dead are gone, and now only occasionally will I recall the young man with a bright smile back then. Really, strength or something is only secondary. Long life is the last word. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt emotional for a while. Then he said with a smile, "Flying Thunder God Technique? Ryosuke, are you sure? Spacetime ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. If you can't learn it, you will waste this opportunity." "I'm sure, and I think I can learn." Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, not planning change. After all, he doesn't need those other ninjutsu at all, and it has no effect on his strength improvement. Although he can't say whether he can learn the Flying Thunder God Technique. But you'll have to try it to know. Not to mention, who said he can only choose Flying Thunder God as a ninjutsu? Night God Ryosuke looked at the sealed book in his hand, with a faint light in his eyes. There's still a lot of good things on it. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let him choose, but it's okay. If not today, then wait a few more months. The Chunin exam in a few months is his chance. When Orochimaru starts the Konoha collapse plan, the whole Konoha will fall into chaos. Night God Ryosuke can fish in troubled waters, So take this seal for use. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know these outrageous thoughts in Ryosuke's heart. He looked at Ryosuke with a laugh and said, aspirational, and other compliments. Then take back the sealed book from Night God Ryosuke. Unlock the seal on Flying Thunder God technique and rub the content onto another blank ninjutsu scroll. Here, let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed this ninjutsu scroll to Night God Ryosuke and said, remember, only you can learn this ninjutsu. Don't let others see it. After you remember it, destroy the scroll to avoid ninjutsu. Give way. Understand, Days of Heaven. Night God Ryosuke nodded, reaching out to take the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique. Come out. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to the surrounding air. The next second, an Umbu wearing a mask appeared in the office. Master Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to this Umbu, Black Fong, you take Night God Ryosuke to Umbu to report, and he will be a member of your 7th class from now on. Konoha Umbu has a total of 4 teams, each with 4 classes, a total of 16 classes. The Night God Ryosuke was assigned to the 7th class of the 2nd team. Speak up. Before Kakashi left Umbu, he was the captain of the 2nd team. Moreover, Yuzuki Shien is also in the 2nd team, and happens to be in the 7th class, and is the acting team leader of the 7th class. The reason why she is an agent is because Yuzuki Shien is not strong enough to become an official team leader. But the squad leader of the 7th class died just before, and no new squad leader has been appointed yet. So Yuzuki Shien is temporarily made the acting squad leader of the 7th class, temporarily responsible for leading Umbu's 7th squad to perform tasks. Umbu, codenamed Black Fong, glanced at Night God Ryosuke, then nodded and accepted the task. Follow me, he said lightly to the Night God Ryosuke, followed the flash, and disappeared into the office. Master 3rd Generation, I'm leaving first. After Yishan Ryosuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, they also performed body flicker technique and followed. Seeing the 2 people leaving one after the other, Sarutobi Hiruzen also smoked a cigarette with a smile, thinking about his arrangement for his grandson Konohamaru. Now, just waiting for Konohamaru to grow up. Konoha Umbu. Night God Ryosuke always thought that Umbu would be like Jinbu, who would build a base or something underground in the village. But it wasn't until he actually came to Umbu's headquarters that he realized that he was thinking too much. The headquarters of Konoha Umbu is not in the underground of the village, but in the depths of the number 1 training ground, a restricted area that ordinary ninjas cannot enter. There are many hive-like buildings built here, densely packed. Just looking at it makes one's scalp tingle. Night God Ryosuke followed the Umbu ninja named Black Fong all the way, and soon came to the place where Umbu registered. A newcomer is here, register for him. Hey Fong knocked on the table and said to the Umbu ninja in front of him. Code name. The Umbu ninja glanced at Yagami Ryosuke and was a little surprised at the immaturity of the other party, but he didn't ask too much and asked Yagami Ryosuke's code name directly. Choose a random code name yourself. From now on, this code name will be your name in Umbu. We won't call each other by their real names here. Black Fong explained. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. He had already thought of his code name when he was on the road. Yeah. The Umbu ninja, who was in charge of the registration, nodded, and then wrote the word on the roster, and then recorded the date later. Here are your clothes and masks. Just go over there and choose one. Umbu, who was in charge of registration, took out a set of black Umbu uniforms and put them on the table, then pointed to the mask on the wall behind him and said. Night God Ryosuke glanced over, then chose a white mask with only a 3-pointed jade pattern on the forehead and took it off. That's it, Yagami Ryosuke said. Umbu, who was in charge of registration, glanced at the mask he had chosen, then nodded. Put on your clothes and mask and follow me. Black Fong on the side said. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, went to the small cubicle beside him, and changed into Umbu's uniform, black liner and trousers, plus a white sleeveless vest, put on the mask he chose, and then went out from the cubicle, came out of the room. Ryosuke, who is 1.7 meters tall, can be seen as a child without a mask, but when he wears a mask, it hides his immature face. It looks like an adult, no different. Black Fang glanced at Knight God Ryosuke, who had changed into Umbu's uniform, and led him away from the registration office. This is the place where our 7th class usually trains. If there is no task, you can also train here. Black Fang brought Knight God Ryosuke to an open training ground. Here are 2 Umbus practicing against each other. Yishun Ryosuke took a look and found that the strength of these 2 people was stronger than that of the ordinary Chunin, and their attack methods were mainly physical skills and shuriken. Ninjutsu words are not commonly used. After all, Chunin's chakra is limited, so use sparingly. At this time, Heifong clapped his hands and called the 2 people over there. Tengu, Shadow, let me introduce you. This is the newcomer in our 7th class, and his code name is Year. Heifong introduced the newest member, Knight God Ryosuke, to the 2 of them. Yo, our 7th class finally has a newcomer. Since the captain was promoted, our 7th class has always been short of 1 member. The Umbu ninja, named Tengu, seemed very active. He looked at Ryosuke with a smile, and he was very welcome to Ryosuke, a newcomer, with his performance inside and outside the words. The other person, codenamed Shadow, didn't talk so much. He just nodded his head, and it was regarded as a greeting. Each class in our Umbu consists of 4 members and a captain. After you join, you will be the 4th member of our 7th class. Black Fang said, this mode is similar to the Genin team, except that there is 1 more number. Yeah, do you want to fight? By the way, let everyone see your strength. At this time, Tengu suddenly said with a smile, fight? Knight God Ryosuke quickly understood that this was to test his strength. If he doesn't perform well, he might not have much say in this team in the future. Although Knight God Ryosuke doesn't care about these, but he doesn't like to lose. Can. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Immediately, Black Fang and Shadow retreated to the side, handing over the venue to them. What is the background of this newcomer? After retreating to the sidelines, the Shadow, who had been silent just now, suddenly asked Fang beside him. Master Hokage recommended it. I can't say the specifics. Black Fang said. Hearing this, Shadow also nodded, without further questioning. Who do you think will win, the rookie or the Tengu? Black Fang suddenly asked the Shadow beside him. Tengu, his strength has already surpassed mine, and in our 7th class, his strength is second only to the captain. Shadow thought for a while and said, this guy Tengu has surpassed me in silence. Black Fang looked at the Shadow in surprise. Shadow nodded and said in a flat tone, although this guy's talent is not good, but he has worked hard enough, and his future achievements will still be higher than you and me. Hearing this, Heifong also looked at the Tengu in surprise. This kid really made a big deal out of silence. Then it looks like the rookie is doomed. Black Fang said. The Shadow on the side also nodded in agreement. The strength of Tengu has not lost to some special jonin, and what he is best at is illusion. If this newcomer has no good way to deal with it, winning or losing is actually just an instant thing. Yeyue, do you learn swordsmanship? Tengu looked at the ninja sword on Ryosuke's waist and asked. I have learned, but the learning is average. Knight God Ryosuke little by little. He has indeed learned swordsmanship, but to be honest, his attainments in swordsmanship are really mediocre compared to other aspects. That's just right. I have also learned swordsmanship for a while. How about we compare swordsmanship first? Tengu didn't intend to decide a match with a rookie as soon as he came up. That would be boring. He wanted to see the rookie's all-round strength. After all, they would all be teammates of the same team in the future. If you don't know much about each other's strength, how can you cooperate in future missions? Can. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he drew out the ninja sword from his waist. The cold light of the blade seems to be able to sting the skin of a Tengu more than 10 meters away. Hiss, your knife is fine. Tengu looked down at his ninja sword and suddenly felt like shopping around and wanting to throw it away. Or should I change it? Knight God Ryosuke also doesn't want to take advantage of this weapon. After all, It's not a fight to the death. It's just a competition. No, actually my ninja sword is not bad, Tengu said stiffly. The truth is, he feels that his strength must surpass Zhao Zhao, this rookie's, and just now Yishin Ryosuke said that his swordsmanship is average. Although Tengu's swordsmanship is not his best, but he has learned it professionally for 5 or 6 years. How can you not lose to a rookie? Let's start. Tengu pulled out his ninja sword, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Brush. Behind Yagami Ryosuke, the figure of Tengu suddenly appeared and slashed at his back fiercely. Clang! Night God Ryosuke quickly turned around to block the opponent's blow, and at the same time, the ninja's sword swung the sword quickly, and the air was torn apart by this blow, forming a translucent air blade attached to the blade of the ninja's sword. Puff! The Tengu was instantly split in half. But with a bang, in the next second, the Tengu that was split in half turned into a split wooden stake. Tengu, who was hiding in the dark, smiled slightly when he saw this scene. It's a newcomer, it's a plaque, he said in his heart, and at the same time launched a real attack. Ninja! Phantom Slash! Several Tengu figures appeared in midair. Several Tengus drew their knives at the same time and slashed at the Night God Ryosuke below. This move is the sword technique he created by simulating the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. It is a combination of swordsmanship and illusion. In fact, only one of the Tengus is the real body, and the others are just phantoms. However, unlike the dance of the 3 suns and the moon, only his real body can cause damage with this move of the Tengu. Phantoms are simply deceiving. No other use. Dance of the Crescent Moon? Night God Ryosuke saw the Tengu's move, and the first thing he thought of was the dance of the 3 suns and the moon. There are indeed many similarities between the two swordsmanship, but in the perception of Night God Ryosuke, among these Tengus, only the third one on the left is real. Everything else is just an illusion. So Night God Ryosuke slashed out like lightning, cutting off the real body of Tengu. Ninja! Lightning Flash! Night God Ryosuke's knife is too fast. Flash of lightning itself evolved from the moves of a samurai. The most prominent one is the fast. Come to ultimate. Let the opponent have no chance to block or even react. Right now, Night God Ryosuke only used 30% of the speed to perform this move. But even so, the Tengu on the opposite side couldn't react in time, and a few hairs were cut off by his sword. Brush! The figures of the two fell to the ground. Tengu touched his forehead, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. What a terrible knife. He really felt like he was about to be beheaded by Night God Ryosuke just now. Now his whole back is covered with sweat. I was completely intimidated by this knife. No, Yue, is this the general knowledge of swordsmanship you said? Recalling that Night God Ryosuke said before the start that he was not good at swordsmanship. Because of the dog, he felt that he was deceived. Lie. Is this normal? This is obviously very strong. There is also a resentful expression on the face under the Tengu mask. Tengu, my swordsmanship is really mediocre. It's just that I'm fast with my sword, Yagami Ryosuke said. However, Tengu, who was nearly decapitated by Night God Ryosuke just now, doesn't believe what he said at all. Hee. If I believe in you again, I will really be a dog. Is it better? Night God Ryosuke looked innocent. He knew Tengu didn't believe it, but what he said was true. His sword skills are really average. By this time we don't restrict what to use. Tengu is also unyielding, although he lost a Night God Ryosuke in swordsmanship. Even if Night God Ryosuke was not merciful, he would have moved his head now. But he still didn't want to admit defeat. Anyway, he is also an old member who joined Umbu for more than 4 years. How can you lose to a rookie like this? Can. Night God Ryosuke nodded. No matter how he compares, he will not lose. 863 sidelines. Tengu actually lost in swordsmanship. Shadow said in surprise. It's such a fast knife, I can't dodge this knife. Hei Fong shook his head. He just imagined that he was in the state of Tengu, and found that he also couldn't avoid the knife of Night God Ryosuke. That is, if it were him facing that knife, there's also only one dead end. This guy, Tengu, really refuses to admit defeat, and he is even more competitive. Seeing the two fighting again over there, Shadow also shook his head, not as confident in Tengu as before, although the two of them just competed in swordsmanship. But just now, Tengu was completely crushed. From the beginning to the end, the two only played against each other for 2 rounds, and then Tengu lost. Now, even if you let go, you can use other ninjutsu. Shadow also has little confidence in Tengu. On the court, Night God Ryosuke kicked out a shadow clone of Tengu, followed by sweeping his eyes, and quickly found the hidden position of Tengu's real body. Brush. His figure disappeared in place. Tengu, who was hiding, realized he was exposed as soon as he saw the Night God Ryosuke disappear. But that's exactly what I want. The corners of his mouth under the mask were slightly raised. Next second, a slash of light slashed at the back of the Tengu's neck. Boom! The Tengu that was hit exploded instantly. It turns out this is another shadow clone. Is it so expensive? Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Tengu is not him. Chakra's recovery speed is unparalleled. Normal ninjas will never use their shadow clone as bait again and again, because the disappearance of shadow clone also means that part of your chakra is also consumed. This is quite deadly for ninjas who don't have much chakra. And at this time, Chakra is just a Chunin-level Tengu, yet he dared to use 2 shadow clones as bait. Obviously, he is ready to end this battle quickly. Coming, Night God Ryosuke has seen the figure of Tengu. Magic, tree-bound kill. Tengu formed seals with his hands, releasing his own illusion. Tree binding and killing is a B-level illusion. The effect is to make the caster fall into a phantom, and a deed tree phantom grows from the caster's feet, restraining the target. At the same time, the caster appears from the phantom of the tree, and the target is killed with 1 blow. Night God Ryosuke was also hit in an instant. Tengu has obviously been very proficient in using this trick of illusion. The moment Ryosuke was attacked by the Night God, he appeared in the phantom of the tree and held the kunai thorn towards the neck of the Night God Ryosuke. Clang! What? Tengu looked at the blocked kunai in disbelief. Look again. But he found that Night God Ryosuke was looking at him with a smile in his eyes. Oops. Tengu's heart skipped a beat, knowing that his illusion had failed. I didn't expect this rookie to be so good at fighting illusions. Before he had time to think about it, Tengu wanted to pull back immediately. But at this moment, another Night God, Ryosuke, appeared and put a handful of kunai around his neck. You lose. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. At the same time, the Night God Ryosuke in front of Tengu disappeared with a bang. It turns out this is a shadow clone. It turned out to be shadow clone. Tengu bitterly admitted that he had lost to Night God Ryosuke. Yue, you have won. Night God Ryosuke immediately let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Since when have you been fighting me with shadow clone? Tengu turned around and couldn't help asking. It was from the beginning. Yagami Ryosuke said. F***K. Then didn't I fight the real Night God Ryosuke from the beginning to the end? Tengu's mouth became even more bitter. It feels like eating bitter melon. Uncomfortable. At this time, Shadow and Black Fong also walked over. Heya laughed and patted Tengu on the shoulder and said, What's wrong? Was it hit? Hearing this, because the dog slapped the black teeth away angrily. How is it possible? At worst, I'll just win it back next time. Tengu said stiffly. Hearing this, Heifong shook his head secretly. Tengu and Ying didn't know, but he knew very well that Yue in front of him was just a child who had just graduated from ninja school. At only 12 years old, he was already able to easily defeat Umbu Chunin. This is if you give him a few more years. Isn't chopping jonin as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? No wonder Master Hokage would take this kid so seriously. Sure enough, Hokage-sama's vision is not comparable to ordinary ninjas like them. Tengu wants to surpass Night God Ryosuke. Black Fong felt that it was impossible to complete. After sparring with Tengu, Yagami Ryosuke obviously felt that the eyes of his three teammates had changed, and their attitudes were much closer than before. Obviously, he has really approved his joining. Black Fong, where is our captain? Why didn't you see him? Knight God Ryosuke asked at this time. You said the captain is off today. Black Fong said. What is our Umbu job like? I don't know about these either. Knight God Ryosuke asked. Let me explain this. Tengu volunteered to stand up, and then took Yagami Ryosuke to the side and explained to him the content of their Umbu's work. Black Fong and Shadow, who stayed in place, also started today's training. Umbu, when there is no mission, basically spend it in training. The other side, Tengu was also explaining their Umbu workflow to Knight God Ryosuke. Our Umbu's working hours are actually quite free. When there is no task, the time is up to you to arrange, but once there is a task, if you receive a summoning order, you have to rush to gather immediately. Tengu said. As for the usual rest days, each shift takes turns in turn, and each shift takes 2 shifts. I Umbu have a total of 16 shifts. That is, I take an 8-day shift. Today was supposed to be a day off for our 7th and 8th shifts. As you can see, the captain didn't come. However, for the rest of us, there is nothing to do when we rest, so we usually come to the training ground to practice. Our training ground in Umbu is separated from the outside world. Each class has its own training ground, and there is also a large training ground, which is the forest behind. If you have requirements for the environment of cultivation, you can go to the big training ground. There are usually many colleagues practicing there, as long as you don't disturb others. Tengu talks a lot and densely, but he explained Umbu's work to Knight God Ryosuke in great detail. Almost every detail is covered. I'm afraid that Knight God Ryosuke didn't remember it, so I plan to say it again. Knight God Ryosuke didn't even say it. You really remember? Tengu still has some unfinished looks. Already remembered, then I can go now, right? Yagami Ryosuke said. Yes, today we take turns off. If you have something to do, just leave. Tengu nodded and said, on a rest day, unless there's really nothing to do, who would come to work? After saying hello to Black Fong and Shadow in the past, Knight God Ryosuke left Umbu directly. Wearing Umbu's uniform, Yagami Ryosuke drove all the way with the body flicker technique and soon returned home. Mother Yagami Mizuki is not at home. She should be working at Konoha Hospital right now. Yagami Ryosuke went back to his room and changed his clothes before going out. At the moment, Hinata and Ino are still performing tasks with the team, and Knight God Ryosuke didn't bother. He came to the village training ground. The 3 people who were still in the 7th class were found. It is also the 7th class, but Yi Shunliang joined Umbu's 7th class. It feels quite destined, but this is estimated to be deliberately arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among the 3 of the former Black Fong, there should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant. Maybe one of them is a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. After all, compared with outsiders, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously more willing to trust his own family members. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, Knight God Ryosuke stepped in front of the 3 of them and greeted them. Ryosuke. Naruto, who was doing push-ups, instantly jumped up. Ryosuke, why are you here? He asked. Sasuke and little Sakura on the side also looked at Knight God Ryosuke. I'll come and see you. I heard that the only difference is that your 7th class has not yet been formally established. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, a member of Class 7's face suddenly collapsed. Don't mention it. Mr. Kakashi is a late king. He was late yesterday, but today he said he would meet at 5 o'clock in the morning, but he hasn't arrived yet. Naruto couldn't help complaining. Since you know that Kakashi is the late king, why are you here on time? Knight God Ryosuke looked at Naruto with strange eyes and asked, I was thinking that I could cultivate Chuan, by the way. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he opened his mouth to argue. Yagami Ryosuke chuckled, not believing it at all. This guy must be worried about being beaten back by Kakashi and repeating. After all, the Knight God Ryosuke told them about Kakashi's deeds before, and I'm afraid it scared Naruto a little. Yes, still. Naruto suddenly pulled Knight God Ryosuke to the side. "What's the matter, Naruto?" Knight God Ryosuke looked at his mysterious look and asked curiously. "I have a present for you." As Naruto said, he also took out a scroll from his clothes and stuffed it to Knight God Ryosuke. "Hurry up and hide, don't be seen," Naruto said hastily. Knight God Ryosuke didn't know why Naruto was so afraid of being seen, but he still put the scroll away. "What's in the scroll?" Knight God Ryosuke asked him. "A ninjutsu," Naruto whispered. "Ryosuke, don't tell others. Grandpa third generation forbids me to tell others." "Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Knight God Ryosuke seems to know what's in that scroll. Can't help but look at Naruto in surprise. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the multiple shadow clone technique to Naruto again. However, Naruto turned around and gave it to himself? Knight God Ryosuke can imagine that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have told Naruto not to spread the word. But Naruto obviously didn't intend to obediently do as he was told. "Sasuke, what are you talking about?" when Naruto dragged Ryosuke over. At this time, little Sakura leaned over to Sasuke, wanting to have an excuse to chat with him. As for what Naruto was pulling Ryosuke over, she didn't really care. "I'm not Naruto, I don't know," Sasuke said coldly. Glancing at the two people over there, Sasuke was inexplicably a little bit D. It's as if my girlfriend is flirting with other men in front of me. At this time, Naruto and Knight God Ryosuke are also back. When is Kakashi-sensei coming? It's almost noon. Naruto sat down next to Sasuke and complained. "Sasuke, are you hungry?" Sasuke snorted coldly, turned his head and said, "I'm not like you. I know how to eat like a rice bucket. I'm not hungry at all." As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach started growling. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Sasuke couldn't help but blush. He secretly scolded himself for not being able to live up to his stomach, and when he couldn't scream, he screamed when he had just finished speaking. "Huh, Sasuke, your stomach is growling. Are you hungry?" Naruto pointed at Sasuke's stomach and laughed. "Naruto, don't bother Sasuke all the time." Little Sakura couldn't stand it anymore and went to help Sasuke out. "Little Sakura, are you hungry?" Naruto sneaked out a few small rice balls. "I brought a few small rice balls. Do you want to eat?" "Ryosuke, do you eat?" Knight God Ryosuke shook his head. "No, I ate a lot for breakfast, and I'm not hungry yet." "Little Sakura, do you want to eat?" Naruto leaned in front of little Sakura, dangling a few small rice balls in front of her like offering treasures. Little Sakura didn't want to eat at first, but her stomach didn't live up to it. She hasn't gotten up since 5 o'clock in the morning, and she hasn't eaten anything until now. Now smell the aroma of these small rice balls. Hooked out the glutton in her stomach directly. "I eat." Little Sakura snatched the box containing the small rice balls and was about to pick one up and stuff it into her mouth when a shuriken flew over and knocked out the box in her hand. Brush! A figure flashed like a ghost, caught the box containing the small rice balls, and landed on the stump beside it. "There are enemies." Little Sakura was taken aback, but when she looked up, she found that it was Kakashi who was half a day late. "Miss Kakashi." The three immediately got up from the ground. "Stupid. Did I tell you not to eat breakfast yesterday?" Kakashi held the box in his hand, staring at the three little ghosts indifferently. "Yo, Kakashi, 1 inch." Knight God Ryosuke raised his hand to greet him. Kakashi glanced at him helplessly. "I said, why are you here too?" He asked. "Hey, our team is resting today, so I'll come and see Naruto and the others." Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "Team rest." Kakashi nodded. Apparently, he also heard about Knight God Ryosuke joining Umbu when Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, word of the matter has spread among a small number of Jonin circles. It is rumored that the chief student graduating this year is a very powerful civilian genius who has been valued by third Hokage, and he is also authorized to join Umbu as a genin. The entire Umbu is probably only the genin of the Knight God Ryosuke. Even in the history of Umbu, he was the first genin to join. It can be said to be a record. Okay, then just watch from the sidelines, don't interfere, and don't talk. Kakashi stared lightly at Knight Ryosuke and said. It wasn't until Knight God Ryosuke nodded that he looked away and looked at Naruto and the three of them. You three, don't you think that you can become a genin after passing the graduation exam? Tell you guys, if you can't pass my test today, I, as the guide Jonin, can just send you all back to the 6th grade for 10 years. So, do you still want these things now? He shook the box containing the small rice balls in his hand. Little Sakura turned pale with fright and shook her head quickly. Mr. Kakashi, we already know this, so hurry up and tell me what the test is. Naruto didn't know what it meant to look scared. Ian said. Kakashi looked at the teacher's son speechlessly. I thought to myself, although Naruto has the same blonde hair as the teacher, but his personality is more like a teacher's wife, bluffing and impatient. On the other hand, Sasuke stood there quietly and looked at him without saying a word the whole time, but his eyes were firmer than anyone else's. It seems that you can't wait, so the test starts now. As he spoke, Kakashi suddenly took out a word and put it aside. It's 10:50 in the morning. From now until 1:53 hours later, you have 3 hours to take these 2 bells from me. Clang! Kakashi shook the 2 small bells in his hand and put them on his belt. But why are there only 2 bells? Little Sakura raised her hand and asked. Good question, but you are no longer students of ninja school, so you don't need to raise your hands when you ask questions in the future. Kakashi glanced at little Sakura and said lightly. These words made little Sakura's face even more ugly, and she even trembled with fright. It feels like I've been eliminated. Why are there only 2 bells? Because at least one of the 3 of you is doomed to be eliminated. You can only do your best with the determination to kill me, to snatch the 2 bells from my hand. Otherwise, eliminate all. As soon as these words came out, even Naruto, who was fearless just now, became a little nervous. And Sasuke has already clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he must get one of the bells. He doesn't want to go back to ninja school and play ninja games with a bunch of kids. Kakashi looked at the expressions on the faces of the 3 of them and was very satisfied with the expressions of Naruto and Sasuke, and when he saw the little Sakura, who was trembling with nervousness, he shook his head secretly. This team is mainly Naruto and Sasuke. One of them is the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and the other is the last descendant of Uchiha. As for Haruno Sakura, that's just a condiment. Moreover, the Genin team has always been divided into groups of 2 men and 1 woman, plus Naruto likes little Sakura, and little Sakura likes Sasuke. That's why she was assigned to the 7th class. Kakashi doesn't expect much from little Sakura, but Naruto and Sasuke. He still wanted to see how they behaved later. Has it started yet? Knight God Ryosuke stood on a high tree one by one, looking at the 4 people in the open space ahead. After Kakashi announced the start of the test, Naruto and the 3 of them immediately hid themselves. Naruto has also learned to use his brain, not bad. Yagami Ryosuke nodded in relief. It can be said that Naruto's changes today are all caused by him. If it weren't for his good tongue, to convince Naruto, let him stop doing those pranks and spend his time on practice. I'm afraid he will inevitably be hit by Kakashi's 1,000 years of death today. The taste is sour and refreshing just thinking about it. Coming. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly narrowed his eyes. I saw Kakashi standing in the open space, suddenly turned around to avoid it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shurikens were nailed to the ground. The landing point is exactly where Kakashi was just now. Ms. Kakashi, hand over the bell. Naruto's figure appeared in midair. He yelled and punched and attacked, and he shot a dozen times in the blink of an eye, but he didn't hit Kakashi once. Yagami Ryosuke. Can I take back what I just said? Physical skills are good, but not enough. Kakashi blocked Naruto's unexpected blow with one hand, and then threw him away with a backhand. Naruto made seals with his hands in midair and instantly cast multiple shadow clone techniques, separating 40 or 50 shadow clones. So many clones! The little Sakura, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. At this time, Sasuke, who was hiding on the other side, was waiting for an opportunity to make an ordinary shot. It's now. Sasuke suddenly dodges and disappears in place. In the clearing, Kakashi, who was dealing with dozens of Naruto's shadow clone, suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue figure appearing behind him on the right. Asked for flowers. Is it Sasuke? The timing is good. Kakashi secretly nodded at the timing of Sasuke's shot. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Unexpectedly, Sasuke opened his mouth and sprayed out a huge great fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Boom! The fireball slammed into the ground in front of Kakashi, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, a shadow clone of Sasuke is also waiting for an opportunity to grab the 2 bells on Kakashi's waist. Successful! A look of joy flashed in Sasuke's eyes. But in the next second, boom! A figure smashed over, instantly smashing Sasuke's shadow clone. Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke yelled at Naruto angrily. The figure who just smashed his shadow clone was Naruto. Naruto, who covered his head and got up from the ground, heard Sasuke's angry roar, smiled awkwardly, and said, Sasuke is sorry, but I can't control my body. Sasuke, now is not the time for you to chat. At this time, a voice appeared behind Sasuke. Without giving him a chance to react, Kakashi threw Sasuke to the ground instantly. He held the little yellow book in one hand, pressed one leg on Sasuke's back, and clasped Sasuke's hands behind his back with the other hand. Yo, isn't this Sasuke? Kakashi said meanly. Hateful. Sasuke cursed angrily. At this time, Naruto rushed up, although he failed to cause any substantial damage to Kakashi, but rescued Sasuke, who was caught. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked back. Fine. Sasuke twisted his wrist, followed by staring at Kakashi with fierce eyes. Is this the difference between me and elite Jonin? Damn. I've obviously been cultivating so hard. Sasuke clenched his fist, secretly feeling unwilling. Sasuke, let's fight together. It seems that we can't fight alone. Naruto said to Sasuke. Okay, let's go together. Sasuke nodded, also agreeing to Naruto's proposal. At this time, it is not the time to be impulsive. The key is to grab the bell first and then talk. Naruto's taijutsu is good, but Kakashi didn't release the water, thinking he would give them a chance on purpose. Oh, I was cheated, but it's normal. Strange. Why does little Sakura stay there all the time? Night God Ryosuke's eyes fell on the woods over there. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto have teamed up to face Kakashi, and the 3 of them are very stalemate. But in fact, Kakashi is not really serious. However, with the cooperation of the 2, at least Kakashi put away his beloved little P*** in book. Start using 2 hands to deal with Sasuke's and Naruto's attacks. While on the other side, little Sakura has been hiding in that place and has no intention of going up to help. Yagami Ryosuke thought for a while and probably understood what little Sakura was thinking at this time. Do you feel that you can't help, and going up will only hinder you? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Pity. Kakashi obviously didn't intend to let the little Sakura, who was fishing. Night, God Ryosuke noticed that one of his shadow clone had touched it, and at this time it had come behind little Sakura. Next second, a scream frightened a group of birds in the distance to flap their wings and fly high. And Sasuke and Naruto, who were teaming up to deal with Kakashi, also realized that something happened to little Sakura. It's over. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Obviously, the first test, Naruto, they failed. Didn't grab the bell, and one teammate was reduced. Really, it didn't take long for Kakashi to deal with Naruto and Sasuke. Both were tied to stakes. Brush. Night God Ryosuke dodges past. Kakashi glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to teach the 3 students in front of him. After Kakashi finished his education, he announced that he would give them another chance in the afternoon, and then disappeared in place. You guys are so embarrassed. Night God Ryosuke smiled and looked at the 3 people who were tied to the stake. Ryosuke, hurry up and help loosen the rope. Naruto struggled and shouted. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and immediately drew his sword and cut off the ropes on the 3 of them. Getting rid of the shackles, the three also fell back to the ground. You should still think about how to pass the assessment in the afternoon, but I suggest that you can make a plan and cooperate together when the time comes to have a glimmer of hope. Night God Ryosuke said to the three of them. Ryosuke is right. Only three of us can cooperate to snatch the bell from Mr. Kakashi. Naruto nodded in agreement with Night God Ryosuke's statement, and then looked at Sakura-chan and Sasuke. Little Sakura, Sasuke, let's plan how to cooperate with the assessment in the afternoon, he said. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at the little Sakura beside him, thought about it, and nodded. But Little Sakura seemed a little hesitant, worried that if she helped, it would be a hindrance. Come on, little Sakura, we're on the same team, aren't we? Naruto looked at little Sakura and invited. After speaking, he secretly kicked Sasuke next to him. Sasuke glanced at him and said, Come together, we can help a little bit. Really? Little Sakura looked at Sasuke with bright eyes. Can I really help Sasuke? Naruto, run. Looking at the three of them, Yagami Ryosuke also smiled. Then you guys discuss it here. I'm going to have lunch. April 20th, he said. 3 people. No, we haven't even had breakfast yet, so we're not hungry now. Do you want barbecue at noon? Or ramen? Hey, it's so hard to choose. Night God Ryosuke murmured to himself loudly on purpose, and then disappeared in the same place in an instant. Shua, count you running fast. The 3 of them stared viciously while stroking their dry, flat stomachs, making grunting noises like thunder. Night God Ryosuke did not go to watch the second assessment of the 7th class in the afternoon. At noon, he found the 8th class who was going to eat. Then he sneaked in cheekily. After lunch, the 8th shift will continue with the task in the afternoon. It was also inconvenient for Yishan Ryosuke to go with him, so he simply went to the number 4 training ground to continue his practice. In the depths of the number 4 training ground, Night God Ryosuke first dispersed the 15 shadow clones that he had dispersed. With the influx of a large number of training memories, Night God Ryosuke also rubbed his temples, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before he recovered. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom! A cloud of smoke dispersed. Night God Ryosuke looked at the hundreds of shadow clone around him and nodded with satisfaction. Go to practice separately. He took out the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique, handed it to a shadow clone, and asked him to take another 19 shadow clone, a total of 20, to study this ninjutsu. And other shadow clone also have their own tasks. Soon it was all scattered. Ryosuke, the night god who left one person, also took out a hair from the biopheromone warehouse. System, transform this hair on my hand. Night god Ryosuke meditated. Next second, the black hair on his hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Sarutobi Clan Green. The Sarutobi Clan? Sure enough, Tengu is a ninja from the Sarutobi Clan. Night God Ryosuke has an expression of, as I expected. Opening the introduction of this talent entry, Yishin Ryosuke also showed a disgusted expression on his face. Sarutobi Clan. Green, you are a ninja of the Sarutobi Clan, and behind you stands the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Will of Fire plus 50%. That's it. Garbage Sarutobi family. System, disassemble. This kind of rubbish talent entry is also an eyesore. Night God Ryosuke directly chose to disintegrate, then get 10 experience points. In fact, the talent entries transformed from Chunin are basically green, and 99.9% are rubbish entries that Night God Ryosuke doesn't like. Basically disassembled directly after getting it. Only the transformed entries on Jonin will be blue. There is a probability that the attributes are good, will be kept by Night God Ryosuke. But before that, he was still a student of ninja school after all, and the Jonin he had access to was really limited. But now Night God Ryosuke has graduated and joined Umbu. Feel free to get your hands on some Jonin, or even Elite Jonin. In this way, it is also very convenient for Yi Shinjing to obtain more useful talent entries. Instead of rubbish like just now, it only has 10 experience points after dismantling it. Garbage among garbage. It's a pity that I haven't been able to get Sarutobi Hiruzen's biological pheromone in the past 2 days. Otherwise, at least one more purple talent entry can be added. Night God Ryosuke thought it was a pity, but there will be opportunities in the future. No more. By the time of the Chunin exam, Yagami Ryosuke will definitely have a chance to get the biological pheromone from Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no need to rush to take risks and get it now. However, next time you go out to perform a mission in the village, you can look for an opportunity to get some biological pheromones from the ninjas in the outer village. After all, Konoha is not the only village in the world of Hokage. 5 hidden villages in 5 countries. Although Konoha has a lot of talents, the other villages are not bad either. For example, in Reikage Village, Night God Ryosuke felt that he would be able to transform those reckless men into talent items to improve their physical fitness. Even if other people can't do it, 4th Reikage can't do it either, right? There is also Terumi Mei of Kirigakure, who has 2 kinds of blood succession boundaries, and may be able to transform into talent entries related to these 2 blood succession boundaries. The same is true for Sunagekyure's Luosha, especially Rosa. This guy is about to be killed by Orochimaru before the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. Night God Ryosuke must get the biological pheromone from Luosha before this. After all, the system does not recognize the biological pheromones on dead people. Otherwise, Night God Ryosuke would have gone to dig the grave long ago, or see if I can get some Hashirama cells or something. With the strength of the big pillar, at least 2 golden talent entries can be transformed, right? And the dead body of Uchiha Madara, although I don't know where it is buried. But you can also look for it. Pity. The system only recognizes the biological pheromones of living people, and those of dead people are not counted. But Night God Ryosuke also has an idea. That is the Rinne Tensei technique using impure world reincarnation and Rinnegan. Combining the 2 can directly resurrect the dead. By the time, whether it's Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, or something, as long as the Night God Ryosuke is willing, can be revived anytime. However, if you want to revive Senju Hashirama, at least I have to wait until my strength is similar to his, or I can suppress him. Night God Ryosuke doesn't want to revive Senju Hashirama, but finds that he can't beat the opponent, and then Dejuzi says, "I will give you 2 hands." How embarrassing. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just reviewed a few documents, was just about to relax, opened the drawer, and took out the crystal ball that he treasured. As a result, at this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open heavily. Hiruzen. Danzo hurried in from the door, only to see Sarutobi Hiruzen looking at him with a livid face and a shattered crystal ball beside him scattered on the ground. "Hiruzen, what are you doing?" Danzo asked subconsciously. "Danzo, did the old man say that you will knock on the door next time you come in?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo angrily, thinking that his beloved crystal ball was smashed by Danzo. An unlucky guy, he was so angry. "Hiruzen, don't worry about such small things." Danzo didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry eyes at all. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. He has long been used to it. I heard that the kid named Night God Ryosuke has awakened a special physique-like blood successor limit. Hiruzen, hand him over to me. I promise you, I will definitely train him into a man who can make contributions to the village. Danzo's ugly face also showed a look of eager desire. If combined with Hashirama cells, will a wood style comparable to first Hokage be born? It's not like Yamato, who can only do greening. Danzo thinks this possibility is not small. Therefore, after hearing that Ryosuke's blood succession limit is a physique type, I couldn't wait to come to find Sarutobi Hiruzen's important person. Even though he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would most likely not hand it over to him. But Danzo wanted to give it a try anyway. "Give a Night God Ryosuke to you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. "Danzo, don't even think about it. Ryosuke is the future of the village, and the old man has already arranged his future path. You are not allowed to interfere in this matter, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give Danzo any face at all, directly rejected Danzo's request, and warned him not to mess around. The future of the village? Hiruzen, would you like to hear what you're talking about? Danzo said coldly. A genius like Ryosuke, the night god, should be entrusted to me. Only I can bring out his best use. Enough, Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table. Night god Ryosuke's matter is not discussed. The old man has already made a decision. You can go down now. Hiruzen, you. Danzo wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen waving his hand. Go down. Go back to your roots. Also, don't let this old man know that you secretly attacked Night God Ryosuke behind my back. Danzo, you should know the consequences of doing this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's threat, Danzo was also furious. Hiruzen, will you dash? Shut up. This old man will never regret it. With a wave of Sarutobi Hiruzen, several Umbu ninjas appeared in the office instantly. Elder Danzo, please go down and rest, he said coldly. Several Umbu ninjas accepted the order and looked at Danzo indifferently. Elder Danzo, please. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen made such a decisive decision, Danzo also stared at him fiercely with one eye, until after Umbu said please for the second time. He turned and left angrily. When Danzo returned to Jin's headquarters, he became furious and smashed all the things in the room. It was a mess. Only then did I feel that the anger in my heart eased a little. Hiruzen, do you think you can stop this old man? You underestimate me, Shimura Danzo. There was a cold glint in Danzo's one eye. Some time ago, Orochimaru had contacted him and said he needed a favor. At that time, Danzo didn't agree immediately, and there was 0.6 hesitation in his heart. But what happened today made Danzo realize that his status in the village is really getting worse and worse than before. In the past, Hiruzen would still be scruples about his thoughts, but since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Danzo found that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him. The degree has changed. Danzo is well aware of this. Because the biggest confidant has disappeared, he, who used to be very handy for Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past, is now a bit of an eyesore. But Danzo naively thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would at least give him a face for the sake of the past. But today, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually asked some Umbu to escort him away from Master Hokage. That's totally throwing Shimura Danzo's face on the ground and crushing with his feet. After, who would be afraid of him, Shimura Danzo? Who would even consider him, Shimura Danzo, as a character? Danzo couldn't bear this tone no matter what. And, thinking about it now, Danzo also realized belatedly that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started to quietly limit the power in his hands 2 or 3 years ago. Even the roots of his subordinates have not had fresh blood for a long time. If things go on like this, the existence of the roots will only exist in name only. And he, Shimura Danzo, will also lose the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. Be reduced to the same trash as Mitokado Hamura and Koharu, who have the title of elder, but no power. Is Hiruzen trying to clear the way for Asuma? But hasn't Asuma been given up by him? Danzo thought about it, and began to recall some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and deeds in the past few years. Finally, he thought of a possibility. Yuan Fei Konohamaru? Hiruzen intends to help that brat sit on the position of Hokage. Danzo's eyes widened, never expecting that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have such a long-term plan. How old is Yuan Fei Konohamaru? Just an 8-year-old kid. There are still 10 years until adulthood. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen started planning for his grandson so early. Think of this. Many things that Danzo couldn't understand before have also had reasonable explanations. No wonder Hiruzen has been recruiting those young, civilian ninjas for the past 2 years. I thought he was simply getting old and soft-hearted. I didn't expect that he was building a team for his grandson. Danzo gritted his teeth. Although he doesn't look down on those so-called civilian geniuses at all, his roots had recruited quite a few of these so-called geniuses before, but most of them had limited achievements. Training them is far less cost-effective than those family ninjas. But if Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing all this to build a team for his grandson to use in the future, then Danzo will not be happy. Damn Hiruzen, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You are better than me in all of this. Danzo cursed viciously, and had already decided in his heart to agree to Orochimaru's previous request for cooperation. This time, he wanted to let Sarutobi Hiruzen finish the game completely. Hiruzen, you can rest assured, Konoha will be guarded by me. Shimura Danzo from now on. Danzo couldn't help laughing out loud as he spoke. I seem to have seen the picture of myself wearing a Hokage hat and sitting on the Hokage seat with the support of the whole village. After imagining a bright future, Danzo also returned to reality. Get rid of this nasty brat first, and teach Hiruzen a lesson. 31 Danzo clapped his hands and summoned his ninjas. Master Danzo, a root ninja, then appeared, knelt in front of Danzo, and waited for instructions. Take the root. God has a task for you, Danzo said in a cold tone. Master Danzo, please order. Aburame bowed his head and said, Rooted ninjas are absolutely obedient to Danzo, and in their minds, Lord Danzo's orders will always come first. The second is the village and companions. Therefore, they will strictly implement all Danzo's orders, and they will never take advantage of the situation or be lazy. On this point, Umbu is much better. Umbu's management is much looser than Jin's, and they even have rest days, but Jin has never said that they have rest days, and they don't even have wages. Typical slavery management. The point is, these rooted ninjas just don't agree with Danzo. Have to say, Konoha's top executives are all masters of brainwashing. In 2 days, you find an excuse to assign Umbu's 7th class mission out of the village. Remember, your target is a little ghost of the night god Ryosuke. His codename in Umbu is Yu. Kill this little ghost. Bring his body back. The old man is useful. Danzo's idea at the beginning was to get Night God Ryosuke from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then use his usual brainwashing methods to make Night God Ryosuke devoted to himself and work for him. But things have changed now. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't agree with him, and also completely angered Danzo. Danzo knows that he has no chance to brainwash Ryosuke, the Night God, and make him an obedient tool for his subordinates. Therefore, Danzo doesn't want the living Night God Ryosuke now. As long as he can bring the body back, he can ask his men to study the blood succession limit of Night God Ryosuke. Maybe something can be researched, and it is not impossible to use Ryosuke cells to create a clone that is highly compatible with Hashirama's cells. Night God Ryosuke? Understood, Danzo-sama. Aburame took the root and nodded, then disappeared in place. Hiruzen, do you want Night God Ryosuke to be your grandson's right-hand man? I won't let you do that. Danzo stood where he was, smiling coldly. Evening, under the waterfall deep in the number 4 training ground. Yagami Ryosuke is holding a boulder weighing 20 to 30 tons with both hands, squatting on the spot. The ground under his feet was also paved with a stone. More than half of the stone has sunk deep into the ground, and only a quarter of the top is exposed above the ground. Otherwise, with his hands holding such a heavy object, his feet would have already sunk into the ground. Although chakra can be used to assist, what Night God Ryosuke needs to exercise now is pure flesh/body. In this process, he will not use a single bit of chakra in his body. 4,997. 4,998. 5,000. 5,000 squats are done. Night God Ryosuke pushed with both hands, and there was a loud bang, and the boulder in his hand fell directly on the ground next to him, just hitting his sunken place. Perfect fit. This set of actions, Yi Shunliang has obviously performed countless times, so practiced very proficiently. Phew, that's it for today. It's time to go home. He looked at the sky, and then made a seal with his hands, and instantly those shadow clone branches around the number 4 training ground all dissipated at the same time. Hiss! The huge amount of information pouring in an instant made Yagami Ryosuke shake uncontrollably, feeling as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. After about half a minute, he didn't feel so dizzy anymore. Fortunately, I had the foresight to not directly allocate thousands of shadow clone to practice. Night God Ryosuke thought. With his chakra, it is not a problem at all to separate thousands or even thousands of shadow clone practice. But Night God Ryosuke considered that with Naruto's physique, he had the Nine Tails cheat and fell asleep the moment he took back the shadow clone. So if it was him, I guess it won't be much better. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke first tried to allocate 100 shadow clones to see how serious the impact of 100 shadow clones would be recovered after a day of practice, and then consider whether to increase the number of shadow clones. Now it seems, thousands are indeed too many. But if there were 100, the mental shock would only make Night God Ryosuke dizzy for half a minute, far from reaching his limit. Tomorrow, I will use 500 shadow clones to practice. If I have 500, I shouldn't just fall asleep right away. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. 20 shadow clone researched the Flying Thunder God technique today, until the Night God Ryosuke took back the shadow clone just now. The reason has not been researched yet. Don't say you learned it. Haven't even caught a hint of it yet. There's a long way to go to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This thing is really difficult. Night God Ryosuke also knows that Flying Thunder God technique depends on talent. If you have talent in this area, you will be able to get started soon, such as Namake's Minato. And if you don't have the talent for it, so sorry. Even if you learn to die, it is impossible to learn. Orochimaru also tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique back then. Pity. This stuff is not something you can learn with a smart head. Orochimaru doesn't have that talent. So after practicing for a while and realizing the problem, he simply gave up. Tomorrow, 200 shadow clones will be assigned to study the Flying Thunder God technique. If there is no progress after 10 days, then stop practicing. Night God Ryosuke also set a time for himself. With the learning ability of 200 shadow clone, if there is no progress in 10 days, it means that he has no talent in time and space at all. That being the case, then there's no need to waste any more time. With this time, Yagami Ryosuke might as well study other ninjutsu more. See if he can create some powerful ninjutsu. He has 10 times the power bonus of ninjutsu. If he doesn't learn some powerful ninjutsu, wouldn't this bonus be wasted in vain? Night. Yagami Ryosuke was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. At this time, his eyes have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A pair of bewitching blood-red eyes and 5 jet-black sickle patterns spinning rapidly. Sheeping has become one. The pupil art is finally conceived. Night God Ryosuke was a little excited. He immediately sensed the 2 pupil techniques bred in his eyes. Left eye, looting, right eye, reverse. At the same time, within the pair of Mangekyo, a greater power has been faintly awakened. Is Mangekyo's signature pupil technique, Susanoo. Go and try. Night God Ryosuke immediately opened the window and flew out in an instant, running at a terrifying speed all the way. A moment later, Yi Shun was startled and arrived in a forest outside the village. About there, Night God Ryosuke stopped. A pair of blood-colored eyes seemed to be glowing in the darkness. Looking from a distance, only a pair of blood-red eyes can be seen floating in the darkness. Susanoo. Next second, in the eyes of Night God Ryosuke, a huge pupil power surged. Follow closely. Sections of energy bones appeared, wrapping the body of Night God Ryosuke, and then a long skeletal arm began to appear. With the support of huge pupil power, Night God Ryosuke used Susanoo for the first time. It was very easy, and he didn't feel any pain, and he opened Susanoo's initial stage form. At this time, a gigantic rib of energy envelopes Night God Ryosuke in it. At the same time, 2 arms with a length of 50 or 60 meters opened. Boom! There was a loud bang. The surrounding trees were instantly smashed into pieces by the huge, open arms. Sawdust was flying. A black Susan with an extremely crude shape, but a particularly huge body appeared in this forest. Night god Ryosuke looked at this Susanoo form of himself. Initial form, but really heavenly. Yagami Ryosuke muttered to himself. After all, Indra 013's resentment. This entry fully increased the size of his Susan by 500%. In other words, Susan in the normal initial form is only 1/6 the size of the night god Ryosuke. It's not that big of an exaggeration. It's great, but I think it could be even better. Night god Ryosuke's eyes instantly exploded with even bigger pupil power. His Mangekyo pupil power in the gift word. With the blessing of the bar, it is fully 11 times that of a normal Mangekyo who just opened his eyes, under the blessing of such a huge pupil power. Even if the night god Ryosuke has only opened his eyes for 2 days. But he can easily control the ultimate power of Mangekyo, like Susanoo, with the night god Ryosuke increasing the output of pupil power. Susan, who looked very simple at first, has gradually become plump at this time. The size of the body has increased by nearly half again, and at the same time, a skeleton's head has grown, and the shape of the bones has become more clear, and the entire exterior of Susan is shrouded in a layer of smoke. Ordinary black energy envelopes Ryosuke, the night god who is the caster. There is only an area under the feet, which is not protected. Susanoo. Phase 1. Come again. Yagami Ryosuke let out a loud shout. Next second, the soaring black energy enveloped a large area around it. The meridians and flesh and blood began to emerge from the huge half-length Susan. As a layer of black energy wraps it, it forms a substance like a coat. Susanoo. Phase 2. Yagami Ryosuke waved his hands, and with a loud bang, black energy burst out from the hands of half-length Susan, followed by the formation of 2 huge energy ninja knives, which appeared on half-length Su. So his hands. Is it just ninja sword? Night god Ryosuke is a little dissatisfied. The filial son Itachi's shots are 2 artifacts. How come to me? Is it just an ordinary ninja sword? No cards. Night god Ryosuke looked at the 2 huge energy knives with a length of nearly 200 meters in Susanoo's hands. With a simple wave of half-length Susanoo. Boom! 2 horrific black sword chi swept out, flying thousands of meters away in an instant, destroying everything along the way. Yagami Ryosuke. F***K. It's a bit powerful. However, the movement was too great. Even though this is the outskirts of the village, such a movement may have attracted the attention of the village. Time to go. Yagami Ryosuke then dispersed Susan, then disappeared in place in an instant. After a while, figures of ninjas appeared in the area where night god Ryosuke was just now. However, they came a step late and found nothing. This night, sleepless nights for many. After Yishun Ryosuke returned home, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately began to check the 2 pupil techniques he had awakened. Susanoo has tested it. Powerful spiral ascension explosion. The second stage alone is already ruining the world. It's hard to imagine if night god Ryosuke were to activate the full body form. How terrifying would it be? Super Kage level? Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? In the room, the lights were not turned on. Night god Ryosuke was sitting on the edge of the bed, checking his 2 pupils. The plunder of the left eye, as the name suggests, is to plunder the power of others and turn it into one's own use. However, the pupil art of Ryosuke's left eye can only be plundered by other pupil art of Mangekyo. Swallowing a Mangekyo, you can plunder the pupil technique on the opponent's Mangekyo. F***K. So titanium? Night god Ryosuke didn't expect that he would be able to breed such a bug pupil technique. Doesn't this mean that he can have countless pupil techniques? Certainly, this is only theoretical. The truth is, there aren't that many Mangekyo in this world for him to plunder. The Mangekyo pupil techniques known now include Shursue's distinguished heavenly gods, Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu's and Kamui's eyes. But Obito's other eye is on Kakashi. The one he himself carries is Kamui Hollow. This ability is also very buggy, and it is the foundation for Daijong to settle down. Without Kamui Hollow's Obito, there is no right to pretend to be Uchiha Madara. He was beaten up in minutes, and then his disguise was exposed. By the way, there's also Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo, but I don't know if this pair of Mangekyo is still there. Night God Ryosuke suddenly remembered that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who died at the hands of his own son also opened Mangekyo. It's just that this guy is a bit brain-dead. Those who didn't even fight back were killed by the filial son. What a waste of a pair of Mangekyo. Now the question is, are Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo still available? Has it been destroyed by the filial son Itachi? Not impossible, since the Mangekyo haven't been seen since Uchiha Fugaku's death. Danzo doesn't have it, filial son Itachi doesn't have it, and brother Tuzi doesn't have it. Then there's a high probability that it will be destroyed by the filial son Rong on the spot. The purpose is to prevent my parents' eyes from falling on other people's hands. What a waste. Night God Ryosuke cursed. Except for this pair of Mangekyo by Uchiha Fugaku. At present, the closest to the Night God Ryosuke is Shursue's Mangekyo in Danzo's right eye. That Mangekyo's pupil technique is Distinguished Heavenly Gods, the legendary terrifying pupil technique that can directly modify people's thoughts and will. But Night God Ryosuke thinks that Mangekyo's Distinguished Heavenly Gods in Danzo's hand should not be as powerful as in the legend. Otherwise, he would have used Distinguished Heavenly Gods to control Sarutobi Hiruzen long ago. How can it be like today, every time being suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be blamed? And in a future 5 Kages tournament, Danzo also used Distinguished Heavenly Gods with this eye. The effect is only a short-term control. It's not permanent. And the Distinguished Heavenly Gods in Uchiha Itachi's hands may be the eyes that can truly modify a person's thoughts and will forever. However, my pupil technique also has a cooling time. With my pupil power and the blessing of the primary sage body, it will take half a year for this pupil technique to recover. If my pupil power is only at the level of ordinary Mangekyo, and I don't have a primary sage body, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years to recover. Half a year is not too long. There aren't that many Mangekyo anyway. Even if you add the future Uchiha Madara and Sasuke, there are only 10. And among them, the pupil technique is repeated, like Amaterasu. Therefore, even without this cooling time, Night God Ryosuke would not be able to keep using this plunder pupil technique over and over again. So in fact, whether there's a cooling time or not, it seems to have no effect. Find a chance to plunder Danzo's Distinguished Heavenly Gods first. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. As for Kakashi's Mangekyo, just wait till next time. Who makes Danzo more hated? The pupil technique of Ryosuke's left eye surprised him very much. Although it is not the pupil technique of time in the legend, it has infinite possibilities. After all, as long as someone else awakens a kind of pupil technique, Night God Ryosuke can directly plunder it. And maybe a new Mangekyo will be born in the future. Although the Uchiha clan is over. Jay-Z, don't forget that there is resurrection in this world. Those people in Uchiha are dead, but their bodies are still buried in the Uchiha cemetery. Just take a little cell from them, then use reanimation jutsu, summoning to get the body of impure world reincarnation, and then use Rinne Tensei technique to revive. Wouldn't it be possible to reproduce Zung Jin's Uchiha? To be honest, Yagami Ryosuke had a problem when watching Hokage before. That's why Sasuke didn't use the Rinne Tensei technique to revive the dead Uchiha members at the end, even if he has normal relationship with other Uchiha. But what about his parents? Where's his favorite brother? Why not revive? He has Rinnegan too. Do you have to have both Rinnegan eyes to cast the Rinne Tensei technique? Or this Rinne Tensei technique, which is unique to Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan? Shouldn't it? Anyway, Night God Ryosuke is quite puzzled. Pain can only use the Rinne Tensei technique to revive everyone in Konoha village, although at the cost of his own life. But Sasuke can completely control someone, first press the Rinnegan to the other party, and then get it back after using the Rinne Tensei technique. Isn't that all right? This is the same as Uchiha Madara's operation. It is completely feasible. But Sasuke just doesn't do that. Let the Night God Ryosuke completely understand. Maybe the one-eyed Rinnegan really can't use the Rinne Tensei technique. Night God Ryosuke can only think so. Otherwise, it can't be that Sasuke doesn't want to resurrect his dead relatives, can he? But if Night God Ryosuke can get a pair of Rinnegan in the future, he will definitely revive part of Uchiha. For nothing else, just to keep their eyes open. At least give me another Mangekyo or two. What if there is none? Then the Night God Ryosuke can only send them back to the Pure Land. Waste. Living anyway is a waste of air. In the room, Yagami Ryosuke, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly had a very strange expression on his face. I can't tell if I want to cry or laugh. Just now, Night God Ryosuke checked the pupil technique called reversal in his right eye. Originally, he was looking forward to another pupil technique with such a heaven-defying ability. After all, the pupil technique of the left eye came first. It's no wonder that Night God Ryosuke is looking forward to it. Can result. Yagami Ryosuke found out that his guess at the beginning turned out to be true. The pupil technique of his right eye is not a serious pupil technique at all. The so-called reversal, Night God Ryosuke guessed before whether it was related to time or something, such as reversing time, or even reversing cause and effect. Pity. These are purely Night God Ryosuke's overthinking. What reverses time reverses cause and effect? None at all. What kind of gender is reversed? And it can only be reversed from a male to a female. What the hell am I? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but want to swear. That's right. Lousy is a beautiful girl who likes the second dimension. But what the hell Lousy likes pure girls? Not transgender. What kind of rubbish is the eye of the soul portrayed? Did you see it wrong? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help cursing in his heart. After a while, his excitement finally calmed down a little. Thinking about it on the bright side, in fact, this pupil technique is very powerful when used to disgust people. At least it is not completely useless. Moreover, with 5 times the power of the pupil technique, I can even use this pupil technique to reverse all 6 paths level powerhouses into women. Thinking about it, if you turn Sage of 6 Paths into fairies, it's actually pretty cool. Interesting. Yagami Ryosuke comforted himself in his heart. He can only think about the good side now. Otherwise, what else can he do? Return it? This thing will not be refunded. Fortunately, the pupil technique of his left eye is powerful, directly plundering other people's pupil technique. Even if one's own right eye pupil technique is an unscrupulous titanium-changing pupil technique, at least it is acceptable. However, after the reversal, will the object change in appearance or something? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help being a little curious. If it wasn't for the fact that the commotion just now was so loud that there are ninjas looking for people everywhere, Yagami Ryosuke really wants to go out now and try the effect of this right eye pupil technique. Not to mention the harmfulness. But insulting, this pupil technique is directly full. By the way, how about trying on Naruto? Yagami Ryosuke suddenly chuckled and thought to himself, if Naruto becomes Naruto, will Sasuke fall in love with Naruto? Then the two of them vomit. Can't think about it anymore, or I'll throw up. However, the reversed pupil technique of Ryosuke's right eye is very thoughtful and has 2 different reverse modes. One is permanent mode. That is, after a one-time reversal, it will not change back again. And the other is semi-permanent mode. Night God Ryosuke can set a reversal maintenance time by himself. The minimum is 7 days, and the longest can be maintained for half a year. Is this to make it easier for Night God Ryosuke to spoof the male friend around him? Feels so guilty. However, if you play like this, will it cause death? Next day, after Yagami Ryosuke had breakfast and changed into Umbu's uniform, it was Mitsuki Kamami who ordered him to go out. the deepest part of the number 1 training ground. Umbu headquarters. Yagami Ryosuke rushed with a body flicker technique. Arrived here soon. The training ground of the 7th class. Night God Ryosuke met his 3 teammates. At the same time, there was a figure with his back facing him, but with a long purple hair that was particularly conspicuous, also standing on the training ground. Sister Shien? Night God Ryosuke was slightly surprised to see the other party. So, the Captain Heiya and the others mentioned yesterday, who was on vacation, was actually Yuzuki Shien? Did this old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do it on purpose? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. The night moon is coming. Black Fong and the others also noticed Night God Ryosuke at this moment, beckoning him to pass. Yeah, let me introduce you. This is our Captain Z. Black Fong introduced. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Yugao, who was also wearing a mask in front of him. Captain, I'm Yue who just joined the 7th class. He said seriously. Yuzuki Shien also smiled under the mask. In fact, she already knew that Yagami Ryosuke would be assigned to her 7th class. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already greeted her. Money is good, but she never told Yagami Ryosuke, just wanted to see his expression. But she seems to have forgotten that everyone in Umbu is wearing a mask. Naturally, you can't see the expression or something. Now that everyone is here, let's start today's task. Yuzuki Yugao nodded to Yagami Ryosuke and said, Task? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but look forward to it. 10 minutes later, near the enchantment outside the village, Yagami Ryosuke follows his teammate and is on patrol missions under the leadership of Yuzuki Yuyen. No, this is our task. Yagami Ryosuke walked for a while and finally couldn't help asking. He thought he was going out of the village to perform some assassination mission. Fortunately, he was looking forward to it before. The result, that's it. Yeyue, do you think that the missions we Umbu perform are all dangerous assassination missions? The Tengu next to him laughed and said, Actually, what we Umbu perform the most is patrol missions. As long as there are no other missions, we spend most of our time in the village. The situation of patrolling the village's enchantment around the village makes it easier. Unless there are foreign enemies invading. Otherwise, we will basically walk around the village all day. Yagami Ryosuke, imaginary Umbu, standing on the roof, wearing a mask under the blood moon to lock the target position. Kill 7 in and 7 out, leaving no one alive. Umbu in reality. Patrol around the village every day, rain or shine, chat and drink tea, and discuss what to eat at noon. Night God Ryosuke felt that he was somewhat young and ignorant. Still looking forward to it. Waste my feelings. Seeing the speechless Night God Ryosuke, Black Fong, and the others also laughed. It's almost like this every time a newcomer comes. Every newcomer will have an imagination about Umbu's work, and their imagination is often quite different from the reality. Yue, don't be disappointed. In fact, we occasionally receive missions like assassination, but the frequency is not high. Tengu smiled and patted Yagami Ryosuke on the shoulder and said, Night God Ryosuke didn't want to talk anymore. Fortunately, he had sympathized with Naruto, and they had to do boring tasks such as weeding and finding pets every day, but he himself had to patrol the outskirts of the village every day. Lunch break at noon. Umbu's lunch break is plenty. A full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, you can eat and rest for a while, chat, or exchange cultivation experience with teammates and the like. And the Night God Ryosuke ran to Umbu's public training ground after having lunch. It's not that the Night God Ryosuke will come here to practice. In fact, in the number 4 training ground at this time, there are 500 of his shadow clones who are working hard to cultivate. Night God Ryosuke himself can become stronger while lying down. It's just that he has some requirements for himself, so he usually follows the practice together. But the God Ryosuke did not come to practice today. He's here to find material. How big is Umbu's public training ground? Is a number 1 training ground outside big enough? It is open to all ninjas in the village. As long as you apply, you can basically pass it. and Umbu's own public training ground is not much smaller than the #1 training ground outside. It is almost a forest of the same size. Moreover, the environment of the Umbu public training ground is even more dangerous. Only ninjas with sufficient professional knowledge and strength can survive here. Knight God Ryosuke also came to Umbu's public training ground for the first time. As soon as he entered, he met a black bear with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. The black bear roared and charged forward. Its huge size and width did not affect its speed at all. "Honey, how do you know I'm not full?" Knight God Ryosuke laughed and rushed forward and punched the black bear directly on the head. Crack! The skull was directly crushed by his punch. The huge black bear fell to the ground and slid 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Knight God Ryosuke turned around, picked up the black bear's body, and sealed it in the storage space in his palm. A few minutes later, Knight God Ryosuke stood on a tree surrounded by more than a dozen people and saw an Umbu ninja practicing there from a distance. The opponent did not find a Knight God Ryosuke. After observing for a while, Knight God Ryosuke determined that the strength of this Umbu ninja should have reached the level of Jonin. So he released an insect that looked like a grasshopper. If you look carefully, you will find that the eyes of this grasshopper-like insect are blood red, and there are 5 black sickle patterns in it. Go ahead and bring me back what I want. Knight God Ryosuke watched the grasshopper fly by. A grasshopper, an Umbu ninja of Jonin level, wouldn't go unnoticed, but he wouldn't care. It was just a grasshopper after all. Then, Knight God Ryosuke easily used this grasshopper controlled by Sharingan to get a drop of that Umbu ninja's blood. The opponent's hand that beat the stump was skinned. Bleeding is also normal. Fixed, move on to the next one. Knight God Ryosuke disappeared in a tree, looking for the next target again. Take a 2-hour break at noon. Yagami Ryosuke went out for half an hour to eat at the beginning and spent the next hour and a half in the public training ground looking for the right look. He found a total of 16 Umbu ninjas practicing in the public training ground. Among them are 5 Jonin for special Jonin, and the other 7 are Chunin. And Knight God Ryosuke also collected a lot of biological pheromones, such as hair and blood. All of them were stored in the system's biological pheromone warehouse. The 7th class training ground. Yagami Ryosuke arrived at the last minute before the end of the lunch break. Maui Shien glanced at him and then said, "Everyone is here. Follow me now." "Captain, is there a mission?" Tengu asked curiously. Yuzuki Shien nodded and walked ahead without saying a word. "Yue, you are lucky. You just encountered this kind of mission on the 2nd day of your arrival," Tengu said to Knight God Ryosuke with a smile. In the morning, the Knight God Ryosuke was still complaining about Umbu's boring work, but he came to the task in the afternoon. "May all your wishes come true." Soon, Yuzuki Shien brought their 7th class to an open field. There are already quite a few Umbu teams gathered here. With the addition of their 7th class, exactly 4 classes have arrived. Standing in front is an Umbu ninja wearing a cat mask. "That's our squad leader," Tengu said in a low voice. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. The sub-leaders are generally the strength of elite Jonin, and the previous captain of the 2nd team was Kakashi. "Everyone follow me. The mission will tell you on the way." For the first time, Hyuga glanced at the Umbu members present with a pair of white eyes, and his tone was very serious. It could be seen that he had really encountered a big task. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched the entire Umbu team. This is a terrible situation. The entire team is involved. This is at least an A-level mission. The Tengu beside him muttered softly. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at him, not sure if he was really worried, or was he playing himself on purpose. After all, Knight God Ryosuke already knew that the opponent was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. It is basically certain that he is the person Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged to monitor him. Therefore, the possibility of acting is not ruled out. Set off. Hyuga gave an order again, and instantly all the Umbu members of the 2nd unit disappeared in place. Village entrance. Knight God Ryosuke found that Umbu did not need to show the village certificate when he went out of the village to perform the mission. Neither Gang Ziti nor Shunyue Izumo, who were in charge of guarding the gate of the village, stopped them. Instead, they watched their brigade disappear, with curious expressions on their faces. "There's so many Ambu dispatched, what happened?" The two thought curiously. A few minutes later, Night God Ryosuke, they have been away from the village for some distance. At this time, Hyuga told them the situation of the mission. "Our goal this time is to recover the village's confidential information. The opposite side is suspected to be the Cloud Shinobi Ninja from the Land of Thunder. Everyone cheer me up. This time the mission can only succeed and not fail." Hyuga announced loudly for the first time, and then continued to lead the crowd to start tracking the target. Half an hour later, Hyuga in front stopped for the second time. "The goal is separated, and we are also separated," he said. Then with a finger, "Let the people of the 4 teams disperse and track the target from 4 directions. Z, you come with me." Hyuga Chuji finally said to Yuzuki Yugao and their team. Yuzuki Shia nodded and had no opinion. She knew very well why Hyuga Zhongji made such an arrangement, because the other 3 classes were led by official jonin, and only their 7th class, her small leader, was only special jonin strength. That's why Hyuga's subcaptain, Deep BFC, with the strength of elite jonin, will follow them. Set off. Hyuga led the team of the 7th class for the second time, and followed a trace on the left. On the way, Night God Ryosuke looked at the Hyuga in front of him. The other party should be a member of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. With the strength of elite jonin, the Hyuga clan also belongs to the elite class. But the branch house of the Hyuga family has no human rights. You can only obey the orders of the Zone family, even if the other party is just an ordinary jonin or even just a chunin. As long as they are members of the Zone family, they have to be obedient. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Night God Ryosuke has felt that the subcaptain of the Hyuga clan seems to be watching him several times just now. Once or twice, it may still be a coincidence. But after 5 or 6 times, Night God Ryosuke became suspicious. This guy knows me? Wouldn't it be the glorying faction who came to assassinate me? Yagami Ryosuke thought jokingly. Wait, it seems that this possibility is not impossible. As we all know, what Danzo likes to do most is to dig out talents among the various ninjas in the village, and then fool them to the roots to serve him. There are many ninjas under him from all major ninja clans. In addition to not having the Sarutobi clan, there are even ninjas from the Zanzu and Mito clans. And what Danzo likes most are those ninjas who have blood succession limits. Pity, Uchiha is too arrogant to be used by him. So settle for the next best thing. It is quite normal for Danzo to focus on the Hyuga clan. Exactly. The Hyuga family has a clan and branch house system, which makes it easier for him to confuse those branch house ninjas. Although the existence of the cage bird makes the fate of the ninjas of the branch house of the Hyuga clan controlled by the Zongjia. But as long as Danzo has a word, is it possible that the Zongjia will not give him face as the leader of this route? Therefore, among the routes led by Danzo, there are some ninjas from the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Uneven. This Hyuga is also a member who was bought by Danzo. Is Guiying's attack so fast? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. But Night God Ryosuke is not worried about his safety. The ninja that Danzo can send out to assassinate him is elite jonin. It is impossible for a Kaga-level ninja to assassinate him. Not to mention that Danzo has no such talent at all. Even if there is, nor will it be dispatched. And the few elite jonin, Night God Ryosuke, have long been ignored. It's hard to say. Night God Ryosuke, even if they stand still and let them fight, they can't kill him. The B-level ninjutsu performed by Chunin can only make Night God Ryosuke feel a little uncomfortable, but it doesn't break the defense at all. So, even with an elite jonin, the best is to cause some minor injuries to him. And with the restoration of Night God Ryosuke, recovery ability, this degree of injury, he recovered in the blink of an eye. Want to kill him? Save yourself. Unless it is some powerful ninjutsu. For example, Kakashi's Raikiri has extremely strong penetrating power and can directly break through the defense of Night God Ryosuke. and even hurt his internal organs. But most elite Jonin actually don't have this kind of lethality. After all, not everyone is a genius like Kakashi who can create ninjutsu like Raikiri himself. What's more, Night God Ryosuke will not really stand still and let them fight. He is not a wooden man. 10 minutes later, Hyuga in front stopped suddenly. "What's the matter?" "Sub Captain," Yuzuki Shien asked. "Be careful. There is an ambush ahead," Hyuga said in a low voice. "They're coming fast." "What?" Yuzuki Shien and the three of them were startled. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the night god, seemed very calm, as if he had expected it a long time ago. After a while, several figures sprang out from the forest. All they did was kill the night god Ryosuke and the other 6. Especially night god Ryosuke. He was directly targeted by the 2 ninjas on the opposite side and killed him. "I'll hold them back, you go." Hyuga held off 3 opposing ninjas whose strength had reached Jonin by himself. Then he yelled at Yui Shien and the others, telling them to leave quickly. Squad leader, but Yuzuki Shien was still hesitating whether to leave or not. At this time, Hyuga shouted loudly and directly hit the 8 trigrams air palm to force the 3 Jonins on the opposite side back. "Go! This is an order!" he yelled. This time, Yuzuki Shien did not hesitate any longer. "You go first," she yelled at Tengu and the 3 of them. Then he rushed to the night god Ryosuke. "Team leader," Black Fong yelled. "Stop yelling. Let's go over and find other people to support immediately. The captain and the others can hold on." Tengu pulled Hei Fong and then flew towards the distance directly. Hei Fong and Shadow also shook their heads when they saw it and followed. "Captain, you must hold on." "Captain, why don't you go?" Yagami Ryosuke knocked away several flying shurikens with one blow, then turned his head and said to Yuzuki Shien, who came to help, "I'm leaving. What do you do?" Yuzuki Shien said something and then instantly drew a knife and fought with a ninja on the opposite side. Yeah, Huewu will run as soon as he finds an opportunity. Yuzuki Shien fought a few tricks with a ninja on the opposite side and found that the opponent's swordsmanship level is still higher than her own. She can hold on for a while in a short time, but if it takes a long time, she's almost certain to lose. "Captain, what are you talking about?" Yagami Ryosuke pulled the knife out of the ninja's neck across from him. The blood on the blade was still dripping down the tip. Yuzuki Shien, "No, you're done with it? Are our 2 opponents so powerful?" Rao Yuzuki Shien is already a veteran ninja, and at this moment, she couldn't help being stunned by this wave of operations by Yagami Ryosuke. Fortunately, it wasn't just her who was stunned, but also the ninja opposite her. Otherwise, even if it was just a moment of stupefaction, it would be enough to make her die more than once. Yuzuki Shien didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, another night, god Ryosuke appeared behind the opposite ninja. Puff! The ninja knife instantly pierced the man's chest. The heart was stabbed in half. Ew! This ninja never thought that Ryosuke, the night god, would sneak attack at this time until his death. Besides, he didn't realize at all that the night god Ryosuke on the opposite side was just a clone. Boom! Another night god, Ryosuke, disappeared instantly. Yuzuki Shien looked at him in surprise. "Captain, don't be dazed, let's go." Yagami Ryosuke directly took Yuzuki Yugao's little hand and instantly swept towards the depths of the forest. The other side, Hyuga Nakaji, who was still trying to hold back the 3 ninjas on the opposite side, looked back at this time and found that the other 2 ninjas had been killed. The original target knight, god Ryosuke, also disappeared. Trash! Hurry up! Hyuga's face darkened for the first time, and he simply stopped acting. "Let's chase together. We must not let the night god Ryosuke escape. The task entrusted by Mr. Danzo must not be missed." The 3 ninjas on the opposite side are actually root ninjas, and their task is to cooperate with Hyuga Nakaji to find a chance to kill the target knight, god Ryosuke this time, and bring back the dead body of the target. It's just that an accident happened just after the mission started. Then, the 4 immediately chased after the knight, god Ryosuke. The three-rooted ninjas are all Jonin strength, and Hyuga is an elite Jonin. The speed is naturally much faster than the Night God Ryosuke, who is only at the Chunin level in the data. But after chasing for a while, they found that they couldn't catch up with the Night God Ryosuke, who was running away. Damn! The information is wrong. The target is not Chunin at all. Hyuga Zhongji has been locking the target in front of him with blank eyes, and found that no matter how hard they chase, the distance between the two sides has not been shortened at all, and even has been pulled apart a little bit. This made Hyuga secretly scold the people in the intelligence department for the first time because they didn't understand the real strength of the target at all. Is this really Chunin? Can your Chunin run faster than elite Jonin? What the hell is with a person? Just when Hyuga was cursing for the first time, cursing that the life son of the intelligence department has no ***, the two people in front suddenly stopped. Can't run anymore. Hyuga frowned for the second time, feeling that this was not the case. But he just wanted to stop to remind the three-root ninjas to be careful. But the three of them rushed up without hesitation. Three idiots. Hyuga cursed secretly for the first time, and could only give up his life to accompany the gentleman to chase after him. But he also wondered, because within the observation range of his white eyes, there are only the chakra fluctuations of Ryosuke and Uzuki Shien. There is no third person. That is to say, there is no possibility of someone ambushed there. But the reason why he can't run away is impossible no matter how you look at it. It can't be that these two people suddenly don't want to run away after running for a while and plan to fight back, right? He admits that Night God Ryosuke is far more powerful than he imagined. At the age of 12, he already has the strength of a formal Jonin. But no matter how strong he is it possible that he can counterkill their three official Jonin plus an elite Jonin? Not to mention, there are three teammates behind them who are still on their way. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to lose. Unless there is some ninja who can block his white-eye perception lying in ambush over there. Are there any ninjas like that? Anyway, Hyuga Zhongxi has never heard of it, let alone encountered it. In an open space, Yagami Ryosuke let go of Uzuki Yugao, who had been in his arms just now. Yiwa, why don't you run away? Uzuki Shien asked suspiciously. Although she was surprised by Ryosuke's speed just now, why did she stop suddenly when she was still running? It's almost done. Just solve them here. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he also reached out and took off the mask on his face. Ryosuke, are you crazy? Uzuki Shien couldn't understand what Yagami Ryosuke did. Sister Shien, of course I'm not crazy, but no matter what you see later, don't tell anyone other than you and me. This is a little secret between the two of us, okay? Uzuki Shien. Ryosuke, wouldn't you? Chill. Here they come. Night God Ryosuke said suddenly. Then look over there. Brush, brush, brush. Three figures landed in front of the two without distinction. Then a second or two later, Hyuga Nakaji, still in Umbu uniform, arrived. Squad leader, what are you doing? Uzuki Yugao stared at Hyuga Yuji, who was standing with that cloud shinobi ninja, in disbelief. Sister Shien, are you surprised why our sub-captain is standing with these cloud shinobi ninjas? Yagami Ryosuke said with a faint smile. Uzuki Shien nodded subconsciously. She really can't understand. Actually, they're not cloud shinobi ninjas at all. Am I right? Night God Ryosuke looked at the three root ninjas disguised as cloud shinobi ninjas. Three ninjas from the root organization. Do you want to continue acting? The faces of the three root ninjas on the opposite side remained unchanged, and they did not get angry because their identities were revealed. The root ninjas, led by Danzo, are almost a group of killing machines. They have been trained since they were young to abandon their personal feelings and put Shimura Danzo as order first. At the same time, they were also planted with a tongue curse to eradicate technique, so that even if they betrayed Danzo, they would not be able to tell any secrets about Root and Danzo. When did you find out? Compared to the three emotionless Root ninjas like puppets, Hyuga was just bought by Danzo for the second time. In essence, he is different from these Root ninjas. Not quite a Danzo guy. Therefore, Hyuga Chuji also looked at Night God Ryosuke with a look of surprise at this moment, wondering when this kid saw through all this. I didn't notice it at first, but you watched me secretly several times, and I realized that you might have a problem. Yagami Ryosuke said. As for them, Yagami Ryosuke smiled and said, do you need a reason to doubt Shimura Danzo? It is not without reason that there are so many pots on Guiyang. Anyway, as long as Konoha encounters this kind of thing, I directly suspect that Shimura Danzo did it, and I can get 9.5 times out of 10. But apparently Hyuga didn't know about it for the second time. So he couldn't understand the words of the night god Ryosuke, and he could only think that Danzo sent someone to find the night god Ryosuke before. That's why he was alerted? Forget it, no matter when you found out. It's too late to say anything now. Hyuga didn't bother to continue thinking about such meaningless questions for the second time. Anyway, as long as you kill Night God Ryosuke and let the root ninja take his body back, your mission is considered complete. As a member of the branch house of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Nakaji knew from a young age that if he didn't find a backer, sooner or later he would die for his family like other branch house members. He didn't want his life to be like this. So he found Shimura Danzo, took the initiative to send his vote certificate, and joined the leader of the root organization. No way. Although the best backer in Konoha is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not make things difficult for a member of the branch house of the Hyuga clan at all. Asking for flowers, but Danzo is different, because he couldn't buy off the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. He could only settle for the next best thing and set his sights on them branch house ninjas, then use his own status to blackmail the Hyuga family, not allowing them to continue to use Cage Bird to control these branch house ninjas who have taken refuge in him. The Hyuga family is definitely not happy about this. But no way. In Konoha, Hokage and the elders are the ones who have the right to speak, and other ninjas are just attached. So what if it's stronger than Uchiha? If you are disobedient, you will be exterminated directly. To be honest, the matter of Uchiha's genocide really frightened the other ninja families in Konoha. Since Uchiha was exterminated, other ninja families have become much more honest. One by one, they no longer dare to raise any doubts about some of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions, for fear that it will be their turn next. Under such a big environment, Danzo asked for some branch house ninjas. Can the Hyuga clan not agree? Do they dare to agree? Hyuga is just one of many ninjas who took refuge in Danzo, and it's still in secret. Identity has not been revealed. Otherwise, he can't be Umbu's sub-captain either. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't put Danzo's men in high positions in Umbu. He wouldn't do this when the two of them wore a pair of pants before. 0. Not to mention, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now working to suppress Danzo's influence in the village. It will not be arranged like this. Ryosuke, what the hell is going on here? Yuzuki Shien simply doesn't call Yagami Ryosuke's Umbu codename. The people in front of me, whether they are Japanese or Japanese, Xiang Zhongji, the team leader, and these 3 root ninjas disguised as Cloud Shinobi, obviously all came for the night god Ryosuke. Now that it's all said and done, what else is there to hide? It's nothing. It's just that a certain Pot Shadow has lost his mind. Night god Ryosuke taunted. Pot Shadow? Does Konoha have this shadow? Isn't it only Hokage? Yuzuki Shien found that she couldn't understand some vocabulary of Yagami Ryosuke more and more. I said earlier that there is no reason to doubt Shimura Danzo, but now I am talking about Pot Shadows. She was really confused. In short, Sister Shien, you just need to know that these guys came to kill me under the order of Shimura Danzo. Yagami Ryosuke said. Yuzuki Shien nodded. She could still understand this. But why? I'll explain this later. Let's deal with these guys first. Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Hyuga on the opposite side also took off his mask for the first time, revealing a face of a middle-aged man in his 30s. He sneered and said, "Get rid of us? Night God Ryosuke, I admit that you are a genius, but you are too conceited, right? Don't think that with a little talent, you are invincible. Boy, you still have a lot to learn." Hyuga sneered a few times, then threw away the mask casually, waved his hand, and the three root ninjas rushed up instantly. Just let the three of them come on? Forget it. It doesn't make any difference anyway. Knight God Ryosuke shook his head slightly, then let go of his speed, disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of the three root ninjas. 64-64 bang bang. A face-to-face, Knight God Ryosuke grasped a root jonin's kunai with his palm. The sharp kunai pierced his palm, not even scratching his oily skin. Knight God Ryosuke kicked one of Jonin's hands instantly with a side kick, and the opponent's entire two arms exploded in an instant, and countless flesh and bones mixed with bone fragments splashed out. Finally, this root Jonin also wants to make seals to release ninjutsu. In the eyes of Knight God Ryosuke, the speed of his seal is as slow as a snail. Yagami Ryosuke directly grabbed his two arms, broke them lightly, and with a click, his arm bones broke in two. Boom! With a kick in the chest, this root Jonin was instantly kicked out by the Knight God Ryosuke. Just for a moment, Knight God Ryosuke pulled back and returned to the spot. As for the three Jinbu Jonins rushing up from the opposite side, except for one kunai who looked at him with a blade in surprise, there are no wounds on his body. The other two are already horrible, especially the one whose hands were directly kicked by the Knight God Ryosuke, screaming and rolling on the ground, dying of pain. System, if the original owner of the biological pheromones I collected dies, can the biological pheromones I collected before be used? Knight God Ryosuke suddenly asked the system in his heart. He was thinking about this just now. The root Jonin in front of me, as well as the members of this Hyuga branch house, are undoubtedly good transformation targets. If they're killed like this, then the talent entries on them cannot be transformed. It's a pity, but don't kill, that's not okay. Knight God Ryosuke was thinking that the biological pheromone required by the system must be obtained from living people. Then if he obtains it from a living person first, and then kills the person, does that even count? As long as the biological pheromone obtained from the living target, no matter whether the living target needs it or not, it can be effectively transformed. The system quickly responded. That's it, that's good. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, satisfied with the answer. In this case, in the future, as long as he obtains biological pheromone from the living target, whether this person is dead or not has nothing to do with him. Anyway, a person can only transform once. It doesn't matter if 073 is dead. After knowing this situation, things will be easier to handle. In the split-second fight, just now, Knight God Ryosuke has already obtained their biological pheromones from the three roots Jonin on the opposite side. At this moment, it has been stored in the system's biopheromone warehouse. Leftover, there is only elite Jonin from this Hyuga branch house in Hyuga. In fact, this guy is the real target of Knight God Ryosuke. The three root Jonin are at most just one extra head. As for the two root ninjas with special Jonin strength, Knight God Ryosuke didn't think much of them. And the killing was too fast just now, and they didn't have time to take away their biological pheromones first. This Knight God Ryosuke felt that he had to reflect on himself. No matter what, at least he had to get a sample of biopheromone from the other party first. Then you can kill whatever you want. Excuse me, what did you just say? What else do I have to learn? Knight God Ryosuke said to Hyuga, who was facing him with a smile. Hyuga Zhongzi, 21. What the hell are you? What kind of monster are you? At the age of 12, a face-to-face solution to two official Jonin? Even Itaki Kakashi back then was not so awesome. This moment, Hyuga was already a little panicked at the time. He suddenly realized that things seemed to be completely out of his control. The opponent's strength is not what they thought at all. Even stronger than what he just thought. With this kind of taijutsu, even if you were the taijutsu type elite Jonin in the village, you are nothing more than that. But the problem is, Yagami Ryosuke is just a 12-year-old kid. For the second time, Hyuga thought about his strength when he was 12 years old. He was also a genius in ninja school back then. With excellent grades, he graduated from ninja school ahead of schedule at the age of 10, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 12, and became an official Jonin at the age of 18. Hyuga Chuji always thought he was a genius. Even the Hyuga Niji, praised by many people in the branch house. In Hyuga Zhongji's opinion, his talent is not as good as himself. He became an elite jonin at the age of 27 and performed thousands of missions, large and small. There are many S-level missions among them. But this talent, compared with the knight god Ryosuke in front of him, it's not even a fart. 12-year-old elite jonin. How the hell do you compare? But fortunately, Hyuga Tsuji still has helpers here, and they have arrived. Thinking to himself, Hyuga Tsuji's eyes were also looking to the rear right. There are 3 figures coming towards this side quickly. After a few seconds, 3 figures landed on the open space. As soon as Aburame came to pick up the roots, he saw the 2 root jonin on the ground who were screaming that they would rather die, and they couldn't help frowning. As one of Danzo's right-hand men, Aburame's roots are different from ordinary root ninjas. He has his own thoughts, but he respects and admires Lord Danzo from the bottom of his heart and is willing to sacrifice his life for Lord Danzo. This time, Danzo personally handed over the task to him and asked him to do it. Originally, Aburame took the root and considered that Ryosuke, the night god, is a civilian genius valued by Sir Toby Hiruzen, so he has already made very sufficient preparations. Just now he took the other 2 root jonin, which is dealing with the other 3 members of the 7 squad. At this moment, Hei Fong and the 3 of them have been knocked out and tied up. Make sure they don't go to other Umbu members to come and support them. Coupled with the fact that Hyuga Zhongji, who no one knows, has taken refuge in Danzo, this should be a foolproof move. But now, things seem to have taken some unexpected turns. How was this going? Aburame looked at Hyuga and asked for the root. Your information is wrong. Night God Ryosuke is not Chunin strength at all, but has elite Jonin level strength. He's a little monster, Hyuga said in a dissatisfied tone. If it wasn't for the fact that the root information was wrong, he wouldn't have led people to intercept and kill Night God Ryosuke just now with full confidence. Fortunately, he didn't do it himself just now. Otherwise, if you are careless, you may really capsize in the gutter. Elite Jonin? You call this brat? Aburame also looked at Hyuga Tsuji in disbelief, and then at Ryosuke, the night god, who smiled and looked at them. The brat. You don't seem to be nervous at all. What's going on? Are you? Aburame rooted. At this time, Yuzuki Shien, who was on the side, suddenly looked at Aburame and asked, "Oh, you know me?" Aburame took root and looked at her. Yuzuki Shien nodded and said, "At the ninja school, I was 1 level older than you, and I often saw you sitting alone in the corner of the school playground at that time." Hearing this, Aburame took the root and laughed at himself and said, "What? You think I'm very pitiful?" Yuzuki Shien opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer this question, because she really felt pitiful for Aburame at the time. "Don't sympathize with me, because I have found my purpose in life. Now, Master Danzo's will is my will, so as long as it is what Master Danzo ordered, I must complete it." Aburame took a look at Yuzuki Shien. He had seen the other person's eyes countless times, and he was already used to it. He does not need it. What he wants is approval and faith, and Master Danzo is his faith. Aburame root, phosphorus? Night God Ryosuke has also heard of Aburame, who is the same as the taciturn Aburame Shino in their class, and Night God Ryosuke also heard that Aburame Shino occasionally mentioned the name Aburame. And, according to Shino, the other party has a very special ability even among their Aburame clan. Generally, the bugs controlled by the Aburame family are just ordinary parasites. But Aburame rooting is different. His body is full of highly poisonous phosphorus-carrying bad bugs. Phosphorus pests are much more lethal than ordinary parasites, so that even Aburame can't control them 100% by himself and will accidentally injure people around him from time to time. This also led to the fact that Aburame has no friends since childhood. Everyone will stay away from him. Think he's a monster. This treatment is a bit similar to Naruto, but Naruto is worse than Aburame's rooting. At least Aburame's rooting is only rejected by people, but Naruto is also insulted, and even stones are thrown at him. Unlike Naruto's positive personality, Aburame is a very taciturn person. In Yuzuki Shiin's memory, she hardly ever heard the other party speak. And since graduating from the ninja school, he has completely disappeared from the sight of the people around him. Little is known about where Aburame took its roots. I'm afraid only the senior officials of the Aburame family will know that he was asked to leave by Danzo. Although Aburame's root is younger than Yuzuki Shiin, his strength is far superior to Yuzuki Shiin's. The special phosphorus bugs that live in his body give him terrifying lethality. Even just touching it is enough to kill a person. This is a pretty tough guy. The strength is extremely powerful even among elite Jonin. In addition, Hyuga Zhongji, the ninja of the Hyuga family, who is also elite Jonin. Even some quasi-Kage level ninjas have to be careful when they encounter the two of them. If one is not good, the ship may capsize in the gutter. Ryosuke, this Aburame rooting phosphorus bug, is highly poisonous. Even touching it is enough to kill a person. You must be careful. At this time, Yuzuki Shiin also knew that she couldn't help at all. Her strength can't even beat any Jonin with roots on the opposite side, let alone helping Night God Ryosuke deal with elite Jonin like Aburame and Hyuga Chuji. So she can only provide some information to Ryosuke, the Night God, so that he can be psychologically prepared when he fights. Don't worry, Sister Shiin, Yishin Ryosuke said with a smile. However, if there's a fight later, Sister Shiin, you'd better stay away. After all, the aftermath of the battle for a while may be a bit large. Maue Shiin nodded, and after a word of caution, she retreated towards the rear. Wait until Yuzuki Shiin is gone. Night God Ryosuke looked at these people on the opposite side and said, Okay, do you have any last words now? Aburame looked at him coldly, waved. The two root Jonins beside him dispersed instantly, attacking Yagami Ryosuke from left and right directions. At the same time, he also shot together with Hyuga Nakaji, one in front and one behind, and surrounded the Night God Ryosuke in the middle. Looks like it's gone. Yagami Ryosuke smiled slightly. Next second, his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of huge fireballs were blown from the mouth of Night God Ryosuke. Each fireball is ridiculously large. With a diameter of more than 4 meters, it is even bigger than the Great Fireball. Is this the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique? Opposite route. The ninja couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a huge fireball hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. A large area of flame spread. A few root ninjas were so scared that they immediately used ninjutsu to resist. Water style. Water barrier. Wind style crush. There's a wind style that has not been copied. Night God Ryosuke noticed the ninjutsu performed by one of the roots, Jonin, and immediately copied it with Sharingan. In the next second, huge fireballs hit the water barrier one after another. The high temperature and explosion directly evaporated the large water curtain. The root behind water barrier 2.6 Jonin drew back with a pale face and watched helplessly as one after another fireballs broke through the water barrier's barrier and bombarded where he was originally standing. In an instant, the ground was blasted into big pits with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. Is this the kind of damage a Class C fire style can do? Several roots, Jonin, even wondered if he was wrong. In fact, this is not the Phoenix fire technique at all, but another A-level fire style, ninjutsu similar to the Phoenix fire technique. No, a normal A-level fire style doesn't seem to have such power, does it? This is almost catching up with the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu. Amidst the explosion, Night God Ryosuke, who was standing there, suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over his body and even foaming at the mouth. Sora has powerful ninjutsu, but if you don't know how to use it, it's useless. Aburame did not know when he appeared behind Night God Ryosuke. He looked down at Night God Ryosuke, who was twitching on the ground, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Take the root. Be careful. At this time, on the other side, Hyuga, who cast 8 trigrams air palm to blow up the fireball, suddenly found something and shouted loudly. Pity. Hyuga was still one step too late. Just when Aburame took the root and thought he had succeeded, another night, God Ryosuke suddenly came out of the ground and slashed on his arm. Brush! Aburame took the root and instantly turned into a cloud of insects to escape. In the night, God Ryosuke did not pursue, but put away a drop of blood on the blade. Get the first copy. Yagami Ryosuke smiled. After the worm cloud condensed and formed, Aburame looked down at a small wound on his arm, subconsciously pursed his lips, and then nanoscale phosphorus bad worms invisible to the naked eye clung to the wound, forming a layer of insect armor covered the wound. The wound is not big, basically nothing serious. But what baffles Aburame is, Yagami Ryosuke seems to be quite happy. It's very inexplicable. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Boom. A violent palm wind hit. Night God Ryosuke's body was instantly blasted into pieces. But what was broken all over the sky was just a large piece of sawdust. Hyuga turned around in an instant, and a picture of 8 trigrams appeared under his feet. There was a strong surge of chakra between his palms. With a waving of his palms, he blasted towards the night God Ryosuke, who appeared behind him. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Countless palm shadows instantly enveloped Night God Ryosuke's whole body. All possible dodging angles were blocked by the shadow of the palm, leaving him no room to dodge. Can't escape? Then don't hide. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Night God Ryosuke simply fights against Hyuga's 8 trigrams palms with physical skills. The opponent's palm shadow bombarded him. Except for revealing that the chakra in his body sealed his acupuncture points, it did not cause any other damage. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving Heaven. After hitting 128 palms, Hyuga switched to Revolving Heaven instantly for the second time, rotating to block the attack of Night God Ryosuke. Night God Ryosuke, you are finished. The chakra in your body has been sealed by me with 8 trigrams palms. Can you still mobilize chakra now? Hyuga said proudly for the second time. Seal. Night God Ryosuke smiled disdainfully. Is this also called sealing? Next second one. A chakra that was dozens of times stronger than before erupted from the body of Night God Ryosuke. Boom! Chakra, which is visible to the naked eye, bursts out from every pore of Night God Ryosuke's body, burning like a flame all over his body. Bang! The surrounding ground was crushed and cracked by this chakra coercion. Hyuga 31, who bears the brunt of the attack, was thrown directly from more than 10 meters in the middle before turning over and landing, looking at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him with a horrified expression on his face. This chakra. No, how is this possible? In Hyuga's sight, the chakra in the Night God Ryosuke's body directly increased by about 100 times. If it is said that the chakra in the body of the Night God Ryosuke only surpassed part of the elite Jonin. So now the chakra in Ryosuke's body is 20 to 30 times more than the chakra in the body of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Such a huge chakra, the first time Hyuga has seen it except for Tailed Beast and Jinchuriki. He has never seen a normal ninja, even a shadow of a village. Actually, Night God Ryosuke's current basic chakra has reached the level of ordinary Kaga level, plus the 35 times bonus of the talent entry. Chakra is a lot more than Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto's current chakra is 120 cards, but Ryosuke's chakra has reached about 350 calories. Such a huge chakra, even if it is just the coercion formed by a simple chakra explosion, is enough to scare people to death. At this time, it wasn't just Hyuga who was freaked out for the second time. Even the ninjas who took Aburame's roots turned pale with fright. This brat, what's going on? Why is he so much bigger than 9 Tails chakra? These rooted ninjas are completely incomprehensible. Why a normal ninja, chakra 9 Tails Jinchuriki, has more? This is completely unreasonable. Reasonable? For a hacker, what is reasonable? Said that he had never heard of this term. At this time, Ryosuke, the night god who broke out completely in chakra, also looked at the root ninjas in front of him with cold eyes. Ninja. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. A white smoke spread around, revealing more than a dozen shadow clone of Ryosuke, the night god, surrounding these people. Next second, wind style. Great breakthrough. Aburame Tsugen and others had question marks on their faces. Great breakthrough? You still want to kill our group of elite ninjas who are at least Jonin with a C-rank wind style? However, in the next second, Aburame took the root, and others knew that their thinking was completely wrong. Who said great breakthrough can't kill people? More than a dozen shadow clones cast great breakthrough at the same time, and the violent gale instantly ravaged the area like a typhoon of magnitude 18 passing through. Aburame Tsugen and others were directly blown away by the strong wind. Defensive ninjutsu performed is completely useless. Even if Hyuga used Revolving Heaven again for the second time, this so-called absolute defense was instantly broken, and he was directly blasted, crushed, and blood spurted all over the sky in embarrassment. Night God Ryosuke also took the opportunity to collect the biological pheromones of each of them. Done. He put away these biological pheromones, and then looked at the forest that had been great breakthrough. A large area has been cleared of trees. The ground is like a field that has been turned over, and those ninjas at the root are also lying on the ground dying. Only the two elite Jonin, Hyuga and Aburame, can barely stand. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Yishin Ryosuke thinks that Madara's words are very suitable to describe the current situation. These root ninjas on the opposite side are indeed not half as good as him. He only made a slight move, and more than half of them were already lying down on the other side. The strength gap is too large. Even though Night God Ryosuke has exposed many of his inexperience in the battle, these still cannot smooth out the huge gap in strength between the two sides. And now, biopheromones have arrived. Night God Ryosuke also intends to end this battle, give you a splendid funeral. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, and an orange-red bursting Rasengan condensed and formed in his palm. Burst Rasengan looks no bigger than a head, but the destructive power contained in it made the faces of Hyuga Zhongji and Aburame take the root on the opposite side suddenly change wildly. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, the two directly chose to turn around and run away. Can't beat. Can't beat at all. At this moment, even Aburame, who admires Danzo so much in his heart, does not intend to continue this task. What is there to continue with a mission that is bound to fail? Come on, feel the gorgeous gift I gave you. Night God Ryosuke dodges into midair in an instant and throws the explosive Rasengan in his hand vigorously. Moment. A brilliant orange tail flashed in the sky, like a meteor falling to the ground. First, a dazzling light illuminated the entire forest. Even Yuzuki Shien, who was 5 or 6 kilometers away from here, could see a little sun rising over there. Next second, the exploding fireball began to swell as if devouring everything. It swelled to a size of 1,000 meters in diameter, and then the ball began to deform. Rumble. The violent shock wave then swept across the 4 directions, destroying everything along the way. Trees, rocks, and soil were instantly burned to ashes by the scorching heat, and then swept into the sky by shock waves. Far away, Maui opened her mouth wide, looking at a huge mushroom rising over there in disbelief. She even forgot to keep running away. After 10 seconds, boom! A shock wave swept across the area where Yuzuki Shien was. The big tree was uprooted. Yuzuki Shien was tumbling directly in the air, and after a dozen laps, she was caught by a pair of powerful arms and then landed firmly on the emptied forest floor. Sister Shien, are you okay? Yagami Ryosuke put down Yuzuki Yugao and asked. Yuzuki Shien shook her head in a daze. Then he looked over there, and then at Ryosuke, the night god in front of him. That's what you did? She asked hesitantly. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile. That's right, a ninjutsu I just perfected a while ago is a bit more powerful. Slightly bigger? You call that a little bit big? I was 5 or 6 kilometers away from it, and in the end I was thrown into the sky. If your ninjutsu is used in a densely populated city, wouldn't it mean that the entire city would be razed to the ground on the spot? Ryosuke, are you really only 12 years old? Yuzuki Yugao looked at Yagami Ryosuke in front of her as if she was looking at some alien. Is this a ninjutsu that normal ninjas can use? Shouldn't ninjas be hand-to-hand combat, fighting against wisdom and tactics, and giving the enemy a one-hit kill in an unexpected way? When did ninjas start to engage in such large-scale terrorist attacks? Yuzuki Shien looked at the mess around her. It's hard to imagine that this kind of destructive power is only caused by a ninjutsu. Are you sure it's not a natural disaster? The tailed beast bomb of the tailed beast is nothing more than that, right? Yuzuki Shien felt that even the tailed beast bomb didn't have such terrifying destructive power. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Shien's expression of being so shocked that he doubted his life. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Well, the power of this ninjutsu is indeed a bit stronger, Sister Shien. Are you not scared?" "No, I'm already scared," Yuzuki Shien said dumbfoundedly. "Ryosuke, no wonder you told me to stay away before. Now, I fully understand." "You do not say." With this scope of destruction, as long as you get closer, people will disappear immediately. Yuzuki Yuyin can imagine at this moment that those ninjas at the root, including Hyuga, the Umbu branch leader, may not even be able to keep a piece of fingernail at this moment, right? In fact, it is true. The burst Rasengan that Ryosuke has further perfected can not only be thrown out for long-distance attacks, but also much more powerful than it was at the beginning. The fireball formed by its explosion is enough to engulf an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The internal temperature can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. No matter how powerful a ninja is, as long as they are within this range, they will almost die. Unless you can drive up to 0.47. That's another matter. But it will definitely be extremely embarrassing, and even getting injured is normal. And for ninjas who don't know how to drive Gundam, faced with this level of ninjutsu, you must either escape far ahead of time, or you will know time and space ninjutsu, or just wait for death. At least it can save a little effort to escape. Anyway, I can't run away. This trick is Burst Rasengan, and Night God Ryosuke thinks it is more suitable even if it is called the technique of growing mushrooms. Look over there. A huge mushroom cloud that hasn't dissipated yet. Isn't it just planting a huge mushroom on the ground? There's nothing wrong with that. Sister Shien, about my ninjutsu, it's best not to tell anyone other than you and me. I'm afraid it will scare them. Wild Ryosuke said. Heard. Yuzuki Shien also looked at him with complicated eyes, then nodded. Ryosuke, I don't know why you want to hide your strength, but I promise you, I won't tell others what happened today. Hearing what Yuzuki Shien said seriously, Yagami Ryosuke also said, when the time is right, I will tell Sister Shien everything. You hope that sister will come. Time to not be intimidated. Hearing this, Yuzuki Shien laughed and said, I have already been frightened by you, but if you want to frighten me again, it will not be so easy. You do not say. Everything that happened today really shattered Yuzuki Shien's 3 views. First, the ninjas from the village came to ambush Ryosuke, even the captain of their 2nd unit. This made Yuzuki Shien realize for the first time that there is more darkness in the village than she has ever seen before. Or, she had never really understood the darkness in the village before. An Umbu team leader would actually do such a thing. Yuzuki Shien couldn't help wondering whether it was the right decision to join Umbu. This is also one of the reasons why Yuzuki Shien promised Yishin Ryosuke to help him conceal his strength, because she can understand the current situation of Night God Ryosuke. If it were her, she would also choose to hide her true strength. Don't tell anyone. And Night God Ryosuke chose to tell her all this, which in itself is an expression of trust in her. This made Yuzuki Shien quite happy, able to be trusted by Night God Ryosuke. What the hell is going on here? A group of Umbu ninjas stared in shock at the huge pit in front of them. The diameter of the huge crater is almost 1 kilometer, and the bottom is nearly 100 meters away from the ground. And everything in a large area around it was destroyed. From a distance, the trees can only be seen from farther away. These Umbu ninjas are all scattered before, going in other directions with the ultimate goal of Umbu members. At this time, they were attracted by the huge explosion here and came to check the situation. As a result, after arriving here, what I saw was such a situation. Their 3 views were shattered on the spot. "Captain, is this caused by a meteorite?" asked an Umbu ninja. The captain standing in front shook his head, saying that he didn't know if it was a meteorite. After all, no meteorite was seen in the pit. Certainly, this does not rule out the possibility that someone has arrived here before them and took away the meteorite. "Look around and see if there are any clues," the captain commanded. Immediately, several members of Umbu scattered in search of possible clues. Murata Town. This is a small town in the northeast of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Iron. The town is not big, with a population of about 6 or 7,000 people. The most famous one is the Murata Hot Spring in the town. The name of Murata Town is also derived from this. After Yagami Ryosuke and Uzuki Shien left there, they did not return immediately to join other Umbu ninjas. Instead, they chose to continue going north and came to this Murata Town. They planned to rest here for a night before heading back to the village tomorrow. As for excuses, Uzuki Shien had already thought about it on the way. She would say that she was hunted down by Cloud Shinobi ninjas along with Night God Ryosuke, and then fled to the vicinity of the Iron Kingdom before getting rid of the pursuers, and then rested for a night to make sure that the non-hidden ninjas did not appear nearby before returning. As for the situation on the battlefield, feel sorry. They don't know either. If it was in the past, Uzuki Shien would definitely not lie to Hokage. But now Uzuki Shien doesn't know whether she should insist on herself. What happened today really had a big impact on her heart. Yagami Ryosuke also saw that Uzuki Shien was not in a good mood. So after finding out that the most famous place in this Murata town is Murata Onsen, he took Uzuki Shien to the largest hotel in the town. Boss is sweet. Yagami Ryosuke took out the money and put on the counter. The owner of the hotel is a woman in her 40s. After the other party took the money, he smiled and called a little girl to take them to the room with the key. Maiwa Shien followed along absent-mindedly along the way. It wasn't until she found out that Uzuki Shien came back to her senses. "Sister Shien, I heard that the hot springs in this town are quite famous. Let's go to a hot spring later, so as to relieve fatigue," Yagami Ryosuke said. Hearing this, Uzuki Shien also nodded. She is indeed a little tired. Soaking in a hot spring is not bad. "Guest, we have the most authentic Murata hot spring in our hotel. You will fall in love with our Murata hot spring in Murata Town as long as you soak it once." The little girl leading the way smiled and said to the two of them, "Okay, then we'll go experience your hot spring later." As Yagami Ryosuke said, he took out 500 taels and handed it to the little girl. "Guests, we don't have a rule for tipping." The little girl quickly waved her hand and refused. "It's okay, you can take it, wait for a while, and take us to your hot spring later," Yagami Ryosuke said. Put the money in the little girl's hands. Hearing this, the little girl hesitated for a while, then put the money into her pocket with a smile. "Guests, I'll be waiting for you behind the door," the little girl said, turned and left the room. "Ryosuke, did you come to this kind of place often before? How do you feel that you are very skilled?" Uzuki Yugao looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a suspicious expression. "No way. Miss Shien, you're overthinking. I've never been out of the village before, so I don't need to stay in a hotel in the village," Yagami Ryosuke said. But he actually went to the hot spring in Konoha several times. The main reason is that it is very comfortable to soak in a hot spring after you are tired from practicing. But all he wanted were serious hot springs. "I have never been to such a dishonest place. Sister Shien, there are 2 rooms in this suite. Which one do you want to sleep in tonight?" Eyes Ryosuke changed the subject and asked. "Just the one on the left." Uzuki Shien chose one at random. Anyway, The rooms are almost the same, and there is nothing to dance about. A few minutes later, Yagami and Ryosuke followed the little girl to the hot spring area of the hotel. Men's bath, ladies' bath, mixed bath, etc. Does this hotel have mixed baths? Night god Ryosuke stared at those two words for a few more seconds. Then Yuzuki Shien, who was beside him, seemed to notice what he was looking at and couldn't help laughing. Is Ryosuke going to try mixed bathing? Yuzuki Shien deliberately teased him and asked, Sister Shien, do you want to go together? Yagami Ryosuke asked. Forget it, I like to take a bath alone. Yuzuki Shien shook her head. But Ryosuke, you can try it. Maybe you can meet a beautiful young lady. Forget it, I'd better go to the men's bath. Night god Ryosuke thought about it, but gave up the idea of going to the mixed bath to gain insights. The main reason is that he had heard a rumor before that it was a woman who would go to mixed baths, either an elderly aunt or a group of old women. He didn't want to be scared and run out. How embarrassing. So, let's take a men's bath honestly. Oh, that's such a pity, Yuzuki Shien said with a smile on purpose. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't see that Yuzuki Shien was teasing him on purpose, so he rolled his eyes and walked directly into the door of the men's bath with his laurel seed. I chose a hot spring pool without people, and Yagami Ryosuke soaked in the hot spring comfortably, feeling like the pores of his body were opened. So comfortable. He casually covered his face with a wet towel, then lay on the edge, resting with his eyes closed. After a while, Yagami Ryosuke took off the towel from his face and wiped his face again. Seeing no one around, he took out a drop of blood from the system's biopheromone warehouse. This drop of blood is the root blood of Aburame. System, transform this drop of blood on my hand. Night god Ryosuke said silently in his heart. Next second, the drop of blood on his hand disappeared instantly. Then a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Phosphorus bug body, blue. Phosphorus bug body. Blue, there are a lot of poisonous phosphorus bugs in your body. These cute little bugs will obey your orders. Maybe you can try to accept the reality that your body is covered with bugs. Insect affinity plus 100%. Attached. Phosphorus bad, insect boarding. Hiss. Those who play with bugs are ruthless people. Night god Ryosuke looked at the contents of this talent entry and thought. The ninjas of the Aburame family can bear a lot of bugs living in their bodies. Anyway, if it were Night god Ryosuke, he would not be able to accept the fact that he was covered in bugs all over his body. So, there's nothing to say about this talent entry. Just break it down directly. Originally, Ryosuke, the night god, came here to break down the experience points of the entries. The blue talent entry can get 100 experience points after decomposition, which is 10 times that of the green talent entry. Unfortunately, even if these experience points are added up and invested in a golden talent entry, it is far from enough to upgrade it. Night god Ryosuke opened the character panel and glanced at a golden talent entry that had been hanging up. In more than 2 years, the experience value of these 3 golden talent entries has already exceeded 10,000 points. But it's still 9/10 short of the 100,000 points needed to upgrade. At this rate, it will take another 20 years to upgrade. This is too long. But since the system had the first update, Night god Ryosuke guessed that there should be a second update. The first update added the hang-up function of this entry. So what about the second update? Will it add any new functions? Or increase the efficiency of the original functions? For example, increase the hang-up income from 10 points a day to 100 points a day. Then it is easy to upgrade the golden talent entry. I don't know what the conditions for the next system update will be. Night god Ryosuke guessed that it might have something to do with the number of equipment entries. The previous update was because of this. But before the night, god Ryosuke tried to equip a lot of white and green entries. It turned out to be of no use. The system does not prompt to update. Possible. This also has something to do with the entry level of the equipment. Perhaps those below purple are not counted by the system. If that's the case, Night god Ryosuke will have to equip a few more purple talent entries in the future. It doesn't matter whether it's useful or not. as long as it doesn't disgust me. There are no side effects either. You can stay and equip first. After soaking in the hot spring, it was completely dark outside. Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien found a restaurant in the small town for dinner, and then went back to the hotel to rest. Late at night, in the room, Yagami Ryosuke was having trouble sleeping. He remembered that the little girl who led the way had said that the suite was also equipped with a small hot spring pool. Except that it is a little smaller, it is no different from the hot spring I used to soak in before. It is the Middle Murata hot spring. So Yagami Ryosuke, who couldn't sleep, simply got up, took a bathrobe, and went directly to the hot spring. Open the bathroom door. There is indeed a small hot spring here. The hot spring is a small circular hot spring with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Yagami Ryosuke took off his clothes and stepped into the water, allowing the hot spring to cover his whole body. I wonder if Sister Shien is asleep? Night God Ryosuke thought suddenly. The last time he stayed at Yui Shien's house, Yui Shien suffered from insomnia that night. I wonder if she will suffer from insomnia again if she stays in this hotel tonight? But this night, it is impossible for Yagami Ryosuke to knock on Yuzuki Shien's door and ask her if she is asleep, in case she is already asleep, but he waked her up instead. That wake-up gas. Scary to think about. With his face covered in a towel, Yagami Ryosuke rested in the hot spring with his eyes closed. I don't know how long it has passed. Just when he was a little drowsy and about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sliding door open. Yagami Ryosuke was startled and hurriedly took the towel off his face and moved towards the door. At the door, Yuzuki Yugao, who was wearing a pink bathrobe, was standing there with a small frame, looking at Ryosuke, who was soaking in the water, in surprise. Ryosuke, are you still awake? From Zhao, Sister Shien, are you suffering from insomnia again? The two asked each other almost at the same time, then fell into a moment of silence. Well, why don't I let you? Night God Ryosuke asked. Heard. Yuzuki Shien, who was standing at the door, hesitated for a moment, then turned and closed the sliding door of the bathroom. It's okay, let's go clubbing together. Yuzuki Shien turned around with a slightly red face and said, I wonder if it was smoke by the heat of the hot spring? Probably. Turn your head away. Yuzuki Yugao said to Yagami Ryosuke. Oh. Yagami Ryosuke froze for a moment, then turned his head to the side in embarrassment. After a while, there was a sound of water entering. Okay. Yagami Ryosuke, who heard the voice, turned his head back and saw that Yuzuki Yugao had walked into the hot spring pool. Sister Shien, are you unable to sleep again? Yagami Ryosuke felt that if he didn't speak at this moment, the atmosphere would be very awkward, so he took the initiative to find a topic to talk about. Yeah, maybe too many things happened during the day, so I can't sleep. Yuzuki Shien nodded and said, when she was in the room before, when she closed her eyes, she would remember what happened during the day, so that she couldn't sleep at all. Later, distraught, she remembered that the little girl leading the way had said that there was also a small hot spring in the room, so she thought of coming over to take a dip in the hot spring to relax. Maybe she would be able to sleep well. It turned out that night, God Ryosuke had the same idea. It's no coincidence. Soaking in hot springs is good, but not for too long. Otherwise, the skin will wrinkle and the head will feel dizzy. Walking will feel like the world is spinning. Fortunately, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien are both ninjas with better physique than ordinary people. It's okay to soak for a while. The two soaked until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, when Yuzuki Shien said that she was a little sleepy and went to bed first. And Yagami Ryosuke also soaked for a while and went to the room to rest. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Yuzuki Shien didn't wake up until 8:30 in the morning. As soon as she came out of the room, she saw that Yagami Ryosuke was already drinking tea in the yard. You wake up so early. Yuzuki Shien said, Aren't you sleepy today? Yagami Ryosuke shook his head with a smile and said, When I was at home, I didn't sleep much. I used to feel sleepy, but now I don't. After a little sleep for 3 or 4 hours, I feel refreshed. If only I could be like you. I used to be busy until midnight when I had tasks before I could rest, and then I had to get up early the next day. I felt like I didn't get enough sleep, every time. As Yuzuki Shien said, she turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. After she finished washing and came out, Yagami Ryosuke had asked the hotel to bring her breakfast. "Let's eat. We will go back after eating," Yagami Ryosuke said. Yuzuki Shien nodded, pulled out the chair, and sat down. After 9 a.m., Yagami Ryosuke went to the front desk to check out the room. "Is the hot spring in our hotel good?" The proprietress took the key with a smile and asked. "Heard." Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien couldn't help but think about what happened last night. "Great. Nothing to say." Yagami Ryosuke is quite natural, and he also praised the hotel's hot spring, by the way. But Yuzuki Shien, who was standing behind her, blushed a little and lowered her head subconsciously. When the two came out of the hotel, Yagami Ryosuke saw Yuzuki Yuyin looking at the ground all the time, only to realize that she was blushing a little. "Sister Shien, you are blushing," Yagami Ryosuke said. "Yuzuki Shien, people are hard to tear apart, hey." Out of anger, Yuzuki Shien Wolf 127 stomped on the back of Yagami Ryosuke's foot. And Night God Ryosuke also pretended to be in pain. "Does it really hurt?" Yuzuki Shien thought that she had used too much strength and really stepped on Ryosuke, the night god. But soon, she just remembered that the brat in front of her was a guy whose flesh/body could directly resist belevel ninjutsu. It's no wonder that it hurts if you just step on the back of your foot. Knowing that she was cheated again, Yuzuki Shien glared at Yagami Ryosuke angrily. "Okay, Sister Shien, I'm joking with you." Yagami Ryosuke scratched his head with a smile and said, "Don't make such a joke next time." Yuzuki Shien said angrily. Yishun Ryosuke said that he would not do it next time, and then looked at the angry Yuzuki Shien and suddenly said, "Sister Shien, you look cute when you are angry." "Why?" Yuzuki Shien. "You still say." She raised her hand to hit him, but Yagami Ryosuke hurried to the front. "Don't run. Let me hit you a few times." Yuzuki Shien chased after them, and the two quickly ran out of the town. Outside the town is a dense forest. There are still wisps of morning fog floating in the forest. The two who chased and ran out of the town stopped suddenly and heard the sound of wind chimes in their ears. Yuzuki Shien looked towards the distance of the road. In the morning mist, two tall figures were slowly walking towards this side. Because of the influence of the fog, Yuzuki Shien could also see clearly the appearance of the person coming. But the faint murderous aura in the air made Yuzuki Shien couldn't help showing a solemn expression. "It's them." Night God Ryosuke then opened the white eyes and Sharingan. Although his eyes were still in normal condition, he could already see clearly the appearance of the person coming from a distance through the wisps of morning fog. A windbreaker with red clouds on a black background, wearing a bamboo hat, with wind chimes hanging on both sides of the hat. The crisp wind chimes came from there. I didn't expect to meet Konoha's ninja here. Wait till you get close." The two members of the Akatsuki organization also discovered the night god Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien standing in front. He glanced at the Konoha forehead protectors on the two of them, and then DB, white-haired and green-eyed Kaku, who was wearing the Taki Ninja Village Rebel forehead protector, also took out a booklet from his sleeve. Open the booklet and look at it page by page. Finally, his eyes stopped on one of the pages. Yuzuki Shien, Konoha Special Jonin, offering a reward of 8 million taels. Kakuzu read out the contents of the pamphlet. "No way, Kaku," hiding on the side, muttered dissatisfiedly. "You don't even want to sell this kind of reward of 8 million, do you? Don't waste time. I'm full." "Isn't 8 million money?" Kakuzu gave Haydn a cold look. "Let alone 8 million. Even if it is 800,000, he will not let it go. Anyway, it's a matter of convenience. Why not do it? This 8 million is so easy to earn. Is it possible that you still feel disgusted?" Kakuzu is not the kind of person who would dislike low money. No matter how much money there is, as long as there is money to be made, he is willing to do it. "I really convinced you. I won't help you." Haydn folded his hands and said impatiently, "You don't need to do anything. I can handle it myself. Just give me 2 minutes." Kakuzu glanced at him lightly It was just a special jonin of Konoha. Not even a formal jonin. It could be done easily in a few minutes. It didn't take much time at all. Cut. What a hassle. Haiden curled his lips. Sister Shien, do you still have a reward? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Yuzuki Yuyen with some surprise. Generally speaking, those who can hang a reward on the black market are not ordinary ninjas. Ordinary ninjas would not let people spend money to put a bounty on their heads. Even Ryosuke, the night god, didn't expect that there would be a reward on the black market for Jonin's Yuzuki Shien. Although 8 million is not much. But that is also the reward for 2 or 3 S-level missions. I don't know either. Mao Yuxian shook her head. She had never heard of the news that she was offered a reward on the black market. But 8 million taels? My head is only worth 8 million taels? Yuzuki Shien was a little angry, feeling underestimated. As for worrying about the 2 ninjas on the opposite side, feel sorry. Since seeing the strength of Ryosuke yesterday, Yuzuki Shien didn't feel worried or nervous at all at the moment. She even felt a little unlucky for the 2 traitors on the opposite side. He actually met the 2 of them and planned to attack them. Isn't this suicidal? Boy, you're not on Lousie's roster. If you don't want to die, go away. Don't get in the way of Lousy making money. Kakuzu said to Night God Ryosuke. Uncle Kakuzu has always looked down on this kind of ninja who doesn't offer a reward. A piece of junk that doesn't even have a bounty on it. Unworthy to die at the hands of his master Kakuzu. Kakuzu, hurry up. Haiden urged. Shut up. Talk again, and I will kill you together. Kakuzu turned his head and said viciously. Otherwise, these guys from the Shao organization are all ruthless people. They became so ruthless that they even dared to kill their own companions. But that's nothing. After all, there are werewolves who even slash the tail beast bomb. What's the point of killing a few companions? Ryosuke, why don't you let me try? Yuzuki Shien put one hand on her ninja knife, wanted to see if this guy in front of him is as powerful as he said. It's just pure lip service. No, Sister Shien, these 2 are not simple roles. Let me do it. Yagami Ryosuke stops Yuzuki Yugao. Yuzuki Shien didn't know the 2 people in front of him, but how could Yagami Ryosuke not know him? Akatsuki's undead duo. One Haiden, one Kakuzu. The former has an immortal body, and his physical skills are not bad, which is at the level of Jonin. But the key is that the immortal body is very troublesome, and he can use a spell to kill CC with blood. If you don't know his information, if you accidentally get your own blood, you will be at his mercy. And the other, Kakuzu, far surpasses Haiden in terms of hard power. Haiden mainly relies on immortality and weird spells. But as long as you figure out his information, it is not difficult to fight. But Kakuzu is different. This guy is an old monster who has lived for more than 90 years. Although he looks young, he is actually a grandpa. It is said that this guy was once ordered to assassinate first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. But because of fear, he just threw a shuriken from a distance and ran away. Therefore, it is nicknamed Kakuzu, who threw a shuriken 800 miles away. But don't look at Kakuzu facing Senju Hashirama, so scared that he didn't even dare to make a move and ran away. But in fact, they're also genuine Kaga-level powerhouses. The strength of a body, even in the Kaga level, is also a high-end level. Hard to deal with. In particular, he has 5 hearts, and only by completely destroying these 5 hearts can he be killed. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill him in other ways. People who don't know this information will never find his 5 hearts wearing a mask, and think it's just some kind of special secret technique. Night God Ryosuke also didn't expect that he would meet the undead duo here. And Kakuzu even had his eye on Yuzuki Shien. The reason turned out to be because of the reward of 8 million taels. Ryosuke, do you know them? Yuzuki Shien heard Yagami Ryosuke's words and asked him in surprise. Yishan Ryosuke nodded and said, I heard, Sister Shien, you back up and protect yourself. Leave these 2 guys to me. I just ate too much in the morning. Let's fight to digest food. Then be careful yourself. I'll watch for you. Yuzuki Shien said. It also retreated to the vicinity of the gate of the town. At this time, on the opposite side, Kakuzu looked up and down at Night God Ryosuke. It seems that your strength is stronger than this female ninja, but you really don't think about leaving here anymore. I really don't want to be with a ninja like you who doesn't even have a reward. Kakuzu also tried to persuade Night God Ryosuke to leave. For him, following a master ninja who doesn't offer a reward is tantamount to wasting time to make money. And wasting time to make money is one of the most shameful things for Kakuzu, second only to spending money. Needless to say, if you don't defeat me today, I won't be able to let you get close to Shiyen. Sisters, Yagami Ryosuke said. Then he slowly pulled out his ninja sword. His ninjutsu is too powerful. Even if it is a C-level ninjutsu, in his hands, it can display the power close to that of an S-level ninjutsu. And Night God Ryosuke also focused on the biological pheromones on the undead duo. If it was them, it should be able to transform into 2 talent entries that are at least purple, right? Undead duo, don't let me down. Yagami Ryosuke murmured to himself. Next second, his figure disappeared in a swipe. On the opposite side, Kakuzu showed a contemptuous smile, his hands under the sleeves quickly sealed, and in an instant, 2 hideous masked monsters emerged from his body. Wind-style crush. Boom! A gust of wind blasts the incoming Night God Ryosuke. However, the Night God Ryosuke rushed up directly with Wind-style wearing the masked monster, completely ignoring Wind-style's attack. Oh, I have some skills. Kakuzu looked at the Night God Ryosuke, who rushed up with Wind-style in surprise, a little surprised at the opponent's strength. After all, Night God Ryosuke looks too immature. You could tell at a glance that you are still young. So at the beginning, neither Kakuzu nor Haiden took Night God Ryosuke seriously. But the truth is that this kid's strength is quite good. That's right. In Kakuzu's heart, the strength shown by Night God Ryosuke at this moment is just good. He couldn't remember how many ninjas like this he had killed in his life. A pile of human heads can form a hill. Kakuzu was just a little surprised, but didn't take it too seriously. Ninja, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Yagami Ryosuke performed this move with the swordsmanship he learned from Yuzuki Yugao. As soon as the Dance of the 3 Suns and the Moon was performed, 3 Night Gods Ryosuke appeared in the midair and surrounded Kakuzu with 2 in front and 1 behind. Under the bonus of 400% of the power of swordsmanship, Night God Ryosuke's sword is fast and accurate. Before even Kakuzu had time to dodge, the Night God Ryosuke killed this wind, a tribute masked monster, in an instant. At the same time, Night God Ryosuke also chopped off one of Kakuzu's arms. The arm flew out with blood. In an instant, 3 other masked monsters emerged from Kakuzu's body, releasing several ninjutsu to temporarily force Night God Ryosuke back. Immediately, Kakuzu looked at the blown wind attribute mask monster with a dark face and looked at the Night God Ryosuke, no longer the previous look of contempt. Instead, it carried a strong, killing intent. This brat, he dared to destroy his own heart. Unforgivable. Hey, Kakuzu, can you do it? Haiden, who was standing on a tree, saw that Kakuzu's heart was blown by a face-to-face and couldn't help but shouted suspiciously. Shut up. Kakuzu turned to look at him angrily. He was really angry this time. One of his 5 hearts was easily blown out by this brat in front of him. The essential. This kid is still that kind of unknown little person. I haven't heard of the other party at all. If it were those famous ninjas in the ninja world, then Kakuzu would recognize it. After all, if you lose 1 or 2 hearts, you can't die. As long as you win in the end, who can say anything about him? But now being hurt by such a small character, Kakuzu really can't accept it. He felt his dignity was insulted. Especially, the idiot Haiden even laughed at him. This makes Kakuzu even more unbearable. Damn kid, you managed to S me off. Kakuzu looked at Yagami Ryosuke opposite with murderous eyes, and at this moment he even ignored Yuzuki Shiyen, who was worth 8 million taels over there. He just wanted to kill this brat so that he could maintain his composure. Uncle, you don't look very good. It turns out that you were just a good talker. Knight God Ryosuke laughed and mocked. This made Kakuzu even more furious. Sharp-toothed brat, go to hell. Kakuzu, who was dominated by anger, directly controlled his three masked monsters to kill the Knight God Ryosuke. He was careless before. I misestimated the strength of this brat. But this time, he won't be so careless again. As long as you fight hard, the effect of this kind of jonin strength is not the same as cutting melons and vegetables. Fire style. Head hard. From the mouth of a masked monster, a large piece of flame like half of the seawater was ejected. The moment the flames hit the ground, they spread across a large area, covering all of Night God Ryosuke's escape routes. Lightning style pseudo-dark. Another masked monster also opened its mouth and sprayed out a thunderbolt, shooting directly at the Night God Ryosuke in the center of the sea of flames. The last masked monster didn't make a move, because the attribute of this masked monster is water. Right now, the surrounding area has been covered by a sea of flames. So if you use water-style ninjutsu at this time, you're not creating obstacles for yourself. Compared to ninjutsu? Cut. Will I be afraid of you? Night God Ryosuke sneered, completely ignoring the raging sea of flames. His hands formed seals instantly, and then spit out a huge amount of water from his mouth, rushing towards the sea of flames in front of him like a cataract. Water style. Water chaos. The sea-level water-style ninja, released by Night God Ryosuke, is as powerful as the S-level. In the current waterless environment, it can create a massive flow of water, which is even bigger than the big waterfall. Kakuzu on the opposite side was stunned. God, what is this water chaos? Do you think I can't make waves? Boom! The monstrous torrent smashed everything in its path. Kakuzu was so frightened that he jumped up and jumped into the air, avoiding the massive water flow. Below, the whole forest was almost submerged by the flood. The big trees were washed down by the current, floating on the water, and washed away with the rushing water. Haiden, who was standing on a tree to watch the fun before, quickly imitated Kakuzu and jumped up to dodge, then turned over and landed on a piece of wood floating on the water. Wow, this water style is so scary. Haiden bluffed. There's also a water style master within their organization. But even Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't make a mere water turbulence burst out with such terrifying power. You said, I thought it was a big explosion. Slap. Kakuzu falls from the sky. His feet on the turbulent water and the excellent control of Chakra keeps him from falling into the water. What kind of monster is this kid? At this moment, Kakuzu couldn't help but doubt his life. He swore. Even second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who claims to be more like Mizukage than Mizukage, can't use a sea-level water style on this scale. Not to mention the consumption of chakra. The key is that sea-level ninjutsu has not supported such a large chakra output since its birth. Otherwise, everyone should learn sea-level ninjutsu. It's easy to learn, unlike those A-level or even S-level ninjutsu, which require extraordinary talent to learn at every turn. Stay out of the way, awesome. Yagami Ryosuke clapped his hands in praise. Kakuzu, hide and see. No, why is this kid talking so annoyingly? Is he mocking us? He's laughing at us, right? Shwa. Kakuzu, let me come if you can't. Haiden picked up his scythe angrily and waved it in the air, looking angry. Go away. He's mine. Kakuzu let out a roar. Stepping on the water quickly with both feet, he rushed to the Night God Ryosuke in front of him. Compared with ninjutsu, he found that he seemed to be no match for this brat. The opponent's chakra is amazing. The power of the ninjutsu used is also amazing. If he continued to fight at a wider distance, the loser would most likely be himself. So Kakuzu immediately changed his fighting strategy. Earth style, Earth Spear. Kakuzu still has an Earth-type heart in his body. At this time, he used Earth-style ninjutsu to strengthen his defense and attack, and his two arms instantly became pitch black, as if there was some hard substance covering them. The other side, Yagami Ryosuke just copied Kakuzu's fire-style head pain with Sharingan. Seeing Kakuzu rushing up at this time, He cast another earth style that he hadn't learned before and quickly copied it again. Although Night God Ryosuke's chakra attribute is fire, water, wind, does not have soil properties, but that doesn't mean he can't learn earth attribute ninjutsu. It's just that, whether it is learning or using, it will get twice the result with half the effort. Certainly, ninjas can develop additional chakra attributes in a later stage. Even a ninja who originally only had a single attribute can acquire multiple chakra attributes. However, Ryosuke has not yet practiced the shape change and nature transformation of the soil attribute, so the copied earth style can only exert almost 1/3 of the main effect. Earth style. Earth spear. Night God Ryosuke instantly cast the copied earth style ninjutsu and also hardened his arms. A pitch-black earth attribute substance covered his two arms. Night God Ryosuke laughed and punched Kakuzu. Boom! The fists of the two collided instantly in midair, and Kakuzu, who was on the opposite side, watched in disbelief that he was blown apart and turned into countless fragments of his right hand, and watched Ryosuke's hand pierce through his own chest, exploded the earth attribute heart in his body. F***K. Kakuzu fell to the ground with a thud, pretending to be dead. But I couldn't understand in my heart, why was I easily blown away by the Night God Ryosuke, despite the same ninjutsu? Did I use a fake earth style? Kakuzu. Seeing Kakuzu rushing to the street, hiding behind, was also taken aback. He even forgot that Kakuzu had 5 hearts and rushed forward with his scythe. Little devil die. Hide and jump high and slashed at Night God Ryosuke. And Night God Ryosuke just raised his head to look at him, then raised his hand and grabbed the sickle that Haiden had chopped down. Clang! The sickle struck the arm of Night God Ryosuke. It didn't break the defense. Haiden stared at the scene with wide eyes, instantly embarrassed. Don't break the defense. This is how to do. If he can't break the defense, he won't get the blood of Ryosuke, the Night God, and he can't cast the spell without blood. If you don't rely on death and blood, Haiden's combat power is only equivalent to that of Jonin. How to spell? That's it. Night God Ryosuke also wanted to try to see if Haiden's attack could break his own defense. Although he was confident that Haiden couldn't do it, he still didn't remove the spear ninjutsu on his arm out of the principle of keeping one hand. Asking for flowers. At this time, Haiden's knife really failed to break through the Night God Ryosuke's defense. Even a layer of black substance on his arm couldn't be broken. The attack is completely useless. Let's go. Night God Ryosuke grabbed Haiden's scythe in his backhand and pulled him over. Boom! The air burst instantly. Night God Ryosuke shattered Haiden's chest with one punch, sending his body flying heavily. Blood spilled all over the sky. Yagami Ryosuke caught one of the drops and put it away. This time, the biological pheromones of the undead duo are all in hand. It just so happens that today's conversions haven't been used yet. After killing these two guys, you can try to convert the talent entry of one of them to see how it works. Ryosuke. Behind him, Yuzuki Yugao suddenly yelled the name of Yagami Ryosuke. He looked back. It was found that Kakuzu, who was still pretending to be dead just now, had disappeared. There was only a big pool of blood left on the ground. Yagami Ryosuke frowned, realized that Kakuzu should be rescued by Akatsuki. Oh, and Haiden. Night God Ryosuke reacted instantly and immediately rushed towards Haiden. He's faster than most Kaga-level powerhouses. In just a split second, he rushed to Haiden, who had a huge hole in his chest. At this time, a pair of black and white hands emerged from the ground. The ground rippled like a circle of water. Seeing that Haiden was about to be taken away, Yagami Ryosuke kicked him out instantly. Boom! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Night God Ryosuke fell to the side, frowning. He's also not sure if Haiden died with his last kick, but he did see most of Haiden's body blasted into blood. The scene of fog, but it is also possible that part of it was taken away by Ju. But if there is only a small part of the body left, can Haiden, the immortal body, keep him alive? Or is there any point in living like this? Standing in place, Yagami Ryosuke sensed the surrounding environment. Even looked with the clairvoyant eye of the white eye. Also did not find any traces of the third chakra besides himself and Uzuki Shien. It runs really fast. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, then turned back to Uzuki Shien. Ryosuke, a weird guy with a picture-like growth, just took that person's body. Seeing Yagami Ryosuke approaching, Uzuki Shien hurriedly told him what she had just seen. That guy is not dead yet. He was rescued by his companion. Yagami Ryosuke said, "Ah, it's not dead yet." Uzuki Shien was shocked. The whole chest was smashed, and the heart was gone. Still alive? What monsters are these? Forget it, just run away. It doesn't matter anyway. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, then looked at the mess around him, and called Uzuki Shien to leave here together. It was a long time after they all left. The people in Murata Town had just plucked up the courage to walk out of the town. Looking at the forest in front of them that seemed to have been ravaged by floods, they remained silent for a long time. In a cave, Kakuzu, who lost 2 hearts, and Haiden's last remaining head emerged from the ground. It's almost safe to get here. Ju looked at Kakuzu, then handed him the head of Haiden in his hands. This time you're lucky. I happen to be nearby. Otherwise you two will be finished. Ju was not polite at all, but Kakuzu was remembering the battle just now with a dark face and didn't listen to what he said at all. On the contrary, although Haiden only had 1 head left, he still yelled, saying that he wanted to seek revenge from the other party and retrieve his own weapon. Stop looking for that Konoha shinobi. You can't beat him. He glanced at the bluffing Haiden. Then his body slowly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. After he left, Haiden was still clamoring to take revenge and get back his place. Kakuzu, who was in a bad mood, became even worse when Haiden yelled at him over and over again. "Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I will leave you here right now." Apparently, the passerby's threat had worked. After all, Haiden only has 1 head left at the moment. If this was left here by Kakuzu, wouldn't he be left in this cave for the rest of his life? The key is, Haiden is theoretically immortal. In other words, there's a high probability that he will not die of old age. Therefore, he may be hundreds or even thousands of years from now, and he will still be alone in this cave with his head alone. Even if it is a direct mental breakdown, seeing Haiden, the B************* D finally quieted down, Kakuzu angrily led him out of the cave. Next, he had to make up for the 2 hearts he had lost. As for Haiden's body, then talk about it later. Anyway, having 1 head left doesn't affect his eating and sleeping, and it just fell out when you ate it. Wouldn't that be better? Without a stomach, will you never be full? After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yagami Ryosuke and Uzuki Yugao rested in the woods and had a simple lunch by the way. After lunch, Uzuki Shien took out a map to confirm their current location. According to their current speed, they can return to the village before dark. I just don't know if the other Umbu ninjas of the second team have returned to the village. Also, 747 means. Are they still on mission? Anyway, the 2 of them didn't meet other Umbu members on the way back. So there's a high probability that they have already returned. After all, this so-called intelligence recovery mission was probably initiated by Danzo himself. It might be possible that no important information was lost at all. During the break, Night God Ryosuke took out 2 drops of blood collected from the undead duo. After thinking about it, he took back the drop of Kakuzu's blood. Although Kakuzu is stronger than Haiden. But according to Night God Ryosuke's past experience, only by collecting special ninjas like Haiden can they transform into better talent entries. As for Kakuzu, it is very likely that some spoof talent entries will be transformed, like the man who defeated Senju Hashirama, or talent entries like the man who threw a shuriken 800 miles away. In contrast, Night God Ryosuke thinks that if it is Haiden, it is more likely that he will transform into corresponding talent entries according to his characteristic of immortality. After all, when it comes to immortality in the world of Hokage, the first thing that comes to mind is Haiden. Kakuzu is all secondary. After all, Kakuzu can be killed by bursting 5 hearts. But what about Haiden? You cut him into pieces, he can't die. That's an exaggeration. Night God Ryosuke has always felt that Haiden's immortality is the most buggy ability in the entire Hokage world. Even if he was killed by Shikamaru and the others in the later stage, he was only blown to pieces. If someone helps him to stitch him up, he can continue to live. It's outrageous. If Night God Ryosuke can also get something like this immortal body, then combine it with his super recovery ability, isn't it incomprehensible? Haiden also needs Kakuzu to help him stitch his wounds and things like that. But Night God Ryosuke can handle everything by himself. Become a real, unkillable monster? System, melt this drop of blood on my hand. Yagami Ryosuke communicates with the system in his mind. Immediately, the drop of blood on his hand disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a prompt also sounded in his mind. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Immortal body, purple. Hearing this prompt, Night God Ryosuke couldn't help but his eyes brightened. Immortal. Sure enough, as he guessed, the talent entry transformed from Haiden is related to immortality. Immortal body. Purple, you are an undead monster that gods hate and ghosts hate. Countless people have tried to take your life, but they all ended in failure. Recovery power plus 500%. With ability. Immortality, purple. It even increases resilience. Night God Ryosuke looked at the attributes of the talent entry, immortal body, in surprise. Apart from the expected ability of immortality, I didn't expect that the only numerical attribute that increased was the recovery ability. So, wouldn't the recovery ability of Night God Ryosuke become more terrifying? The original primary sage body plus 20 times the recovery bonus has already made Night God Ryosuke's physical recovery ability comparable to Naruto's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And now, added another 500% recovery. Is this going to make Night God Ryosuke really an immortal monster? As for the attached ability of immortality, after equipping this talent entry, Night God Ryosuke checked it out. It was found that the effect of this ability increases with the level of the talent entry, immortal body. Now this talent entry is purple level. So the immortality obtained by Night God Ryosuke is also purple level. There is no vital point in the body. Even if his heart is blown, he can still live well. And with his amazing resilience, he can grow a heart again. But there is a weakness. Is his brain? As long as the damage to the brain exceeds 50%, his immortal body cannot ensure that he will not die. Therefore, from now on, the only thing Ryosuke needs to protect is his own brain. As long as the brain is okay, everything else doesn't matter. Certainly, as a man, the injury in some places may cause a certain psychological shadow, so it is better to avoid it if it can be avoided. But if the talent entry immortal body is upgraded to the gold level, correspondingly, Night God Ryosuke's immortality ability will also be improved. At that time, the brain will no longer be his weakness. In other words, even 99% of the damage can be recovered, as long as there is a little bit of loyalty left. But if it is completely blown into powder, it probably won't work either. Of course, this is all Yishin Ryosuke's own guess at the moment. Whether this is the case after the upgrade, we will have to wait and see. But I guess it should be close to 10. Before dark, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao finally returned to the village. Before entering the village, the two put on Umbu's mask again, then walked straight into the gate of the village openly and above board, and went straight to the Hokage building. After all, there was an accident in the middle of the mission. When I come back this time, I must report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, as soon as possible. By the way, can I ask if the others are back? And the Black Fangs? I don't know if they were killed by those guys at the root. In Hokage's office, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao knocked on the door and walked in. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and glanced at the two people who came in, not seeming surprised at all. In fact, as soon as Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien returned to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already received the news. So he was naturally not surprised that the two would return to the village at this time. I heard that you were ambushed by Cloud Shinobi ninjas during the mission. What is the specific situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. After all, this incident involved the entire Umbu team, and it was also related to Cloud Shinobi Village. If one is not handled well, it will be another diplomatic conflict. Can't do it. It may even cause a series of chain reactions. Caused heavy damage to the village. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already heard the news before the return of Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao, has been worrying about this problem. Although the Third Ninja War has passed for some years, but the village has not recovered from the last war. After all, in the middle, Konoha also experienced a Nine-Tails attack on the village and the Uchiha genocide incident. A serious blow was dealt to the power of the village. If a conflict with Cloud Shinobi Village really breaks out, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will have to perform another wave of strong men's wrist-cutting skills and hand over the personnel related to this matter to Cloud Shinobi Village. I hope Cloud Shinobi Village will not pursue this matter. As for the matter, is it caused by Cloud Shinobi Village? Is this important? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it doesn't matter who started it. Importantly, he doesn't want to start a war with Cloud Shinobi Village. That's the point. We've been ambushed. As the acting captain of Umbu's 7th Squad, Yuzuki Shien said before Ryosuke, we were tracking the target under the leadership of the sub-captain, but suddenly a group of ninjas wearing Cloud Shinobi forehead protectors popped out halfway. We are not sure if the opponent is the real Cloud Shinobi, but they are very strong. The team leader held back the 3 ninjas on the opposite side. Yue and I dealt with the other 2 ninjas together, while Hei Fong went to seek support under my order. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, took a puff of cigarette, and said, the 3 of Black Fong from your team have returned to the village in the morning, and the information they brought back is not different from what you said. However, after that, how did you escape afterwards? Also, your squad leader has never returned to the village. What about the others? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the 2 people in front of him with a majestic expression on his aged face. Master 3rd Generation. Night God Ryosuke answered immediately. The sub-captain bought precious time for me and the captain. We retreated according to the order, but we were chased by the ninjas on the opposite side. The captain and I fled all the way to the north, and we ran a long way before we got rid of the pursuers behind us. Afterwards, we wanted to take a rest for a while and go to join the big troops. However, there was a terrible explosion in that forest. At that time, I discussed it with the team leader. I felt that if we went there, we might be in danger. In the case of survival, we think we should send this information back to the village alive first. Therefore, we finally decided to take a detour from the other side and return to the village to send back this information. Yagami Ryosuke's tone was calm, and he couldn't tell that he was lying. After speaking, he also handed over a scroll. The above is the specific process of the task, which is actually what he just said. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped on the stem of the cigarette, looking lost in thought. After a while, only then did he say to the 2 people in front of him, Izzy, you have done a good job. It is indeed the most important thing to bring the information back to the village. I think you must be tired all the way. Go back and rest. If anything happens, the old man will order someone to summon you again. Master Hokage, we will take our leave first. Yuzuki Shien secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really nervous just now, for fear that the lie she conspired with Yagami Ryosuke would be exposed. Fortunately, now it seems that Master Hokage doesn't seem to suspect them. www. In Hokage's office. After Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien 4.1 left, another figure appeared in the office. Hi, how are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yamanaka in front of him. It didn't lie. Yamanaka shook his head. It seems that they really don't know anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and then said, Okay, it's getting late. Please, hi. You have to make a trip yourself. Go back and rest. 11. Yamanaka nodded, said his goodbyes, and left Hokage's office with body flicker technique. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, faintly, looking at the moon in the sky outside the window, holding a piece of information that was sent just today in his hand. What is recorded in this information is remarkably, it is the news that Xiang Zhongji, the captain of the Umbu unit, has defected to Danzo, just as Danzo installed his own people in Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen planted his own people at the root too. The information in his hand was sent by his undercover agent in Umbu. Danzo, did you do what happened this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, lost in thought. Can't be sure for a while. Mainly the dead people seem to belong to Danzo. Instead, Night God Ryosuke and the others are fine. If only Danzo had done it. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask him, did he have any brains? Didn't kill anyone, but also took a secret person buried in Umbu into it? Moreover, if all this is really Danzo's doing, then those so-called cloud shinobi ninjas can basically be sure to be root ninjas. That is to say, he also took in several elite ninjas with roots? What are you drawing? But what exactly caused the explosion? Ninjutsu. But what kind of ninjutsu can cause that kind of damage? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. But one thing is certain. That is, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Yugao really don't know anything. After all, it has just been confirmed by Yamanaka, Hai himself, using spiritual magic. Neither of them lied. It's troublesome. The mysterious ninja outside the village has not been found some time ago, and now this incident happened again. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. It feels like if he continues to toss like this, his old bones may not be able to last 10 years. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. It rains here all the year round, and every household must bring an umbrella when going out. At this time, in the deepest part of Rain Shinobi Village, inside the headquarters base of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, the leader of Juejing and Akatsuki who just came back, reported the situation of the undead duo. Night God Ryosuke, Konoha Jinin. When Pain heard that Kakuzu and Haiden almost died in the hands of a Konoha Jinin, even though his body was just one of Six Path's puppets, he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This kid is not simple. He is very strong in taijutsu and ninjutsu, but he doesn't seem to have much combat experience. He just uses force to overwhelm people. Never spoke. With little combat experience, and almost killing Kakuzu and Haiden, that's even more incredible, isn't it? Pain frowned. A pair of purple round eyes flashed with thought. After a while, why did the other party conflict with Kakuzu and the others? Pain asked. This is very important. If it is deliberately targeting their Shao organization, then Pain feels that they need to solve this problem as soon as possible. After all, just like Ju said, the other party is just a 12-year-old kid. But now that he already possesses such terrifying strength, God knows how strong he will be after a few more years when he becomes an adult. Although Pain has always claimed to be a god, he is quite confident in his own strength. But he is confident, not conceited. Enemies like this are better nipped in the bud. A fool would wait for the opponent to grow to the peak before making a move. So why would he make himself feel uncomfortable? Stupid or not. The cause of the incident seems to be that Kakuzu wanted to take one of his companions to the underground gold exchange in exchange for bounties, so the two sides clashed. Never said, Kakuzu is good at everything. The ability to make money is also very strong, and they have made a lot of money for Shao organization. But there is one thing that is not so good. Too much for money. Sometimes Pain even doubted that if someone offered 2 billion for his head, would Kakuzu fight even when he knew he couldn't win? That's not to say Kakuzu is an idiot. It's the needle yuan ear, which has already become an obsession in his heart. It's as if Pain wants to make the 5 powers feel the pain so that peace can be achieved. This is their obsession. Doesn't Pain know the risks of doing this? He knows, but he doesn't care. Even if you have to sacrifice your own life, as long as you can get the result you want. He is also very willing. So, Pain could understand Kakuzu's obsession with money before. Available now. I heard that Kakuzu provoked such a powerful enemy for Akatsuki just for a bounty. Pain was a little depressed from the bottom of his heart. Pain, what are you going to do? Zhu looked at Pain in front of him and asked him. Pain thought for a moment. Leave him alone for the time being. Kakuzu and Haiden told them to pay attention in the future. Don't invite such unnecessary enemies to the organization. We are mainly in the latent stage now, and it is not appropriate to confront each other. Is that what you think? Zhu nodded and understood. That's fine, I'll go down first. Pain didn't speak, watching Zhu's figure disappear before his eyes. Pain, do we really ignore this night, God Ryosuke? Conan on the side couldn't help asking. Just now she had been listening by the side, and even she thought that this night God Ryosuke might become a hindrance to their organization plan in the future. She didn't believe Pin would miss that. No, this night God Ryosuke will not be our enemy. Unexpectedly, Pain shook his head, saying that the night God Ryosuke would not be the enemy of their Akatsuki organization. This made Conan a little confused. Why do you think a ninja who can easily defeat Kakuzu and Haiden deliberately hides his strength and acts as a genin? Pain asked Conan back. Is it because of some scruples? Conan thought for a while and guessed. That's right. The village of Konoha is even darker than we imagined. Their high-level officials can't even trust the ninjas in their own village. You have also read the information about Konoha. You should know that you were born in Konoha. If your talent, what will happen if it is too strong? Hearing this, Conan recalled the information about Konoha that he had seen before. Going forward, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The genius ninja, Uchiha Shursui, died accidentally, and Uchiha Itachi killed the whole clan and became a rebel. Going forward, the Nine Tails attacked the village. The fourth generation couple died, and the third generation came back to preside over the overall situation. Going forward, Hitaki Sakumo's suicide case. Sanin runs away. One after another, it seems that everything shows that being born in Konoha, being too talented is not only not a good thing, but a bad thing. If one is not good, it will bring about a disaster of death for yourself. You said, we can win over this night, God Ryosuke. Conan seemed to understand what Pain had just said. It's hard to say for the time being, but since he clearly has the top strength even in Kaga level, but he is still willing to be a genin in Konoha, then there must be some conspiracy. And his plot must run counter to Konoha's top management. Look, sooner or later, he will turn against Konoha's high-level executives. By then, if he fails, it will be the best time for us to win him over. Who said Pain can only beat rice? People also have brains and can think, okay? And what if he wins? Conan asked. How much armed force do you think Konoha will have left after he wins? Pain said with a chuckle. Yes. Conan's eyes lit up. No matter who loses or who wins, both sides will inevitably lose their strength. Originally, after Konoha has experienced so many internal strife, her good background has almost been tossed. This is if there is another chaos. I'm afraid the whole village will be destroyed in name only. By the time, they went to Konoha to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki and recover the tail beasts. Who else can stop their organization? If you think about it this way, this time Kakuzu and Haiden not only did nothing wrong, but they did it very well. Let them discover Knight Ryosuke, a powerful ninja hidden in Konoha in advance. 12-year-old peak Kage level. TSK. Conan couldn't help feeling a little envious. On a cliff more than 10 kilometers away from Rain Shinobi Village. Zhu, who just left Rain Shinobi Village, came out of the ground. You're here. On the edge of the cliff, Uchiha Obito, wearing a Uzumaki mask, reveals a one-eyed Uchiha Obito looking back. I heard from White Zetsu what happened to Kakuzu and Haiden. Asked Obito. Zhu nodded, and then repeated what he had said to Pain before. Pain intends to ignore this night, God Ryosuke, for the time being. Said at the end, Pain's decision is correct. At this time, the Akatsuki organization should continue to accumulate strength for lurking. Now is not the best time to start recovering the tail beast. Obito nodded, approving Pain's decision. However, is this night, God Ryosuke, really that strong? Obito looked at Zhu and asked him. Very strong, whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, they are all at the Kaga level. especially his ninjutsu. A sea-level water chaos wave is comparable to an S-level water style. Except for his young age, he has no fighting skills. Apart from experience, it's just that the talent in illusion has not been seen yet. Never said. Really? It's just Kaga level, not a threat. By the way, does he have any blood inheritance limits? Asked Obito. Yes, a kind of constitution-type blood succession limit. His flesh/body can directly resist the-level lightning style without being injured. This is the information Juezai, Konoha, heard. After rescuing Kakuzu and Haiden, Ju immediately went to inquire about the information about Night God Ryosuke. Then he went to report the matter to Pain and Obito in front of him. It's just physical strength? Absolutely nodded. Then there's no need to pay attention. Obito waved his hand. Obviously, he didn't like such a blood succession limit. After all, no matter how strong the attack is, can it be stronger than Zhang Jin's third Raikage? It's better than third Raikage, but it's still consumed by a Wagakure's tens of thousands of ninja troops. Not to mention, it is this type of ninja that Obito has the least fear of. On the contrary, ninjas like Namikaze Minato, who are not very powerful in terms of attack, but are extremely maneuverable, intelligent, and extremely intelligent in combat, are his nemesis. A powerful brash, Obito thinks he doesn't need to care about this kind of person. Even if he is only 12 years old this year, he may become stronger in the future. But so what? No matter how strong he is, can he break the space and hurt himself in the hollow state? If it doesn't hurt, it's useless. Pay attention to the situation on Pain's side. This guy is not so easy to deceive. If there is anything wrong, please let me know immediately, and I will solve him. Obito ordered to Ju. Ju nodded, then got into the ground and disappeared. Lin, it's almost time. I'm about to succeed. You wait for me for a few more years. Obito looked at a silver moon in the distance, and the girl's sweet smile appeared in his mind. Konoha, Yagami Ryosuke's home. 0:30. In the room, the window was open. Night God Ryosuke is sitting on the roof, looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. By the way, Otsutsuki Kagaya has been sealed on the moon for so many years. Is she awake all the time, or is she always asleep? If it's in a sane state, wouldn't it be crazy? For thousands of years, I was alone, unable to eat or play, and could only constantly recall the betrayal of my sons. Just thinking about it is enough to drive people crazy. Should have spent it in a deep sleep. Night God Ryosuke thought silently. More than an hour later. Huh, is it finally gone? The corners of Yagami Ryosuke's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Before that, he and Uchiha parted ways and went home separately. While on the road, Night God Ryosuke felt that someone was following him, but he didn't expose him. It wasn't until just now that the person who followed and monitored him left. Brush. Night God Ryosuke split a shadow clone. Follow and see where he goes. Night God Ryosuke ordered a shadow clone. Shadow clone nodded expressionlessly, and then a body flicker technique disappeared on the roof. The high probability is Danzo's men, but it may also be Sarutobi Hiruzen's. When I was in Hokage's office today, there was still a person hiding in the dark. I don't know who that person is. Night God Ryosuke didn't open his eyes in advance, so he only sensed the existence of a person. But who it is, I don't know. A few minutes later, the shadow clone, following the watcher, watched the ninja walk into a building. On the surface, this building is just a very ordinary shop. But it's late at night, and the shops are closed early. And this ninja directly opened the back door and walked in. Shadow clone thought for a while, and also sneaked up silently, without being noticed by the person in front. It wasn't until the opponent opened a secret door, revealing a passage extending diagonally downwards behind, that Shadow Clone stopped and did not continue to follow. It's so sneaky, it must be because the roots haven't escaped. Shadow Clone thought to himself, and after leaving the shop, he took the initiative to disperse the chakra in his body. Boom! With this, Shadow Clone disappears. Night God Ryosuke, who was at home, also received this memory from the Shadow Clone. Sure enough, I knew it was Danzo, the LYB. Night God Ryosuke has an expression of as I expected. But is that where the original root entrance is located? I thought it was hiding in a mountain or something. This is probably the big hermit in the city, right? Since we found the entrance to the root, why not visit Danzo now? Night God Ryosuke smiled, then stood up, swiped, and disappeared on the roof. In the room, a shadow clone replaces Night Ryosuke lying on the bed, pretending to be asleep. As for the Night God Ryosuke himself, at this time, he has used the transformation technique to transform into another model. He even put on a mask in order not to be seen through. He bought the mask casually at a street stall when he was outside, mainly because he thought it was very similar to Obito's Uzumaki mask, so he bought it. Didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Roots planted deep underground in the leaves. The internal passages are staggered and very complicated, just like adopting appropriate methods. If there is no acquaintance to lead the way, I am afraid that the intruder will get lost by himself and then walk into the room with the trap in a daze. At this time, in the passageway at the entrance, Ryosuke, the night god disguised as Doko, is walking like a stroll in the garden. He didn't deliberately hide his figure. However, those ninjas at the roots didn't seem to see him, and even Ryosuke, the night god, passed directly in front of them, and there was no gap between them. It's weird. Zeno's talent entry for the invisible is really powerful, reducing the sense of presence by 15 times, plus I use illusion to cooperate. It's like entering a land without people. At this time, Ryosuke's eyes have opened his Mangekyo, and under the blessing of Sharingan's enhanced illusion ability, it is combined with the effect of the talent entry, invisible. Let him even appear directly in front of those root ninjas. None of them can see the existence of Night God Ryosuke. It's outrageous. Then, Yagami Ryosuke stops and starts. Open this door for a while, open that door for a while. It's like going shopping at the roots. However, those root ninjas who patrolled by completely ignored his existence. A second ago, Yagami Ryosuke just opened a door and walked into a room. The root ninja who passed by the door in the next second clearly saw the door of the room opened, and was even destined to take a look inside, but he couldn't see the night god Ryosuke standing in the room openly. He closed the door easily. Ryosuke, the night god in the room, was almost suffocated, because he really thinks this scene is particularly funny. After shopping for a while, I collected a lot of biopheromones from root ninjas along the way and stored them in the warehouse. At this moment, Night God Ryosuke opened another door. It turned out that there was a laboratory inside the door. All kinds of bottles and cans are piled up together, and the contents inside are all human tissues. Disgusting. Yagami Ryosuke saw that some root researchers were doing some research on some human tissue slices, so he walked to the side and observed for a while. Then I realized I couldn't understand it at all. Sure enough, there is a specialization in the art industry. He really doesn't understand scientific research. At this time, someone came at the door where Night God Ryosuke came in just now. Night God Ryosuke looked back and found that the person who came in was Danzo with one eye and a cane. The old fellow for real. Night God Ryosuke looked Danzo up and down. The latter was completely unaware that the target he wanted to kill was standing in front of him, and he was still complaining about his ugly appearance. How's the Uchiha bloodline research going? As soon as Danzo came in, an old man in his 50s or 60s greeted him. He should be the supervisor here or something. Facing Danzo's inquiry, the supervisor answered while wiping his sweat. He looked very nervous. At present, we haven't researched an effective cloning method, but Mr. Danzo, please give us a little more time, and I will definitely be able to research results. The supervisor was full of assurances, but Danzo looked at him with increasingly distrustful eyes. Not that the executive betrayed him. After all, the researchers here are all sealed by him, and it is impossible to betray them. The reason why he doesn't trust is because he doesn't trust the other party's ability. Danzo remembered it well. The last time he came, including the last time he came, this guy used the same rhetoric. They all said to give him a little more time, and then said that the research results will be available soon. But how long has it been? This sentence made Danzo's ears grow calluses. Still haven't seen the result. How does this make Danzo trust their abilities? Certainly, these researchers can be arranged by Danzo to do research in a root base, which in itself shows that they are indeed capable. But now it seems that the ability is there, but not much. Compared to Orochimaru, not on the same level at all. Let Danzo very disappointed. Sure enough, we still have to rely on the big snake to hold on. Danzo shook his head in disappointment. Forget it. You won't be needed for the next research. Just sort out the previous research materials, and the old man will order someone to come and take them away later. You won't be needed for this project in the future. Hearing Danzo's words, the supervisor in front of him was instantly terrified. He felt his knees on the ground with a plop. Danzo-sama, please give us another chance. I beg you, sir. We can do it this time. Danzo looked coldly at the supervisor kneeling on the ground and said after a while, this time, I will give you another chance. Another research target will be sent over in a few days, and I will hand it over to you. Remember, this time, the old man doesn't want to hear any more words about giving you a little more time, understand? The supervisor, kneeling on the ground in front of him, quickly made a promise of gratitude. On the other hand, Ryosuke, the night god, had a strange expression on his face. He always felt that the research target Danzo just mentioned was talking about him. Combined, Danzo had just sent someone to assassinate him. Night god Ryosuke is almost sure that this guy is talking about him. Are you planning to keep an eye on me? Yagami Ryosuke sneered. Danzo had a good idea. Pity. It just means that the ability is a little bit worse. And it was known in advance by the night god Ryosuke. Then it's even more impossible to succeed. Follow Danzo out of that lab. Yagami Ryosuke watched him turn east and west, and came to a file room lined with various files. This time the rooting task failed. The root cause was that unknown explosion. But what caused this explosion? Danzo muttered to himself, picking up a scroll from the cabinet. The scroll opens. What is recorded in it is the information of some ninjas who are good at making large explosions in the ninja world. He flipped through. After a while, I finally found some clues in a piece of information from Awagakure. This one is called Deidara, who has been fond of all kinds of explosions since he was a child. Still a disciple of Tsuchikage and a traitor. Is this Deidara responsible for this explosion? Danzo held the information in his hand, thinking about the possibilities. And the night god Ryosuke on the side leaned over and looked at Danzo with a smile in his eyes. Deidara, I didn't expect Danzo to have information about this explosive artist, but did he suspect Deidara? That's right, this guy likes to explode so much, and he's a traitor, it's entirely possible that he did it. If it weren't for the night god Ryosuke, it would be the instigator. To be honest, even he can't help but wonder if Deidara did it. After all, such a large-scale explosion, besides Deidara, who else in the ninja world can do it? Huh? Who's there? Danzo was wondering if it was possible that Deidara did it, when he suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in his bandaged right eye. He subconsciously turned his head to look to the side. Next second, puff, a flash of blood. Danzo let out a muffled grunt and quickly took a few steps back, looking at the mysterious man wearing the Uzumaki mask in front of him with a horrified expression. It's you. Danzo mistook the other party for the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, whom he had seen last time. But upon closer inspection, there are some differences between the two. Last time the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara was one-eyed, but the one in front of him who also wears the Uzumaki mask is a person with sound eyes. But the same thing is, both have Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo has never seen the pair of Mangekyo of the Uzumaki masked man in front of him. I just feel uncomfortable being stared at by these eyes. Damn Uchiha! Danzo cursed secretly, then shouted, "Come on," and immediately called for helpers. Go it alone? Feel sorry. It's been a long time since Master Danzo has fought in person. Coupled with the opponent's weird way of appearing on the stage and detaining his right eye as soon as he made a move. This scares Danzo. How dare you fight alone with each other? At this moment, Knight God Ryosuke is holding a Sharingan that is still bleeding with one hand. There's also a playful smile on the corner of the mouth under the mask. Plunder. Next second, the Sharingan in his hand shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the pattern of the original Mangekyo gradually regressed back to the shape of the three-pointed jade, until the three-tomo completely disappeared and became an ordinary eye. At this time, Knight God Ryosuke also sensed that his left eye has another kind of pupil technique. Distinguished heavenly gods. Left. It can temporarily target hypnosis, manipulate its thinking, and make it become its own puppet unconsciously. But this manipulation must be done at close range, and it cannot be interrupted. Once it is interrupted, the technique will be interrupted and the target will recover, but he will not realize that there is something wrong with him just now. The advantage is that this technique can be performed without eye contact. And on Ryosuke, the Night God, 500% of the power of the pupil technique has been added through the talent entry. That makes the effect of this distinguished heavenly gods even more stunning. The operation distance is longer, the effect is very good, and it can even control multiple targets. And if you use the Mangekyo in the left eye to cast illusions, the effect will be doubled. This is also the basic ability of this Mangekyo, which is a passive effect, as expected of the eyes of Uchiha Shursui. Unfortunately, only one. It would be nice to have both. Night God Ryosuke thought greedily, while casually throwing away this useless eye. My distinguished heavenly gods. Danzo didn't know that distinguished heavenly gods' pupil art had been looted by Night God Ryosuke. All he saw was Ryosuke, the Night God, throwing this distinguished heavenly gods on the good money, ground recklessly and stomping on it. Hateful. Where the hell did this guy come from? Why destroy this distinguished heavenly gods of the old man? Danzo was furious. Just in time, the root ninjas also arrived here. Master Danzo! Quick, protect Lord Danzo. Where is the intruder? These root ninjas rushed to protect Danzo behind them, while scanning around, looking for traces of the intruders. However, Danzo was stunned to find out that the group of root ninjas under him turned a blind eye to the Uzumaki masked man standing in front of him. Bastards! People are ahead of you. Danzo cursed angrily, but the root ninjas around him looked at Danzo with dumbfounded expressions. Just in front? But there is nothing in front of it. Yagami Ryosuke watched this scene with a smile. He just used the Mangekyo in his left eye to cast an illusion to confuse these root ninjas, but deliberately missed a Danzo, and found that the effect was indeed much better than before. It's you. You did this. Danzo doesn't believe that these people under him will tease him, so this can only be caused by Uzumaki masked man. That's right, it's me. What can you do? Yagami Ryosuke changed his voice and said group. Hateful. Danzo clenched his fists. Never before had he wanted to kill someone so much. Everyone, release ninjutsu in the direction of my finger. Danzo doesn't care. Even if this archive room is destroyed, he still wants to kill this hateful Uzumaki masked man in front of him. But Danzo-sama, this is the archive room. If you use ninjutsu, shut up. Danzo cast one eye on the root ninja viciously. The latter was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. Do as the old man tells you, Danzo said in a deep voice, then pointed forward. Now attack that side for the old man. The ninja at the root did not dare to question it, and immediately released ninjutsu in the direction of his finger according to Danzo's order. One after another fire style, wind style, and lightning style bombarded the area in front of them. Danzo laughed and watched the Uzumaki masked man being swallowed up by these ninjutsu, as if he saw the picture of the other party being blasted to pieces. Let you fight against the old man, but this old man is Shimura Danzo, Danzo said with a smug smile. But at this moment, Master Danzo, why are you smiling so happily? A familiar voice suddenly rang in Danzo's ear. What? Danzo jumped away. Then he looked at the unscathed Uzumaki masked man, standing where he was just now with a look of disbelief. Master Danzo! The root ninjas around couldn't see Night God Ryosuke at all, so they didn't know why Master Danzo suddenly left the position just now and looked at him inexplicably. "Don't look, they can't see mine," Yagami Ryosuke jokingly said. "And, Mr. Danzo, how can you be sure that the me you see now is the real me?" This, Danzo understood instantly. It turned out that, like the subordinates around him, he also fell under the opponent's illusion. It's just that the other party made him deliberately see an illusion created by himself, thinking that the other party was there. Actually, the opponent is not in that position at all. God knows where the other party is. Illusion, solution. Danzo desperately formed a seal, trying to unravel the illusion in himself. But no matter how hard he tried, what he saw was still the masked Uzumaki man standing in front of him. This made Danzo's face black. Damn Uchiha. Why is Uchiha's illusion so powerful? Danzo cursed, hating for the first time Uchiha's illusion abilities. Obviously, when he owned the distinguished heavenly gods before, he still liked it very much, but now, TSK. Master Danzo 550 is helpless. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and looked at Danzo, who was already sitting on the wax. To be honest, the old guy Danzo has a way of doing things behind the scenes. The strength is really not that good. Even his Kaga level is very poor. Maybe 10 years ahead, Danzo's strength is still at the Kaga level. But Danzo, who is not trained as a ninja for so many years and has never fought against others, can he still maintain his previous Kaga level strength? Obviously not. This is why, in his future battles with Sasuke, he will repeatedly make various suffocating operations. To be honest, it's just that I haven't fought for so long that I completely forgot how to fight. Although the current Danzo is not as shabby as he will be a few years later. But not too much. When you encounter danger, you only know to call your subordinates to protect yourself. How can such a person be called a scumbag? To the sky, he is just a villain with a dark heart. It's really weak, Danzo. Your strength has disappointed me so much, so I plan to give you a big gift, so you don't have to thank me. Night God Ryosuke suddenly turned his mouth up, revealing a sly smile. Although Danzo couldn't see the expression on his face, he knew from his voice that the other party obviously had bad intentions. Damn, what do you want to do? Danzo backed away in fright, letting his root ninjas protect him tightly. Don't waste your energy, it's useless, Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. In fact, at this moment, he was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The he that Danzo sees is just a phantom in his eyes. In fact, there's nothing there at all. At this time, Night God Ryosuke looked at Danzo below and directly activated the pupil technique of his right eye. Pupil surgery. Reversal. Next second, Danzo was horrified to find that his body began to undergo terrible changes. First, his pectoral muscle started to swell, and then he found that his component that he hadn't used for many years was also gone, and he couldn't feel it. Then, his hands and feet began to shrink, and his body became shorter. Hair starts to grow long, and Adam's apple disappears. It only takes a few seconds. Danzo was horrified to find that he seemed to have turned into a woman. Exactly. It's an old woman. Mirror. Give me the mirror. Danzo yelled in horror. But I found that my voice had changed. It became thinner. It was completely a woman's voice. Baga, what exactly is going on? The surrounding root ninjas were stunned. They looked back at Master Danzo, who was under the firm protection of themselves and others. How did Master Danzo become Ms. Danzo in the blink of an eye? At this time, a root ninja subconsciously took out a small mirror from his pocket and handed it to Danzo. Danzo took it and looked at himself in the mirror. Even with bandages on his face, Danzo can still see that his appearance has completely changed. He turned into a woman, and she was an ugly old woman in her 60s and 70s. This is not old man. Danzo was so frightened that he dropped the mirror in his hand, as if he was about to collapse. Master Danzo, what's going on here? Are you really Master Danzo? The root ninjas under him also looked at her hesitantly. if it weren't for the curse mark on his body telling them that the person in front of him was their Lord Danzo. To be honest, they couldn't connect this ugly old woman with Lord Danzo no matter what. At this time, Danzo suddenly formed a mudra with his hands and cast transformation technique, turning himself into his original appearance. Phew! Fortunately, the transformation technique is still useful. Danzo is now particularly thankful that he has not forgotten how to use the transformation technique, although he has not used it for more than 10 or 20 years. But the muscle memory of the past is still there. Otherwise, he can't really show his face outside like this woman. Can he? Especially when I want to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. She can't keep that look, can she? So what would Sarutobi Hiruzen think? Danzo has been a man for more than 70 years. And suddenly, he doesn't want to be a man? Want to try another gender? Thinking of the expression on Hiruzen's face, Danzo was so embarrassed that he couldn't help but want to commit seppuku. Danzo, I hope you like this gift from me. Yagami Ryosuke smiled, and then left the archive room that had been burned. There's still a lot of good things at the root. Not to mention the biological pheromones on these root ninjas. The ninjutsu they collected alone are worth the trip of Night God Ryosuke. Not to mention, Night God Ryosuke also looted a pupil of distinguished heavenly gods tonight. Also turned Danzo into Grandma Danzo. I wonder if Danzo will have nightmares at night? Night God Ryosuke packed up these ninjutsu scrolls in Jinbu's collection, leaving none of them for them, and Abka took them all away. During the whole process, the roots who were ordered by Danzo to patrol around did not find out what he had done at all. Wait until they find that all these ninjutsu scrolls have disappeared. Yagami Ryosuke has already gone home to sleep. Tonight, he's gained too much. There are as many as 50 or 60 servings of Jonin-level biopheromones alone. That is to say, there are at least 50 or 60 Jonin at the root. Among them is the existence of elite Jonin. Then there is Chunins, which is as many as 200 or 300 copies. There's also a biological pheromone from Danzo. I wonder what kind of talent entry this thing can transform into. But no matter how rubbish it is, Danzo's status is still there. In addition, there is another existence known as the darkness of the ninja world. At least it must be a purple talent entry, right? Don't say anything else. Even if it is used to decompose, you could get 1,000 experience points. This is the same experience value for nothing. Don't want it for nothing. Next day, Yagami Ryosuke had breakfast at home in the morning, then said goodbye to his mother Yagami Mizuki, changed into Umbu's uniform, and went to Umbu to clock in for work. Today's task is still patrolling. But instead of patrolling the enchantment outside the village, it was replaced by patrolling inside the village. On the roof of a house, Yagami Ryosuke and his 7 squad crouched here, observing the passers-by below. See if any suspicious guys are in the mix. Did you hear that? Something happened to Jinbu last night. A large group of Jinbu ninjas were looking for someone in the base in the middle of the night. It seems that their base was invaded and a lot of ninjutsu scrolls were taken away. At this time, Tengu suddenly got up to 8 trigrams and talked about a piece of explosive news he had heard. The roots have been invaded? Who is so bold? Both Black Fong and Shadow looked at him and asked in surprise. On the contrary, Captain Yuzuki Yuyin glanced towards Yagami Ryosuke. Out of a woman's sixth sense, she felt that this matter was probably done by Night God Ryosuke. And others don't know. Will Yuzuki Shiin not know the strength of Night God Ryosuke? For Night God Ryosuke, it seems that it is not difficult to invade the roots. That is, after the invasion, he didn't blow up the whole root, which somewhat surprised Yuzuki Shiin. Black Fong and the others listened to the Tengu talking about the root being invaded last night. While on the other side, in Hokage's office, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also called Danzo and personally asked about the situation last night. Hiruzen, what do you want from this old man? Danzo opened the door and came in, looking very bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that Danzo must be in a bad mood right now, so he went straight to the point and planned to ask about the situation of the intruder. He suspects that the ninja who invaded the route is likely to be the mysterious person who released a large-scale ninjutsu on the outskirts of the village some time ago. But just as Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask Danzo about this, he found that Danzo in front of him actually used the transformation technique. As a veteran Kage-level powerhouse, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and his eyes are dim, it is impossible not to see the traces of transformation technique. So he immediately slapped the table and stood up. "Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Danzo?" Brush. Brush. In an instant, 5 or 6 Umbu appeared in the office. Surround Danzo. Danzo, Jin. Danzo, who was quite calm on the surface, couldn't help cursing his mother at this moment. Damn, the Uchiha clan. It really is the evil family that the teacher said can use such evil ninjutsu. Is there anything more evil than this in this world? Danzo cursed inwardly. He tried various methods last night, but he couldn't change himself back to his original appearance. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned him at this time. He can't get rid of it. There's no way. I can only come over with the transformation technique. Danzo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would see the traces of transformation technique on him. After all, if you can't even see this, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is really useless. Really, he just came in, and the traces of transformation technique on his body were discovered by his old friend. Hiruzen, don't get excited. This old man is not someone else's disguise. Danzo said as calmly as possible. You let these Umbu down first, and the old man will tell you the reason for doing so. Danzo thought, well, even if you want to lose face, you can only let Sarutobi Hiruzen see it alone. These Umbu, absolutely not. Pity. He muttered about how afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen was of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe what Danzo said at all, and he didn't let these Umbu quit. Instead, he asked Danzo to cancel the transformation technique immediately. Otherwise, he would order these Umbu to take him down. No, Hiruzen, listen to my explanation. Danzo is in a hurry. He didn't want the news that he had turned into a woman to be known by these Umbu. God knows if they will spread the word. When the time comes, will he, Shimura Danzo, still stay in this village? It's dead right now. Get him for the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen to Danzo's explanation. This person in front of him dared to pretend to be Danzo, and even used such a despicable technique as the transformation technique. Do you think that Sarutobi Hiruzen has become so old and dizzy? Thought he couldn't even see the mere transformation technique came out? That's right. He does get nosebleeds from Naruto's weird transformation technique. But that's because the visual impact is too strong relationship. It's not that he really couldn't see that Naruto used the transformation technique. It can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen can't see the real appearance of the caster through the transformation technique. Just the power of Naruto's technique. Which how does it get a nosebleed? The Umbu in the Hokage's office, under the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, instantly killed the intruder in the encirclement. Danzo, I'm a grass mud horse. Did you hear my grass mud horse? Danzo cursed with a black face. One side quickly launched a counterattack. No way. He can't be caught without a fight. Can he? As soon as he saw Danzo counterattack, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more sure that the other party was approaching him with some kind of evil plan. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly summoned more Umbu and wanted to arrest this intruder who dared to pretend to be Danzo. Boom! Danzo was hit directly through the window of Hokage's office, jumped from the upstairs, and landed on the open space outside the Hokage building. At this time, after receiving the news, Umbu and many ninjas who were nearby also rushed here. Even Kakashi, who was originally here to pick up the mission, was among them. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, stand back. This is not a fight you can participate in, Kakashi said with a serious face. At the same time, he pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Teacher Kakashi, what's wrong with your eyes? Is it pink eye? Naruto pointed at Kakashi's Sharingan innocently. He didn't know what a Sharingan was, and thought that Kakashi had some kind of pink eye disease, so he had to cover that eye all day long. Kakashi, you call Sharingan pink eye? That is to say, the Uchiha family is gone, or they will be beaten into pig heads in minutes. Kakashi, why do you have a Sharingan from our Uchiha clan? Sasuke also looked at Kakashi's eyes in surprise. Of course, like Naruto, he will not think that it is some kind of pink eye disease. He has already activated the Sharingan of Shan Goyu himself. So, it is very clear that this is a 3-Tomo Sharingan. But Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan. His surname is Hitaki. How could there be their Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? We'll talk about this later. Deal with the intruder now. Kakashi didn't have time to explain his eye to Sasuke. He rushed up with the other ninjas after saying something. At this time, Danzo was already scolding his mother nonstop at his heart. He was besieged by ninjas from his own village, but he still can't remove the transformation technique from his body, explaining that he is really Danzo, not some intruder. Seeing more and more ninjas coming around. Danzo dare not withdraw transformation technique. Damn Uchiha, I hate it. At this time, Danzo's hatred for the Uchiha clan has reached an unprecedented level. Just at this time, Kakashi with a Sharingan appeared in front of him. Without even thinking about it, Danzo released his most powerful wind style and just stared at Kakashi and chased him fiercely. Does this guy have a grudge against me? Why is everyone besieging you, but you only stare at me and fight alone? You are so sick. Kakashi, I'll always help you. Leaf strong whirlwind. A green figure rushed up at an extremely fast speed and instantly kicked away Danzo, who was chasing after Kakashi. Danzo felt like his arm was going numb. Fortunately, at this time, there was a warm current from his other arm, which quickly recovered his arm. Danzo looked up and saw another guy who left him speechless. A green jumpsuit, the iconic watermelon head, and the big white fan that is almost blinding. My guy, this precious beast has also come. Danzo felt bitter, but he couldn't tell the truth. Damn Hiruzen, why don't you believe me? Danzo complained about Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Originally, this matter was quite simple. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen just made those Umbu retreat, he would naturally withdraw transformation technique and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen the truth. That would make him lose face in front of his old friends. But Danzo can't control that much anymore. It's better to lose face in front of one person than in front of the whole village, right? But who would have thought that things would develop in a direction that he hadn't expected at all? Danzo was so angry. Yo, Naruto Sasuke, you're here too. Oh, and little Sakura. Night God Ryosuke, who was wearing Umbu uniform, also arrived here with the 7th squad of Umbu, and then saw Naruto and the others standing on the edge watching the battle. So I went over to say hello. Are you Ryosuke? Naruto looked at Night God Ryosuke in surprise. He had never seen Night God Ryosuke in Umbu's uniform. Well, but you have to call me Yua now. This is my code name in Umbu. Yagami Ryosuke nodded. Yeah, what's going on over there? Sasuke quickly accepted the Night God Ryosuke's outfit and immediately asked curiously. Because Night God Ryosuke is a member of Umbu, Sasuke thought he would know some inside information that they didn't know. I just came here, so I don't know what's going on there. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and spread his hands. But, in fact, he probably already guessed it in his heart. Because the guy who is being besieged at this moment is really Shimura Danzo, not some intruder in disguise. It's just that Danzo didn't dare to show his real appearance now. After all, that would be too social. If you think about it from another position, if Ryosuke is in the position of Danzo, he will not remove the transformation technique even if he is killed. He would rather choose to fight all the way out of the village than die in society. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke has this ability. But Danzo, forget it. Right now he's about to be beaten like a dog by Kakashi and Might Guy. I won't tell you, I'm going to help. Night God Ryosuke felt the need to help Danzo. For example, let him get rid of the predicament in front of him and then experience what social death is by the way. Brush. Night God Ryosuke drew his ninja sword and rushed forward. Like other members of Umbu, he assists Kakashi and Might Guy in the front to besiege Danzo. It's just that Night God Ryosuke cast an illusion when others didn't notice. The target is Danzo in the encirclement. At this time, Danzo was shot right through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri. But just when everyone thought the target had been solved, the corpse on the ground with a pierced heart suddenly disappeared. Then another Danzo appeared. What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? Where have all the people present seen this kind of ninjutsu that can be resurrected from the dead? Or is this some kind of illusion? In fact, the other party is not dead at all. The one who died was just a stand-in. In any case, if the target is still alive, it is impossible for them to stop. Just when Kakashi was about to let Might Guy hold him back and cast Raikiri again, Danzo suddenly yelled, "Stop! Hiruzen, tell your people to stop immediately. This old man will remove the transformation technique." Danzo looked at his bandaged arm distressfully, not visible to others. But he knew that there was a Sharingan on it that had been closed forever and could no longer be used. This is a life. Danzo is called a distressed. So he felt that he couldn't go on like this anymore. Even if he desperately wanted to die, he had to explain it clearly to Hiruzen. If it drags on, he doesn't know how many Sharingan he will lose. Even he might die at the hands of these ninjas from his own village. But what Danzo didn't know, the reason why he figured it out so quickly was due to the illusion of Night God Ryosuke. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked to the front surrounded by a group of Konoha shinobi followers. "Zero seek. Everyone stop," Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Then he looked at Danzo in the circle, frowning. "You can remove the transformation technique now." Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred, but had to do it. No way. He really died here, right? Hiruzen, just wait. You don't have a long time to live. When you die, I will take good care of your family. Danzo really hated Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. If this guy didn't trust him, things wouldn't be like this. This time, Ishimura Danzo is doomed. In the future, when he went out again, he didn't dare to go out with his true appearance. If the high-level Konoha holds a meeting, Danzo even wanted to find some excuse to decline. Otherwise, he was afraid that everyone would see his jokes. "Hiruzen," this old man asks one last time, "can you let these people go?" Danzo tries to make a last-ditch effort. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen just responded him with a cold look. Impossible. No negotiation. Danzo gave up. He doesn't struggle anymore. Social death is social death. Next second, Danzo removed the transformation technique from his body and changed back to his true form. The clothes are the same clothes, the bandages are the same bandages, but this is the man. Puff. Zero. In the crowd, who didn't know who couldn't hold back, laughed. Who? Who? Danzo glanced around with one eye, as if breathing fire, looking for the source of that laughter. And the Night God Ryosuke, who was hiding in the crowd, was meeting the gazes from the side at this time, with a look of "it's none of my business." That's right. He was the one who laughed out loud, just now. No way. It was so funny. He didn't hold back. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at the changed Danzo in shock. In fact, when many ninjas besieged Danzo, just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that this guy's fighting style was almost exactly the same as Danzo in his memory, and he also used various ninjutsu that Danzo was good at. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have believed that the opponent was Danzo if the opponent hadn't killed him and refused to remove the transformation technique. And now, seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly understood why Danzo was unwilling to remove the transformation technique even after killing him. If it were him, he wouldn't want to either. No wonder. Danzo wanted to chat with him alone time and time again. Feelings are for this reason. Danzo, what are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen understands the reason, but still can't figure out how Danzo became like this. It was fine 2 days ago. Could it be that the surgery recovery is so fast now? It's the intruder from last night. Danzo gritted his teeth and said. Now the person he hated most was the intruder, followed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. They all made him look like this. The other made him die in public in the village. All deserve to die 10,000 times. The intruder? The one who took those ninjutsu scrolls from your roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Danzo nodded. To be honest, he didn't care about ninjutsu scrolls at all. Compared with what happened to him, were some ninjutsu scrolls worth? Then you haven't tried to remove this look? Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that Danzo is under some kind of vicious secret technique, but there should be a way to undo it. It is impossible for any secret technique to be completely unsolvable. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is not a secret technique, but Mangekyo's pupil technique. And it just so happens that this Mangekyo pupil art of Ryosuke is really unsolvable. I've tried everything I can think of, and nothing works, Danzo said with a sullen face. In fact, he had already guessed that the one in his hand should be Mangekyo's pupil technique. It's just that he couldn't figure out why the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family had such an unscrupulous pupil technique. Who will tell him what kind of heart is it that awakens this kind of pupil technique? Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. He didn't care about Danzo's appearance, but he was worried that if he met that person one day in the future, how would he face such a secret technique? If he, like Danzo, became like this, will it be him who will die at that time? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling a chill. At the same time, I also vowed to let Umbu's ninja go first when encountering enemies in the future. He didn't dare to go up to fight the opponent, even if he said nothing. What if this person happens to be the ninja who made Danzo look like this? Didn't he take the initiative to hit someone with a gun? Okay, come with me first. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's appearance. To be honest, even though he was an old friend for decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a little disgusted. Heard. Danzo also nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and cast a cold glance at Kakashi over there. Kakashi, you are fine, Danzo said viciously. Kakashi didn't know when he pulled down his forehead protector, revealing one eye staring at the dead fish eyes. Facing Danzo's threat, he didn't care at all. I've been fine, Danzo snorted coldly, and then stepped forward to catch up with Sarutobi Hiruzen in front. Kakashi didn't care about offending Danzo, because what should be offended, he is already offended. After all, Kakashi is the Umbu that came out from the root and joined. Since then, Danzo has hated Kakashi for 5-3. If it weren't for the protection of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo would have already attacked Kakashi. Thinking that one of his Sharingan was wasted on Kakashi, Danzo couldn't help but increase his hatred for Kakashi. Damn Uchiha obviously hates Kakashi, but Danzo scolds Uchiha. However, there is nothing wrong with that. This is Danzo after all. It's gone. There's nothing to see. The ninjas present also dispersed one after another. However, with the departure of these ninjas, what happened here today may be spread throughout Konoha within a day, and then those spies hiding in Konoha will spread the news to farther places. I'm afraid that in a few days, Danzo, the well-known darkness of the ninja world, will become the laughing stock of the ninja world. Miserable, really miserable. But to let him provoke the night god Ryosuke without incident. Miserable is also made by oneself. All I can say is deserve it. Naruto, Sasuke, let's go. Let's have dinner together next time. Night god Ryosuke waved at Naruto and the others over there, and then continued today's patrol mission. While on the other side, Sasuke is also staring at Kakashi. With sharp eyes, Kakashi couldn't stand it. No way. He could only explain the origin of his Sharingan to Sasuke. Noon. Yagami Ryosuke found Hinata and Ino, who were taking a lunch break, and the three of them were eating bento at the edge of a field. Ryosuke, there seems to be some news in the village that Elder Danzo has turned into a woman. Is it true? Also, who is Elder Danzo? During the meal, Ino suddenly asked curiously, have you heard about this too? Night god Ryosuke secretly marveled at the speed at which this 8 trigrams news spread. In less than half a day, even Ino and the Genins have heard of it? Sharp. Yes, but Teacher Hong told us not to discuss this matter. Hinata nodded. She had also heard the news. It seems that this matter has been completely spread in the village now. A lot of people are talking about it. Sister Hong is right not to let you discuss it. Elder Danzo is a member of the elders group in the village and the leader of the root. so it can be said that he has a high position and authority. Sister Hong doesn't let you discuss it. It's for your own good. Yagami Ryosuke introduced the situation of Danzo. In fact, many ninjas who knew who Danzo was did not deliberately discuss this matter. The ones who spread the most, on the contrary, are those genin and ordinary people who don't understand anything. Where do genin know Elder Danzo? And at a young age, there are many guys who are not afraid of anything, such as Naruto and Inuzuka Teeth. As for ordinary people, they don't even know who Danzo is. Anyway, they treated it as an 8 trigrams news and discussed it, but it spread quickly. Soon it spread throughout the village. Danzo's side apparently also got a report from his subordinates. But there is no limit to this thing. Never give a password. The key is that it is useless. Unless you have someone watching everyone 24 hours a day, how do you know they won't be discussing it behind their backs? And some things are the more you don't let them do it, the more they will do it. It is better to be sparse than to be blocked. Anyway, time will dilute everything. But during this time, Danzo doesn't plan to go out again. Even when he had to go out, he would go out in a different way. Never show your true colors to others. Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama, please. Danzo. No. Hiruzen you F asterisk 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 G. I just said that during this period of time, if you kill me and don't go out, you just ask someone to call me over? And I just got back from the Hokage building. If you really have something urgent, did you just say no? Why do you have to go back and forth like this? Are you kidding me? Danzo's heart was burning with anger. But looking at the 2 Umbu ninjas in front of him, he still took a deep breath and then suppressed the anger in his heart. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Anyway, Hiruzen doesn't have long to live. What do I care about with a dying person? Danzo comforted himself in his heart. After giving some instructions to his subordinates, he followed the 2 Umbu and left. Hokage office. There are not only Sarutobi Hiruzen here, but also 2 other members of the elders, Midokado Hamura and the Sleeping Village. And Konoha's brains, Nara Shikahiza, was also present. When Danzo opened the door and came in and saw so many people in the office, his face darkened instantly. Damn, Hiruzen Amchao Nima. The dark-faced Danzo didn't say a word when he came in. No one is pleasing to the eye. Danzo, withdraw the transformation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Danzo. Anyway, I've already lost someone once, so I am not afraid of losing it again. However, Danzo's hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen has increased a bit, almost caught up with the Uzumaki mask man who made him like this. Danzo, you've really turned into a woman. Seeing Danzo, who removed the transformation technique, Yuditane Koharu also looked at her in surprise. She didn't find Danzo disgusted like this. Instead, I feel closer to Danzo. After all, in the past, among the 4 of them, she was the only woman, but now there's an extra Danzo. Isn't this 2 to 2? Just right. Shut up, Koharu, Danzo said viciously. Yuditane Koharu chuckled and didn't care about Danzo's bad attitude. She also knew that Danzo wasn't used to being a woman yet. Once she gets used to it, it won't be like this anymore. And what's wrong with being a woman? Yuditane Koharu thinks it's pretty good. Ahem. All right, since Danzo is here, let's start discussing that matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, making everyone look away from Danzo and look at himself. Normally, Danzo would be the first to speak at such times, but right now Danzo is standing on the sidelines, completely acting like an outsider, with no intention of asking any questions. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He finds out that there are benefits to Danzo being a woman. The biggest advantage is that Danzo began to feel embarrassed to express himself. He seemed to be afraid that everyone's attention would be on him, and then greeted with dazzling eyes. It seems that I should thank that intruder instead, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Certainly, if he really met that person, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely let his subordinate Umbu rush forward without saying a word. After all, if you can have today's Danzo, you may have your future self. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to become a miserable zero like Danzo. Just look at Danzo now. Although he is still alive, He is better than dead. Danzo really felt that his life would be worse than death at this time, especially feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's playful eyes, which made him suffer even more. Damn Hiruzen! How dare he? No matter how thick-skinned Danzo was, Danzo could hardly hold back when his old friends in the past saw jokes like this. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew it was not good to continue provoking Danzo. He was not asked to say a few words by name. During the whole discussion, Danzo seemed to be wandering away. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said that everyone could go, he turned around and left Hokage's office without saying a word. As soon as he went out, Danzo used the transformation technique to transform himself into another person. He doesn't dare to change into his original appearance now, because everyone knows that Shimura Danzo has turned into a woman. So as long as they see him Danzo, the eyes of those people will become very strange. It's like looking at some rare animal. This made Danzo unbearable, so he simply turned into someone else. That way no one would recognize him. In Hokage's office, Nara Shurgyo was left behind by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lugio, the village will hold a joint Chunin exam in a few months, and I want you to be in charge of coordinating it. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Nara to stay because he wanted to chat with him about the Chunin exam in a few months. This time the Chunin exam is not only attended by some small ninja villages in the surrounding area. It has been confirmed that they will come, as well as Sunagakure, who signed an alliance agreement with them. When the time comes for the last exam, even 4th Kazekage will be there in person. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen also attaches great importance to this Chunin exam. He is worried about handing over this matter to other people. But if this person is Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a million reassuring. Okay, Fire. Lord Shadow, I will start preparing in the next few days, and I will definitely ensure the safety of the village by then. Nara Shikahisa said, safety is important, but it is also necessary to show the aura of our Konoha. Then the daimyo will send people to watch the ceremony. You know, Lugio, the village has spent a lot of money over the years. I have always been very nervous. If the daimyo cannot have enough confidence in Konoha, next year's funding may be reduced again. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worried about the village. After all, the ones who come this time are either the Dead Ninja Village or San Shinobi, the weakest village among the 5 major countries. He is more concerned about whether this Chunin test can demonstrate their Konoha strength. To attract more wealthy businessmen to invest in Konoha and give them more high-value tasks 5.2 in Konoha. At the same time, it would be even better if the daimyo of the Land of Fire could be satisfied. After all, Ninja Zaishin is about to eat. Who is the richest in the Land of Fire? Of course it's a big name. The funds allocated by the Daming Mansion alone are enough to support a large number of ninjas every year. In the past 2 years, too many things happened because of Konoha. So much so that Daming Prefecture has lowered its annual funding twice in a row. If it continues to be reduced like this, the living standards of the ninjas of their Sarutobi clan should be lowered. By the time, how else does Sarutobi Hiruzen profit for his family's ninjas? After listening to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Nara Shikaji just nodded, saying that he would definitely satisfy those wealthy businessmen and people from the Daimyo Prefecture. As for the funding issue that Sarutobi Hiruzen heard, Nara Shurgyo is a smart person. Of course he knew that the funds given by the Daming Mansion each year were far more than those. As for where did the rest of the funds go? You don't need to ask, and you don't need to know. Just understand it in your heart. After all, their Nara clan is on good terms with the Sarutobi clan. To put it bluntly, they are also vested interests. It's just that the benefits obtained are not as much as those of the Sarutobi family. Okay, today's patrol is over here. You can go back and rest. Yeah, you stay. It was getting late, and the task of Umbu's 7th class was also completed. After disbanding the team, Yuzuki Yugao left Yagami Ryosuke behind. Go change your clothes first. Your red sister is clear tonight. Yuzuki Shien said. Then I'll go home and tell you. Yagami Ryosuke said. Mayushia nodded and followed the two of them back to Haka. Evening. Ryosuke, who changed his clothes and went out, unexpectedly met Naruto and the others who had just finished their mission on the road. Naruto, Sasuke, what's wrong with you? He looked at the two people who were soaked in water and asked curiously, Hey, don't ignore me every time. The little Sakura on the side shouted with dissatisfaction on her hips. Ah, by the way, there's little Sakura too, what's wrong with you guys? Yagami Ryosuke laughed, and the perfunctory appearance made little Sakura very dissatisfied. But Night God Ryosuke is not Naruto, the licking dog. No matter how dissatisfied she is, it will not affect the Night God Ryosuke. It's not Mr. Kakashi, Ryosuke, you don't know. What we have been doing these 2 days are some stupid tasks. As soon as Naruto heard the question from Ryosuke, the Night God, he immediately turned on the complaint mode. He first complained about Kakashi's irresponsibility. They said they were busy there, but Kakashi just watched and didn't help. Then I complained about the tasks I received. For the past 2 or 3 days, they have to accept at least 2 D-level missions every day. And it's not weeding or cleaning or something. That's not what a ninja should do. This is completely different from the life of Genin that Naruto imagined. He thought he was going to go out of the village to perform those difficult tasks soon. 0-1 the result. That's it. We just finished a mission to clean up river trash. Sasuke couldn't bear Naruto's endless chatter, but couldn't get to the point. So he pulled Naruto and answered the question Ryosuke just asked. So that's the case, then you really work hard. Yagami Ryosuke patted the shoulders of both of them sympathetically. What? And little Sakura? Kiki. It's not that men and women give or take each other. So forget it. Ryosuke, what kind of missions are you performing in Umbu? Isn't it particularly exciting? At this moment, Naruto suddenly asked with bright eyes. This silly boy, who doesn't understand secret missions, can't tell outsiders at all. But Naruto, it is normal not to know these common sense. After all, no one told him. It's okay, I left the village yesterday to perform a mission, and the day before yesterday. In fact, I only left the village twice. Today, it's just patrolling the village. Yagami Ryosuke didn't go into details, just said briefly. But even so, it still makes Naruto envious. You'll be fine. You've already left the village to perform missions. Unlike us, who are still on those broken missions of cleaning up rivers. Naruto pouted, and that resentful expression made Night God Ryosuke almost get goosebumps. Okay. Go home and change your clothes, or else you won't be able to continue the task tomorrow if you catch a cold. Yagami Ryosuke looked at the sky, and it was getting late, and then sent the 3 of them home to change clothes quickly. But Naruto rolled his eyes when he heard his words, as if he had thought of some good idea. After Night God Ryosuke separated from them, Naruto secretly pulled Sasuke and little Sakura and said, I have a way so that we don't have to do those D-level missions tomorrow. Do you want to come together? Any solution? Sasuke looked at Naruto with a suspicious expression, the way Naruto came up with. To be honest, Sasuke was really worried. Naruto, tell me quickly, don't be a secret. When the little Sakura heard that she could not perform those troublesome and tiring D-level tasks, she hurriedly urged Naruto to speak quickly. My solution is to pretend to be sick, Naruto said triumphantly. As long as we say that we fell into the water today and caught a cold and got sick, then Mr. Kakashi won't let us continue to be those D-level characters. Is this a good way for you? Sasuke shook his head. Sure enough, he shouldn't expect any good solution from Naruto. Malingering? Isn't that a child's trick? Naruto, your method is too bad. Mr. Kakashi is not a fool. How could he fail to see that we are pretending to be sick? Little Sakura originally wanted to say that this method is good. You can try it. As a result, as soon as she heard Sasuke say this, she swallowed the words as soon as she reached her mouth, and then showed a dissatisfied expression, complaining that Naruto's method was too bad. Trust me, I can trick Kakashi-sensei. Seeing that both of them didn't believe him, Naruto said hastily, Forget it, I don't want to play sick games like a child, I'm going home. Sasuke shook his head, then turned around and left. Sasuke, wait for me. Let's go home on the way, let's go back together. Naruto. He looked at the road on the left, and then at Sasuke and little Sakura who were going to the right. I want to say that the little Sakura's house is not going that way. But I don't know if it's telepathy or something else. Just as he was about to speak, the little Sakura in front of him immediately turned around and glared at him viciously. Naruto quickly shut his mouth, not daring to speak. After waiting for a while, both Sasuke and little Sakura walked away, and Naruto said angrily, "What? You don't believe my way, huh? Just wait and see. You can go to work tomorrow, but I can rest at home. Time to regret you to death." Uehong's house. Yagami Ryosuke knocked on the door. It was Anko who came to open the door for him. "Cut, it's you." When Anko saw that the person who came was Ryosuke, the night god, his face suddenly collapsed, as if he was not happy to see him. "Miss Anko, has she gained weight recently? It feels like your face is a little rounder than when we met last time," Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "Anko, ah!" she yelled frantically. "Night god Ryosuke. Say more. Where am I fat? Am I called fat? I'm called plump, okay?" "Ah, yes. Yagami Ryosuke nodded again and again. "Sister Anko, you are plump, not fat. A friend of mine often says the same thing. I always feel like you're scolding me." Anko looked at him with a suspicious expression on his face. Obviously he was right, but he always felt weird. "By the way, who is that friend of yours?" Anko asked subconsciously. "Choji. Full name is Akimichi Choji." Night god Ryosuke ran away as soon as he finished speaking. As expected, there was a scream from Anko behind him, and then he ran after him like crazy to beat him. Yagami Ryosuke ran in front, and Anko chased after him. No matter how hard she chases, she can't catch up with Night god Ryosuke. At this moment, Shihahong also came out of the kitchen, and she also looked helpless when she saw the two people running around the room. "I said, can you two not quarrel when you meet? Really? Were you enemies in your previous life?" Yuehong also couldn't figure out why these two guys would quarrel when they met. And the most incomprehensible thing for her was that Anko obviously lost every time he quarreled and would get mad by himself. But when they meet next time, they still can't help being provocative. What is this? The more you cook, the more you love to play? Yuehong really convinced the two of them. "Sister Hong, help!" At this time, the night god Ryosuke hurriedly ran behind Yuehong, grabbed his waist, and hid behind Hong. "Smelly brat, don't run away." Anko rolled up his sleeves, looking aggressive. Yagami Ryosuke, who was hiding behind Yuehong, looked at her with a smile and hooked her fingers provocatively. "You come here." "Oh, I have a bad temper." Anko was about to rush forward angrily, but Shihahong quickly grabbed her. "Come on, both of you for a while," she said helplessly. Just then someone knocked on the door again. Yuehong hurriedly said to Anko, "Go and open the door. It should be Shiyin who has arrived." Anko glared at Yagami Ryosuke, then turned around reluctantly and opened the door. Kurenai Yuhi, who saw Anko open the door, also patted the back of Yagami Ryosuke's hand angrily. "Ryosuke, what are your hands doing?" She turned around and gave Yagami Ryosuke a look. There are so many styles that Ryosuke couldn't help being stunned for a moment. "Sister Hong, why do you feel that you are getting more and more beautiful?" Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. "You're the one with the sweetest mouth." Yuhi Hong patted him angrily and then said, "Calm down later. Don't always quarrel with Anko." Sister Hong sent a message. "What a designated photo." Night god Ryosuke promised. "Come on, the credibility of what comes out of your mouth is really not high." It's not the first day for Kurenai Yuhi to know the night god Ryosuke. For this kid's style of running the train with his mouth full, he has long understood it clearly. Yagami Ryosuke laughed. "By the way, Miss Hong," Yishun Ryosuke suddenly asked, "apart from Anko and Shiyin, are there any other guests coming to your house tonight?" "Hinata will come later," Yuehong said while turning back to the kitchen. "Is Hinata coming too?" Yagami Ryosuke was a little surprised, but not surprised that Kurenai Yuhi and Hinata had such a good relationship so soon. "I was surprised, since Hinata is also coming. What about Inazuka Kiba and Aburam Shino from Class 8? Treated differently?" Yagami Ryosuke smiled. Of course he knew that Kurenai Yuhi would not treat his students differently. As for why only Hinata was invited, but not Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, of course, it's because it's not convenient for men to join the dinner tonight. 137. As for Knight God Ryosuke, that's different. In Yuahong's eyes, Yagami Ryosuke is no different from his younger brother, so naturally he doesn't mind. And Anko and Shien don't mind his joining either. After all, Knight God Ryosuke has been acquainted with the three of them since he was 10 years old. Even more so with Yuzuki Shien. In short, Knight God Ryosuke is an exception. Sister Shien, come and sit here. In the living room, Anko and Shien come in, and Knight God Ryosuke is facing Shien, beckoning. Oomph. Be careful. Shien, this brat is getting more and more irritating now. Anko still looked annoyed, obviously still angry at the Knight God Ryosuke said that she was fat. But the conscience of heaven and earth, the reason why Knight God Ryosuke said this is mainly to urge her to eat less sweets. Otherwise, after a few more years, she might really be as fat as a ball. Obviously, she is a very pretty girl, but thinking about how fat she will be in the future, Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but want to persuade her to eat less sweets. But Anko's character, the more you don't let her eat, the more she wants to eat. I don't listen to it at all. So, Knight God Ryosuke simply took another approach. Every time we meet, she says she is fatter than before. In this way, Anko will gradually control his diet subconsciously. Avoid the consequences of becoming a big fat man in the future. Are you two fighting again? Seeing Anko's expression, Yuzuki Shien knew that the two must have quarreled again just now. But don't look at the Knight God Ryosuke and Anko will quarrel every time they meet, but in fact the relationship between the two is not very good. Quarreling is actually a sign of a good relationship. Otherwise, if the relationship is really not good enough, they have already quarreled a few times, and they have long since died of old age. It's not that this guy talks too much. Anko pouted and said dissatisfied. Then he pulled Yuzuki Shien and began to criticize Ryosuke, the Night God. He also tried to encourage Yuzuki Shien to arrange more heavy tasks for Night God Ryosuke in the future, which is called Exercise and Exercise Night God Ryosuke. A few minutes later, Hinata also arrived. Knight God Ryosuke went to open the door for her. Ryosuke, you're here, too. Seeing the Knight God Ryosuke who opened the door for him, Hinata couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Well, come on. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile and beckoned her in. In the dining room, the lighting is soft. Everyone sat in a circle around the table, and there were all kinds of delicacies on the table. Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. If anyone marries you in the future, they will die of happiness. Anko, who kept picking up vegetables with chopsticks, kept his mouth full of food, and at the same time, he did not forget to praise Yuahong's craftsmanship. That's why it sounds so weird. Teacher Hong's dishes are really delicious. Hinata's small face also looked serious. Coupled with the high pile of food in the bowl in front of her, it seemed that her words were particularly convincing. I remembered. Did someone say before that when he grows up, he will marry Hong as his wife? Anko suddenly said with a smile. He glanced at Knight God Ryosuke again and again, for fear that others would not know who she was referring to. What's the matter? Isn't it normal to want to marry a virtuous woman like Sister Hong? Yagami Ryosuke said with a calm face. Hey, your little girlfriend is still sitting next to you. You are so brave. Anko had a surprised expression. She didn't expect Knight Ryosuke to admit it so generously. Are you really not afraid that your little girlfriend will be jealous? Hinata is not you, so you won't be jealous because of such a small thing. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and squeezed Hinata's little hand. Right, Hinata? Hinata couldn't help being a little embarrassed when Ryosuke, the Night God, held her little hand in front of everyone. But fortunately, after 2 years of training from the Night God Ryosuke, Hinata has changed a lot in her personality, although still gentle and considerate. But at least he won't be as timid and shy as before. If it was 2 years ago, Hinata would have fainted from embarrassment in a situation like this. Words now. At most, she was blushing up to her ears, and she was too shy to look at the eyes of the people around her. Not even close enough to faint. No way. Anko looked at Hinata, who was shy and lowered her head in disbelief, and she couldn't help asking Hinata because she didn't understand. No, Hinata, why are you? Could it be that you still want your future husband to have other women outside? Kurenai Yuhi beside him couldn't help but glared at Anko. She always felt that the other women outside, in Anko's mouth, was referring to her. Although Kurenai Yuhi doesn't have that kind of thought towards Night God Ryosuke, she treats him more like her younger brother. But the meaning of Anko's words couldn't be more obvious. She's not a fool. Why can't she hear it? I don't mind. Hinata lowered her head and said in a low voice, Ryosuke is so good. It is inevitable that many girls will like him. I can't restrain him because of his liking for me. As long as he has me in his heart, I will be satisfied. Anko, she felt that her 3 views had been hit in some way. In fact, even Yuzuki, Yuyin, and Yohong, who were just watching the excitement, looked at Hinata in surprise at this time. This young lady of the Hyuga clan is so generous? Is this the education of a big family? Duh. You are the eldest lady. Why does it feel like I'm going to post Night God Ryosuke? Anko and Yuihong couldn't understand, but Yuzuki Shiin showed a thoughtful look. She has seen part of the true strength of Night God Ryosuke, so she can probably understand how excellent the word excellent in Hinata's mouth is. If it is like this, it doesn't seem to be acceptable, does it? Yuzuki Shiin thought to herself. After all, the strong are the real rulers of this world. And like Ryosuke, the night god, who has such amazing strength at the age of 12, he will definitely be on top of the world in the future. For a man like this, there are more women around him or something. Thinking about it, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. That's reasonable. Moreover, Ryosuke said that Ino and I are his wings. We should let him spread his wings and fly higher and farther, instead of binding him firmly to the ground. Hinata suddenly looked at the night god, Ryosuke, beside him. His eyes were as gentle as water, full of love. This is a rare occasion for Hinata to muster up the courage to express her love for night god Ryosuke in front of so many people. This also moved night god Ryosuke very much. He held Hinata's little hand tightly, unwilling to let go again for the rest of his life. There is such a well-behaved, obedient, and sensible girlfriend. Night god Ryosuke felt that if he didn't cherish it, he would definitely be struck by lightning. No, night god Ryosuke, are you a birdman? Why do you need so many wings? Finally, Yagami Ryosuke and Hinata are touching each other, and their eyes are expressing deep love. As a result, Anko suddenly ruined the atmosphere just now. Anko, are you allergic to romance? Yagami Ryosuke said angrily. I don't even call my sister anymore. You call this romantic? Are you sure it's not an excuse for the scumbag to be fickle? Anko sneered, as if his old lady had seen through everything. Take care of yourself. Eat so much. Be careful that you will become a big fat man, and no one will want you. Smelly brat. You say it again. Sorry, I never repeat what I said. And you heard it clearly. Don't pretend you didn't hear it. Smelly brat. My old lady beat you to death. Anko jumped up directly from his seat and flung his teeth and claws at Ryosuke, the night god. Night god Ryosuke dodged in an instant, and at the same time reached out to grab Anko's hand, and with a twist, she was suppressed under him. You let me go. Anko struggled a few times and was surprised to find that he couldn't break free. She's a special jonin anyway, and Yagami Ryosuke is just a genin who just graduated from ninja school. How could he be subdued by the opponent so easily? Am I drunk? Anko is a little self-doubting, but she obviously didn't drink alcohol. You want me to let go, unless you call Dad. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. He also reached out and patted Anko. Hey, where are you going, stinky brat? You still want my old lady to call you daddy? You're dreaming. Anko struggled even harder, still cursing and unconvinced. Okay, can you two calm down a bit? Yu Hihong patted his forehead, helplessly looking at the two who were making a fuss again. But, seeing that night, God Ryosuke subdued Anko so easily, She was actually quite surprised. Just the physical ability shown by Knight God Ryosuke is enough to be comparable to some special jonin. No wonder Lord Hokage valued him so much and made an exception to let him join Umbu as a genin. Really? Or Hokage-sama's sharp eyesight? Sister Hong, Anko can't be dealt with. She's just itchy. As Yagami Ryosuke said, he couldn't help but slapped him a few times. Even though Anko has a thick skin, he can't take it anymore at this time. After all, it is shameless for her to be bullied by Knight God Ryosuke in front of her two good sisters. Whoa, you bully me. Hinata, look, your boyfriend bullies me. Anko faked crying while complaining to Hinata. However, Hinata just looked at her and said in a low voice, Miss Anko, you can't beat Ryosuke, which directly made Anko feel depressed. What the hell? Yagami Ryosuke, what kind of ecstasy soup did this kid, Ryosuke, pour into this young lady of the Hyuga family? First of all, the previous words made Anko wonder if there was something wrong with his ears, but now he ignored the fact that he was being bullied by Knight God Ryosuke, and even helped Knight God Ryosuke to speak. All right, they are indeed a relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. If you don't speak for your boyfriend, is it possible to help her? But it also depends on the situation. In the current situation, she, Mitarashi Anko, is clearly at a disadvantage. Have you been taken advantage of? Can't you see? You are so blind. Shouting or not. If not, you can stay here all the time. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Sun Yin. Anko looked at Yugao Yuzuki with a mournful face. And Yuzuki Shien cast a helpless look. Woo woo woo. Even Shien doesn't love me anymore. Anko felt bitter. Oh, you don't want to die, do you? She can only turn to the last person who can help her. Anko, were you throwing the towel? Ryosuke won't really let you call him daddy. Sunset Red said. Group. No. Why are you all on this brat side? I am so angry. Anko, are you sure you don't beg for mercy? Think about it. If you beat me to death without begging for mercy, you'll have to sit on me as a stool tonight. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. When Anko heard this, he thought that this was the reason. She doesn't want to be treated as a stool all the time, and it's uncomfortable to lie on the ground. Okay, I admit defeat, I was wrong. Anko finally gave in. King of Mouth escaped the strong persuasive power made her successfully persuaded. And Yagami Ryosuke didn't really ask her to call her dad. That was just a joke. Letting go of Anko, Yagami Ryosuke saw that the woman was still unconvinced, so he showed his right hand. Anko couldn't help but blush when he saw it, and hurried back to his seat. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Hinata had to go home early because of family rules, so Yagami Ryosuke sent her home to rest first. After sending Hinata to the land of the Hyuga tribe, Night God Ryosuke turned back to Yuahong's house again. In memory of our wonderful man, Mr. Kakazu. His selfless dedication is not only aimed at Shao organization. Even Ryosuke, the Konoha shinobi, deeply felt his great personality. In the wilderness, Kakazu, who was on his way, shuddered when he suddenly didn't come. Strange, the weather is not cold. Kakazu tightened the windbreaker on his body, thinking. In a frame behind him, a head was snoring with its eyes closed, sleeping very sweetly. When Kakuzu heard Haiden snoring, he also shook the frame a few times angrily. In the end, this guy slept worse than a pig. Didn't wake up at all. What the hell did I, Kakuzu, owe you something in my previous life? Kakuzu muttered cursingly, but still carry Haiden's head and continue walking. Next day, it was just dawn. In the room, Ryosuke, who had only slept for 2 or 3 hours in bed, woke up. He can't sleep. The mental state is great. No sleepiness at all. The effect of this indefatigable aura is too strong. It's really annoying. I won't enjoy the fun of sleeping in the future. Night God Ryosuke muttered, but it was not seen that he really removed this talent entry. Get up, brush your teeth, and wash your face. After the operation was completed, Yagami Ryosuke disappeared instantly. Training ground number 4. Night God Ryosuke hand seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. A group of 500 or 600 shadow clone appeared around him. Go, continue to practice. Night God Ryosuke commanded these shadow clone. The main body and attachment are too strange. That is, less practice every time. How about you? Shadow clone, you complained every sentence. But complaints are complaints. But they still dispersed obediently, leaving the number 4 training ground to practice around. Yagami Ryosuke didn't linger here either. After letting Shadow Clone start practicing, he went back directly. It was more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Yua Hong got up. Morning, Miss Hong. Yagami Ryosuke turned around and greeted Kurini Yuhi with a smile. Morning, Ryosuke. Kurini Yuhi smiled slightly. Why are you up so early? Yeah, I can't sleep anymore. I'm used to it. Yagami Ryosuke said. Young people are in a good state of mind, unlike your sister Hong, who is old. No way, Sister Hong. You're still very young. I'm too energetic. It's actually not good. After the two chatted for a while, Xia Hong went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a while, Yuzuki Shien also got up. Sister Shien, good morning. Night God Ryosuke greeted her with a smile. Morning. Did you get up early? Yuzuki Shien came over and sat down beside him and asked, Well, did you wake up, Miss Shien? Night God Ryosuke asked. Maiwa Shien shook her head and said, That's not true. In fact, I woke up in the middle, but then I fell asleep again. I drank a little too much yesterday, but luckily I didn't sleep for too long. At this time, Yuha Hong in the kitchen also came out with 2 simple breakfasts. Ryosuke, Shien, it's time to eat. She shouted. As for Anko, feel sorry. That crazy woman was so drunk last night that she won't wake up until this afternoon. After having breakfast at Kurinai Yui's house, Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien left first. Umbu still has to go to work today. Unlike Kurinai Yuhi and Anko, they are free ninjas. Although Yua Hong still has to lead the squad, the Jinin team generally doesn't go out on missions too early. It doesn't matter if you go after 9 o'clock. And Anko, she is usually very empty. Nothing happened today. She slept all day and no one cared about her. 9 a.m. The first task of Class 7 of Umbu started today. Still on patrol. But today I am patrolling outside the village. I will not come back at noon, and I will not return to the village until the evening. Umbu's usual job is not only to inspect the village, but also to inspect some places around the village, especially some nearby hills. If you don't visit after a while, it may have become a bandit camp. Although the Land of Fire is rich and prosperous, there are quite a lot of bandit Fei Wong. Even though Konoha has wiped out many such bandits and bandits. But this thing is like a leek. One crop after another is cut, and there is no way to finish it. On a hill, from a distance, I saw cooking smoke floating over there. On a few trees, members of Umbu's 7th class stood on the branches, looking at the smoke in the distance. I remember that the 3rd squad in this place just cleared a bandit camp half a month ago. There's another camp so soon. Hei Fong couldn't help complaining. Who are you coming? Yuzuki Shien looked at the 4 of them and asked. Let Yua come. Yua, do a good job, Tengu said with a smile. Night God Ryosuke also nodded and then cast the body flicker technique and swept towards the mountain in front of him in an instant. After a while, Night God Ryosuke found this bandit camp. The camp is pretty rough. There were some tents, and a wooden house was built in the middle. A group of bandits and bandits were lighting a fire and cooking, and some women with dull eyes were locked in several wooden cages next to them. Yagami Ryosuke frowned slightly, then split 2 shadow clone, pointing to those cages. Let shadow clone go to rescue people first. The 2 shadow clones act instantly. The bandits who were making a fire and cooking didn't notice them at all. The cage is opened, several women inside. He just raised his head and glanced, not showing any anger at all. Yagami Ryosuke saw it and sighed secretly. This situation is not uncommon among the Big 5 and the small countries. Ordinary people are always the most vulnerable in this world. The situation in the Nation of Fire is actually a little bit better, like some other small countries. It's even more messy. Sometimes these bandits and bandits would even gather a large group of people and rush directly into some towns. Simply lawless. Brush. Brush. Two Shadow Clone rescued the imprisoned women. Knight God Ryosuke saw that they had succeeded, so he didn't hide his figure anymore and walked out of the dark directly. Ooh, because the Knight God Ryosuke usually does not equip the item Invisible. So at this moment, the group of bandits and bandits on the opposite side found him all at once. 20 or 30 bandits took up weapons and surrounded them. And the Knight God Ryosuke saw it, drew out the ninja sword directly, and instantly remembered that the 4 fields on the opposite side were cut in half. Not good. It's Konoha's ninja. These bandits and bandits were taken aback and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But how could Knight God Ryosuke let them run away? You scumbags are not worthy of letting me use ninjutsu. Knight God Ryosuke chased him up. 2 or 3 bandits can be killed in a second. These bandits and bandits didn't even get out of the camp, so they were all killed by Knight God Ryosuke. There were corpses all over the ground, and the smell of blood wafted into the air. At this time, Uzuki Shien and the others also came over. Burn it, or it will easily cause plague. Uzuki Shien glanced at the corpses on the ground and said coldly, "Let me do it." Tengu stepped forward, made seals with both hands, released a fire style, and set the entire camp on fire. Flames blazed, burning those bodies and the entire bandit camp to ashes. After waiting almost, Black Fong cast a water style to extinguish the fire. After sending the rescued women home, Knight God Ryosuke and the Umbu 7 squad also continued to patrol the surrounding area. *T*. There was no second one found in the bandit camp. However, I met a few wandering ninjas, but after seeing their Konoha Umbu costumes, these wandering ninjas were also frightened and accepted their interrogation honestly. I dare not resist at all. Wandering ninjas like this generally have learned simple chakra refining techniques, and then some simple skills such as shuriken throwing. There are even wandering ninjas who don't even know the 3-body technique. To put it bluntly, some wandering ninjas are actually warriors who can refine chakra. It's better if you're in the sky, you will be able to use 2C level evasion techniques. But most of them don't learn very well. What Knight God Ryosuke and the others have to beware of are those wandering ninjas disguised as enemy ninjas. These wandering ninjas are, to put it bluntly, spies. They look like wandering ninjas, but they are actually ninjas from the 5 major countries in disguise. After a day of patrolling, it will soon be time to get off work. Umbu's 7 squad returned to the village and disbanded. Each went back to each house. In the evening, Yagami Ryosuke went out on a date with Yi after dinner. Hinata can't come out today. The Hyuga clan has too many rules. If it weren't for the face of Jonin who led the team yesterday, Kurenai Yuhi, the Hyuga clan would not allow Hinata to come home so late. This is the trouble for the big family. There are many rules and smelly. Although the Yamanaka family is also a Konoha family, it is still incomparable with the Hyuga family. So there are not so many rules. After shopping with Ino, having some desserts, and buying some gadgets, Yagami Ryosuke sent her back home before 9 o'clock. "Ryosuke, good night." Ino waved at the Knight God Ryosuke, and then went home happily. When Yagami Ryosuke left, he looked back and saw a middle-aged man with an ugly face on the second floor looking at him. He smiled at each other, but the other party turned his head and closed the window directly. That's right. That middle-aged man with an ugly face is none other than Ino's father, Yamanaka. For the next few days, the village was peaceful. In addition to the fact that the 8 trigrams news about Elder Danzo is still circulating in the village, it has become the content of many people's gossip. Nothing special happened. Yishun Ryosuke also goes to and from get off work every day and then uses up the number of conversions on time. Before that, he transformed Kakazu into such a good purple talent entry as Spirit of a Worker, and then transformed Danzo's talent entry the next day under his expectant gaze. In the end, he got a rubbish talent entry of First Generation Megakage. The attribute is that the more blamed you are, the higher the growth rate of chakra. Then there is also a Back the Pot Man, Halo. Let Knight God Ryosuke very speechless. First of all, he has no shortage of chakra. Secondly, he likes to take the blame. So, this talent entry is destined to be broken down by him in the future. But for now, Night God Ryosuke is still going to keep it. The main reason is to see if the system will update when the number of entries increases. The other side, in the past few days, Danzo's life can be said to be quite miserable. Not only because the fact that he turned into a woman was spread throughout the village and became the laughingstock of everyone. What's more, he has been particularly unlucky these days. How unlucky is it? Just walk a few steps and you will step on all kinds of weird things, and you can eat half a worm after a meal. And once he goes out, he will often encounter passers-by quarreling, and then it will affect him accidentally. There are often two people over there who are arguing, and they start spitting at each other after arguing. Then Danzo passed by and was spit out several times for no reason. Not too many things like this. Even birds would shit on his head as they flew by. Danzo thinks he is under some kind of curse. Otherwise, how could I be more and more unlucky? He was too scared to go out. I shut myself in a room every day, hoping that Orochimaru's plan will start soon and kill the D Tsurutobi Hiruzen quickly, so that he can sit on the position of Hokage. Yes, Danzo is like this, but he is still fantasizing that he can sit on the Hokage position after the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know where his self-confidence comes from. Today is the 15th day since Yagami Ryosuke joined Umbu. That is half a month. In half a month, Yishin Ryosuke was completely familiar with Umbu's working mode. It has already transformed from a rookie to a veteran. The 7th class training ground. Today, Class 7 doesn't have any tasks, so everyone is practicing in the training ground. Night God Ryosuke is also holding a ninja sword and practicing swordsmanship. Recently, his swordsmanship has improved, and his skills have become more proficient. This is also thanks to the fact that Yuzuki Shiin often practiced with him and gave him moves. Originally, Ryosuke's swordsmanship is more based on his strong physical fitness. In terms of skills, as he said at the beginning, it can only be regarded as average. But now the words. Even with the same physical fitness, Night God Ryosuke's swordsmanship has not lost to any special jonin who is good at swordsmanship. At least in the duel with Yuzuki Shiin. Night God Ryosuke has been able to draw with her with swordsmanship alone. This made Yuzuki Shiin very depressed. She has practiced swordsmanship for so many years to reach this level. As a result, Yishin Ryosuke's swordsmanship foundation was very average at the beginning. But after only half a month of practice, he was already comparable to her. Yuzuki Shiin also once again realized the gap between people. Sometimes it is even bigger than the difference between people and pigs. Brush. At this time, Yuzuki, wearing an Umbu mask, suddenly appeared on the training ground. Come and assemble. She shouted. Captain, do you have a mission? Tiengo hurried over and asked. No, the team leader arranged by the above has arrived, and I will take you there to get to know each other. Yuzuki Shiin said. Squad leader? Did you come by airborne? Since Yuzuki Shiin said that he knew him, it was obvious that they didn't know that person. And in the second team, there was no one they didn't know. Then it can only come by airborne. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. Yuzuki Shiin glanced at Tengu and immediately brought a group of people from Class 7 to the assembly point. Soon, several people from the 7th class arrived at the assembly point. At this time, the 4 classes of their second team are almost here. After waiting for a while, 2 ninjas wearing Umbu uniforms came from not far away. One of them was Umbu's deputy director, and the other was probably the new captain of the second team. Standing in the crowd, Night God Ryosuke also looked at the team leader curiously. The other party wears a mask and cannot see his face. But through the eyes of the mask, a pair of slightly clear eyes can be seen. Young? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. At this time, the deputy minister in front also introduced their new team leader to the members of their second team. This is a member of the guard directly under Mr. Hokage, codenamed Tianzong. From now on, he will be the captain of your second team. Everyone looked at Tianzong in silence. But I thought in my heart that I should be able to join Lord Hokage's direct escort team. At least, The strength of an elite Jonin cannot escape. In the crowd, when they heard the code name of the new captain of the Deputy Minister's Introduction Office, Yi Shunliang couldn't help but shine. Tenzo, isn't that Yamato? Wood style. Knight God Ryosuke stared at the masked man, never expecting that their new team leader would be Yamato, the owner of Wood Style. It is said that Senju Hashirama's Wood Style conquers the world, and Yamato's Wood Style can do greening. But that's because Yamato doesn't have a sage body, and he can't integrate Yongdun into Wood Style, making Wood Style full of vitality. Why is Senju Hashirama's Wood Style so strong? In fact, it is not Wood Style that is strong, but Senju Hashirama. For this, just look at Yamato. In fact, Yamato's Wood Style is what a real Wood Style should look like. Senju Hashirama that's over the mark. At this time, Knight God Ryosuke was thinking, if he transformed a talent entry from Yamato, would it have something to do with escape? Zero looking for flowers. The probability is very high. After all, almost all the specials on Yamato are given by Wood Style. It doesn't matter if it's a spoof stock like greening, or the source of his own strength. They are all closely related to Wood Style. Therefore, if you can get a copy of the biological pheromone from Yamato, then the transform talent entry will almost certainly come with a Wood Style. Certainly, included must be the Yamato version of Wood Style. But it's okay. Knight God Ryosuke can upgrade entries. Not to mention, Yamato doesn't have a sage body, but Yagami Ryosuke does. Although his sage body is only a primary sage body, it is incomparable with Senju Hashirama's advanced sage body. But when it is added to the Wood Style, the power of the Wood Style is 2 or 3 times greater than that of Yamato, right? Plus various other entries on him. At that time, it will be easy to use the power not inferior to Senju Hashirama. How about upgrading the entry transformed from Yamato? Is it possible to overtake Senju Hashirama, the founder of Wood Style? The deputy minister left after introducing Tianzong. Handed over to Tianzong, the new team leader. And Tianzong also explained some of his arrangements after becoming the team leader. In fact, he continued to use the same set of Hyuga before. I don't usually take care of them. I just need to be on call when there are tasks, and I can't fish in troubled waters. After saying a few words, Tianzong let everyone disperse. Yishin Ryosuke was still thinking about how to get a piece of biopheromone from Tianzong, and then saw Tianzong walking towards their 7th class on his own initiative. Captain Tianzong. A few people in the 7th class quickly shut up. They were still discussing the quality of the new team leader just now. The big-mouthed Tengu even doubted whether the opponent was able to lead their second team well. As a result, people actually came over. Scare them. He thought he had heard what he was discussing in a low voice. Your name is Yue, right? I heard Master Hokage mentioned you. Master Hokage has always been very optimistic about you. Tenzo came over and went directly to Knight God Ryosuke. This made Black Fong and the others secretly heave a sigh of relief. It's not good to come to Xingshi to inquire about the crime. But this kid Yue really has a lot of faces. Even a new team leader had to take the initiative to come over and have a chat with him. Not like them. Completely ignored. Captain Tianzong used to be a member of the guard team directly under the 3rd generation. Knight God Ryosuke also asked. That's right, I was actually a member of Umbu before, but I haven't been to the headquarters of one by much. Tianzong said, as Hokage's guard, the usual job is to follow Hokage and protect his safety. There are no other tasks. Then get a salary every month. In terms of the nature of the work, it is much easier than ordinary Umbu like them. The key is to get a lot of money. Very enviable. But there are also criteria for wanting to join the guard. This mainly depends on how the Hokage is determined in each period. For example, during the 4th-generation project period, the requirements for strength were relatively loose. But the 3rd-generation project, which came to power again, has strict requirements on the strength of the escort team. Must be elite Jonin. This immediately eliminated 99% of the ninjas in Konoha. However, this rule actually varies from person to person. For example, Tianzong in front of me. When he joined the Guardians, he was not yet elite Jonin. But because he owns with style, he made an exception and let him join. Captain Tianzong, I wonder if I can fight with you? Night God Ryosuke said suddenly. Why? Tianzong was stunned for a moment. He had just come to say hello to this commoner genius that Master Hokage valued. Unexpectedly, Night God Ryosuke came up and said that he would fight him. Is this a new meeting ceremony? It's nothing. I just want to see how far I am from an elite jonin like you, Captain Tianzong. Night God Ryosuke spoke. Certainly. In fact, it was to get the biological pheromone from Tianzong's body, so as to transform the talent entry. Well, that's fine. Tianzong thought for a while, and it happened that he was also very curious about this civilian genius that Master Hokage valued, just to try the opponent's current strength. I heard that the other party has also awakened some special physical blood inheritance limit. Don't know how it compares with your own, with style? Tianzong is also looking forward to it. Certainly, he never thought that he would lose to Night God Ryosuke. More just want to give pointers to this junior. After all, he is an elite jonin, even though Night God Ryosuke is not a pure genin, but his strength is extremely strong, so he's a special jonin, right? There is an official jonin in between. It is impossible to lose, but you can't win too fast, otherwise it will easily damage the self-confidence of young people. Tianzong thought in his heart that when the fight broke out later, he didn't have to use all his strength to try the level of the ordinary genius Ryosuke, the Night God. Wait until it's almost done, and then show your real strength to defeat it. Then give pointers and encourage him a few words. On the training ground, the rest of Umbu's 7th class retreated to the edge. You say, how long can Yeua last in the hands of this new team leader? Black Fong looked at Tengu and Shadow beside him, and asked them, at least 10 minutes. Yeua's strength is very strong. Tengu looked confident in Night God Ryosuke from August 13th. 5 minutes or so. Shadow thought for a while and gave a relatively well-behaved answer. Although the new team leader does not know the specific strength, he must be a powerful elite jonin. With such strength, if he made a serious move, Year might not be able to last for 2 or 3 minutes. But considering that the other party should not be so serious when they come up, so Shadow guessed an answer for 5 minutes. No, Shadow, what do you mean? Do you look down on Yeua? When Tingo heard that the time given by the Shadow was less than half of his own, he was immediately unhappy. Yeua is a genius who could defeat me. She can last at least 10 minutes. 5 minutes is too much to look down on Yeua. Shadow glanced at him lightly, but didn't speak. In fact, he was thinking in his heart that the end point of this guy, Tingu's words, was that Yeua once defeated him today. If even Yeua could only support the new team leader for about 5 minutes, then the strength is not as good as Yeua's Tengu. Isn't it hard to last a minute? That looks like he has a lot of food. But Shadow didn't say what was in his heart. He just glanced at Tengu, and then silently continued to observe the situation on the field. The other side, Yuzuki Shien listened to the three of them talking about how long Yagami Ryosuke could last in Tianzong's hands, and couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. These guys really don't know the strength of Night God Ryosuke. 10 minutes, 5 minutes? The reverse is more or less the case. No, based on Yuzuki Shien's understanding of the Night God Ryosuke, if it is really a life-and-death fight, the new Captain Tianzong may not be able to last even a minute. A direct face-to-face meeting will be given in seconds. But why did Ryosuke fight this new squad leader? Yuzuki Shien was a little confused. As for what Night God Ryosuke said just now, want to see the gap between himself and Elite Jonin? Others would believe this, but Mayu Shien didn't believe a word of it. That's why she couldn't understand the operation of Night God Ryosuke. Is there anything special about this new squad leader? Yuzuki Shien guessed in her heart. Yeua, let's start. You make the first move. Tenzo looked at Ryosuke, the Night God opposite, and said, he is elite Jonin strength after all. Fighting against a Genin, there is no reason to take the first shot. That was too bullying. Captain Tianzong, then I'm going. Yagami Ryosuke drew out the ninja sword at his waist and then disappeared in place in an instant. So fast. Tenzo looked at the speed of Night God Ryosuke with some surprise. At least in terms of speed, Night God Ryosuke's performance is no worse than any official jonin. This speed made Tianzong a little more serious. Next second, the two quickly played against each other on the court. Neither of the two sides used ninjutsu, but fought against each other with pure physical skills. The speed of the fight between the two was so fast that even Hei Fong outside the field couldn't see some details of the guest species clearly. No way. Yue's strength has improved compared to last time. Tengu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Yagami Ryosuke, who was playing evenly with the team leader on the court. Yue's talent is too strong. In such a short period of time, her strength has improved again. She's indeed a genius valued by Mr. Hokage. Hei Fong nodded, feeling very envious in his heart. Pity. It's impossible for him. I only hope that my future children can surpass him as a father in terms of talent. Anyway, let their family produce a genius or something. Don't expect to be as talented as Night God Ryosuke. About 1/3 of it is almost enough. Bang bang. On the court, Yagami Ryosuke's ninja knife slashed at Tenzang's Kazumi. The two hit it off. Immediately, Tianzong took a look at the kunai in his hand and found that several cracks had been cracked on the surface of the kunai, making it completely unusable. This kid is really strong. Tianzong twisted his wrist, feeling that his hand was a little sore from the fight just now. It is indeed a genius who has awakened the limit of physical blood inheritance. This physical fitness is really strong. Yue, you have not lost to any jonin in taijutsu, but ninja competition is not just about taijutsu. Next, I will use ninjutsu to fight with you. You have to pay attention. Tianzong already has a general understanding of the strength of Night God Ryosuke. The opponent is a ninja who has awakened the blood successor limit of physique, and his strength is basically based on a powerful physique. Therefore, as for other ninjutsu, Tianzong didn't think that Ryosuke, the Night God, could be as good as taijutsu. So the investigation of the strength of Night God Ryosuke has been completed. Next, it is to make him realize that ninjas cannot fight by physical skills alone. Even if the talent in ninjutsu is not as good as taijutsu, the importance of ninjutsu cannot be ignored. Captain Tianzong, just come here. Also, I'm not just good at physical skills. Yagami Ryosuke said with a faint smile. Confidence is a good thing, but don't underestimate any elite jonin. As Tianzong said, he made seals with his hands after drinking. Earth style. Earth flow gun. Boom. Under the feet of Night God Ryosuke, sharp rocks pierced the ground and attacked him. Don't use with style? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. At the same time, he dodged Tianzong's earth flow spear while rushing towards the opponent. Water style. Water wave hand. Didn't see Tenzo making any seal movements. He released a large amount of water from his hand and rushed towards Night God Ryosuke like a sea wave. Yagami Ryosuke was swept away by the waves with a bang, and Tianzong also seized this opportunity and quickly formed seals with both hands. Wood style. Great Wood's technique. Plus, the expressions of the four people outside the field changed instantly. That's Wood style. Black Fong opened his eyes wide in shock. I can't believe that one day I will see a ninja using Wood style appear. To know, in their Konoha, Wood style is like a mythical existence. That was first Hokage Senju Hashirama's specialty blood succession boundary, a move of Wood style, which directly laid down the current pattern of the 5 hidden villages. Although in today's ninja school textbooks, it has always been written that third Hokage is the strongest Hokage. But in fact, many older ninjas know it in their hearts. Third Hokage is very strong. But compared to first Hokage, who created Konoha Village, there is still a gap in strength. It turned out to be Wood style. Yuzuki Shien also looked at the Wood style displayed by Tianzong in surprise. She suddenly understood why Yagami Ryosuke insisted on fighting Tenzo. Is it because of Wood style? Duh. How did Yagami Ryosuke know Tenzo society would style? This should be a secret in the village, right? Yuzuki Shien thought puzzledly. At this time, on the field, Tianzong, who used the Great Force technique, also used the wood style to tie up the night god Ryosuke, who was washed by the water and flew out. Yeah, you are so naive, Tianzong said with a smile. Really? Captain Tianzong, the night god Ryosuke, who was bound by the branches, suddenly smiled. Tianzong immediately realized that he had been tricked. Really? In the next second, another night god Ryosuke appeared in the ground under his feet. Earth style, heart beheading technique. Grasping Tenzo's legs with both hands, Yagami Ryosuke dragged him directly into the ground. There was only one head left, which was still exposed. Brush. The figure of night god Ryosuke appeared in front of Tenzo, and the night god Ryosuke, who was bound by the branches, turned into a piece of wood with a bang. It turned out that Ryosuke, the night god, had performed the body replacement technique long ago and deceived Tianzong by using doubles and transformations, making him mistakenly think that it was the real body of Ryosuke, the night god. Smart tactics, but you're still careless after all. Tianzong, who had only one head left on the ground, smiled and praised. Immediately, Yi Shunliang found that Tianzong Underground had turned into a wooden double. Is this a stand-in? At the same time, Tianzong's real body also appeared not far away. His hands quickly formed seals. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Boom, boom, boom. Huge wooden pillars surrounded night god Ryosuke, trapping him in it. At the same time, a large amount of wood stretched out, quickly binding his body. Night god Ryosuke split a few pieces of wood with a ninja knife in his hand, but he couldn't stop all the wood and was finally tied up firmly. Can't move. Wood style, tree bound forever. Tianzong didn't stop and directly cast another wood style number. This time, he wants to end this battle. While on the other side, I don't know when Ryosuke, the night god who has turned on Baiyin and Sharingan, also copied the wood style used by Tianzong through Sharingan. Certainly, copying is copying, but he still doesn't know wood style, and he can't use it even after copying. But it's okay, because night god Ryosuke will soon have the same wood style blood follower limit. Next second, Tianzong's tree binding eternal burial came, and the huge tree crushed the night god Ryosuke into the ground, as if to bury him in the ground forever. But just then, the squeezed night god Ryosuke suddenly disappeared with a bang. It turned out to be Shadow Clone. Tenzo looked at the disappearing night god Ryosuke in surprise. That's not right. It had already hit him before. If it was Shadow Clone, it should have disappeared long ago. Tianzong frowned, feeling something wrong in his heart. Could it be? In the next moment, Tianzong instantly seals 1.5. Illusion solution. After the things in front of him blurred for a while, he unraveled the illusion that was passively on Tianzong's body. Certainly, this is the result of night god Ryosuke deliberately releasing water. Otherwise, with his level of illusion, even if Tianzong was drunk to death, it would be impossible to unlock his illusion. This was the case with Tianzong before. Not to mention Tianzong. After unraveling the illusion, Tianzong realized that he hadn't caught the night god Ryosuke from the beginning to the end. His wood style, what he grabs is just a stone. No wonder. Tianzong glanced around vigilantly, looking for the location of night god Ryosuke. At this time, swipe swipe, a series of bitterness came towards Tianzong's position. He dodges quickly. These kunai scattered around him in a disorderly manner. What's the situation? Are so many sufferings thrown away? Tenzo couldn't understand night god Ryosuke's operation. And in the next second, brush, a saber light came from behind in an instant. Too fast. It came too abruptly. As a result, Tianzong didn't react in a hurry and was directly cut a shallow wound on the back by Ryosuke's ninja sword. Puff! Blood splattered. Tianzong hurriedly dodged away and then touched his back in disbelief. He suddenly looked at these sufferings on the ground. Flying Thunder God technique? Did you see clearly just now? Hey, Fong foolishly asked the people next to him. Yes seems to have appeared suddenly. Tengu scratched his scalp and said. It just appeared out of nowhere, didn't move, and then disappeared again. Shadow's voice was also a little more excited, not as flat as usual. It's that ninjutsu from Flying Thunder God technique. Fourth Hokage. There was a gleam in Yuzuki Shiin's eyes. She didn't expect that Night God Ryosuke even learned the space-time ninjutsu that Fourth Hokage is best at. This is too great. That's the legendary Yellow Flash. If he hadn't died in the Ninetales incident, he would still be able to sit firmly in Hokage's position now. And, to be honest, it would be a good thing for the whole village to have such a young and energetic Hokage in power. Yuzuki Shiin is not saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, is not good, but it's all about getting older. No matter in terms of combat effectiveness or the way of dealing with some things, they're incomparable with young people. Back then, the fourth generation used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly kill 40 or 50 jonin from the enemy, which shocked the 5 major countries in one fell swoop, so that the other 4 major ninja villages publicly announced that if they encountered Namake's Minato during the mission, they would not give up the mission. It counts as a failure. What is it called? It's called platooning, and it can't really be killed. In comparison, what about Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage in history and textbooks? Dr. Ninja? Ninja? Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen was really good when he was young. But when he was old, those things he did, to be honest, many people really couldn't accept it in their hearts. But it was because of his own soft-spoken, and it was not good to sing against the high level. That's why no one has expressed such an idea. Everyone has memory. They will remember some of the things you have done before. Maybe these people won't say anything and do something right now, but once you lose power, you won't have a high and powerful position. By the time, they will naturally dig up old scores, 0 for dig up all the things you have done in the past, and say it again. Moreover, what they said once was not young and agreeing. Instead, accuse and insult. This is the way the world is. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't ended up dying like a hero at the hands of Orochimaru, his end result would have been no better. Certainly, in that case, it's another story. Yuzuki Shiin is still young. In her early 20s, she actually doesn't know much about many things in the past, such as the Hitaki incident. How old was she then? Only 4 years old. What can a 4-year-old girl know? Even a memory of that time has been completely blurred. On the other hand, when the Ninetales incident happened, Yuzuki Shiin was already 10 years old, and she already remembered things. Therefore, I was also deeply impressed by the Ninetales incident and the 4th Hokage Namake's Minato at that time. Therefore, at this time, Yuzuki Yugao was also quite surprised to see Yagami Ryosuke using the Flying Thunder God technique. Since Namake's Minato, no one seems to have learned this ninjutsu, right? Even for the Hokage guards during the reign of Namake's Minato, many people needed to work together to create a Flying Thunder God formation. To put it bluntly, it is similar to Cloud Shinobi's Tiansong technique. Can't compare to the effect Namake's Minato used. Field Tianzong, who recognized the Flying Thunder God technique, was also carefully watching his surroundings at this time, and at the same time cast Earth Style, intending to destroy the terrain. Earth Style, soil flow cutting. Tianzong slapped the ground with one hand, and the earth shook instantly, and cracks were torn open, swallowing those kunai nailed to the ground. Brush. At this time, in the distance, another kunai came flying. Tianzong discovered this attack at the first time, and immediately separated 2 wood clones from the seal, one in front and one behind to protect himself, blocking those flying kunai, shuriken, and the like. At the same time, Ryosuke, the night god who was hiding in the dark, also looked at Tianzong, who had destroyed the terrain and was protected by wood clone in the front and back. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, showing a smile. Think this is all right. Night god Ryosuke chuckled, and then disappeared in the same place. Boom! A fist instantly hit a wood clone in Tianzong. The wood clone was smashed to pieces on the spot, and turned into sawdust flying all over the sky. At the same time, Another wood clone was also attacked around the same time. The same is the fist. Killed Tenzo's wood clone with one punch. What? Tenzo looked in shock at Ryosuke, who suddenly appeared. He has obviously destroyed the surrounding flying thunder god kunai. But why did Night God Ryosuke appear near him in an instant? What exactly is going on? Tianzong tried to break his head, but couldn't find a reason. However, Night God Ryosuke didn't give him time to think clearly about this issue at all, so the flying thunder god technique flashed and disappeared again and again. Rao Tianzong's wood style has already used it very well, and his physical skills are not bad, but facing Ryosuke's elusive attack method like Night God Ryosuke, he was still defeated in minutes. Brush. The ninja knife stopped in front of Tianzong's forehead. The sharpness of the blade even cut off several strands of his hair. Tianzong froze in place. Apparently, he didn't expect to lose to Night God Ryosuke. Although the other party is a genius ninja who has awakened the blood succession limit, he is just a 12-year-old child after all. For a while, Tianzong had a hard time accepting the fact that he had lost to a child. After a few seconds, he smiled wryly and said, You won. Brush. Night God Ryosuke sheathed his sword. Captain Tianzong, I was lucky enough to win a match because you were not familiar with my Flying Thunder God technique. If I do it again, I'm afraid I won't be able to win against you. Night God Ryosuke said modestly. Tianzong also shook his head when he heard the words. Even if you do it again, this result may be difficult to change. The Flying Thunder God technique is too unsolvable, unless it is like Reikage, who has extremely fast speed and can keep up with your teleportation. Otherwise, a ninja who knows the Flying Thunder God technique is almost invincible. Tianzong knew very well that even if he did it again, he would not be able to defeat the Night God Ryosuke, who had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. No way. Space-time ninjutsu is so incomprehensible. Unless your speed is really extremely fast, like Zhang Jin's third Reikage, then you can play Flying Thunder God technique without fear, but you will also play very hard. After all, one has to keep up the spirit of 120,000 points at all times, and be careful of the attack from the opposite side. I am afraid that such a state will not last long before exhaustion. However, the ninjas of the Flying Thunder God technique only need to look at each other from a distance, and relying on that kind of psychological pressure alone is enough to occupy the upper hand. So, even knowing that Ryosuke can Flying Thunder God technique, even if Tianzong went to study how to deal with Ryosuke's Flying Thunder God technique. But when it's time to do it, the result won't be much better than it is now. By the way, I obviously destroyed your Flying Thunder God kunai. How did you teleport here? Regarding this issue, Tianzong still hasn't figured it out yet. Obviously, these Flying Thunder God kunai on the ground have been destroyed by him with Earth style, and no other Flying Thunder God kunai flew over. How on earth did Yagami Ryosuke appear near him? Regarding this, Captain Tianzong, you can look at your feet. Yagami Ryosuke said. Underfoot? Tianzong looked down at the ground under his feet, suddenly showing an expression of enlightenment. When did you do it? He looked at the special symbols left on some places on the ground. This symbol looks like a crescent moon because it is quite small, and it is easy to miss if you don't look carefully. In the battle just now, Tianzong's attention has been on those Flying Thunder God kunai, and beware the Night God Ryosuke, who may appear at any time. I didn't notice the ground beside my feet at all. There is such a symbol. It was the time when you and Captain Tianzong fought against each other before. Night God Ryosuke replied. It was that time, Tianzong suddenly said. But were you already making preparations at that time? Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and said, No, I'm actually just being prepared. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Night God Ryosuke's research on the Flying Thunder God technique was not thorough enough, and it would take a certain amount of time to imprint the Flying Thunder God, he could have left the Flying Snow God imprint on Tianzong. It's like the mark Namikaze Minato left on Obito. Unless someone who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique erases this kind of imprint, otherwise you can only dig out that piece of meat. Otherwise, it cannot be removed at all. And Many times you won't even realize you've been marked with a flying thunder god. I didn't know how I died until I died. Fortunately, the flying thunder god technique is extremely demanding and requires the talent of time and space ninjutsu. Otherwise, if a few more people learn this ninjutsu, wouldn't Konoha be invincible? After chatting with Tianzong for a few more words, Tianzong, who was very emotional in his heart, also said goodbye and left. The night god Ryosuke was also warmly welcomed by his teammates. Then I asked him in a hurry when he learned the flying thunder god technique, and how difficult it was to learn the flying thunder god technique. Night god Ryosuke answered a few questions for them, and after satisfying their curiosity, he found an excuse and left the training ground. Somewhere in training ground number 1, Yagami Ryosuke probed the surroundings with the perception technique and then observed with the white eyes. After confirming that no one was there, he took out a drop of Tianzong's blood from the biopheromone warehouse. System transform. Coincidentally, he hasn't used up the number of transformations today, and Yishin Ryosuke can't wait to see what kind of talent entries Tianzong can transform. But don't let him down. The blood on the hands disappeared. Next second, ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Konoha Architect, Blue. The blue talent entry is not unexpected. Night God Ryosuke was not surprised. After all, Tianzong's strength is only at the level of Elite Jonin. The talent entry transferred from 180 is blue, which is normal. Jonin level, whether it is Special Jonin or Elite Jonin, is a blue entry, with very few exceptions. Basically, there will be no change. It is mainly the attribute of the entry, right? Is there with style? If with style is available, Night God Ryosuke wouldn't mind throwing 1,000 experience points into it to raise it to purple. So, Night God Ryosuke has both Susanoo and with style. You can realize the famous scene of Susanoo Buddha directly by yourself. At that time, wouldn't one person destroy the 4 kingdoms? No. In fact, it is not a problem to destroy the 5 countries. Look at the specific attributes. Night God Ryosuke immediately opened the character panel to check the attribute content of this entry. Konoha Architect, Blue, you are Konoha's master builder. Without you, Konoha's real estate will collapse completely, and countless households rely on you to live in a warm house. So people kindly call you Konoha Architect. Wood style power plus 30%. The beauty of the house built plus 30%. Comes with wood style Yamato version. Really, when Ryosuke saw the wood style attached at the end, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. The attribute of wood style power bonus appeared earlier, and Night God Ryosuke guessed that the follow-up must have the ability of wood style. As expected, this guy Tianzong lived up to his expectations. Sure enough, a copy of wood style was sent to him. Thanks to Tianzong Laotai for the wood style. Night God Ryosuke looked at the talent entry in front of him and couldn't help laughing. Luckily, no one is around. Otherwise, maybe there is something wrong with Night God Ryosuke. After a while, Night God Ryosuke directly invested 1,000 experience points. Upgraded the Konoha Architect talent entry from blue to purple. The title of the entry has also changed. Konoha Architect Successor of Wood Style. The attribute of the talent entry has also changed. Wood Style Successor. Purple, you are the successor of Wood Style. Your Wood Style ability is much better than a certain Konoha Architect, but you still can't compare with the founder Senju Hashirama. On the same page. Wood Style Power plus 350%. Wood Style Development Efficiency plus 400%. Attached. Wood Style Senju Hashirama Weakened version. After the upgrade, the talent entry has obviously changed greatly compared to before the upgrade. First one, the substitute effect of Wood Style's power has changed from the previous poor 30% to the current 350%, directly increased by more than 10 times. And the previously useless aesthetics of the house are also gone. Instead, it is an attribute of Wood Style Development Efficiency. The main function of this attribute is to improve the efficiency of developing different types of wood style and using ninjutsu. Where do you think Senju Hashirama's wood style ninjutsu came from? They're all developed by themselves. After all, as the first ninja with wood style, there is no previous experience to learn from, so he can only develop it himself. From this point, it can be seen that both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are creative geniuses who are particularly good at developing ninjutsu, a forbidden technique that created a whole bunch. A wood-style ninjutsu who created a whole lot. And with this attribute of improving development efficiency, if Yagami Ryosuke wants to develop wood-style ninjutsu in the future, the effect will become twice the result with half the effort. Maybe in the future we can create a wood style that is stronger than the top Buddha, and finally comes with the wood style ability. Also from the original pure Yamato version of wood style. Becomes a weakened version of the current Senju Hashirama. Don't underestimate this change. Yamato's version of wood style is almost a weakened version of Senju Hashirama's weakened version, and the wood style that Night God Ryosuke now has is just a weakened version. It can be said that the effect is several times stronger than that of Yamato. However, wood style power bonus. Doesn't wood style enjoy the bonus of the entry ninjutsu power? Night God Ryosuke looked at the first attribute on the entry and suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Then, he immediately equipped this wood-style successor entry. Then he made madras with both hands and performed the wood-style ninjutsu copied from Tianzong. Wood-style. Great woods technique. Crash. In an instant, Yishan Ryosuke's right hand seemed to turn into countless branches, extending quickly, and wrapped around a large rock 20 or 30 meters away. Crack! Bang! The big stones were directly squeezed into gravel by the branches and scattered all over the ground. The effect is indeed much stronger than the Great Forest technique that Tianzong used before. Night God Ryosuke looked at the effect and thought. But, after excluding the improvement of wood style itself and the influence of Night God Ryosuke's primary sage body, it feels like it is 3 or 4 times stronger than Tianzong's Great Force technique. It didn't reach the level of 10 times. So, for the attribute of ninjutsu power, it is true that wood style doesn't take effect. Yagami Ryosuke frowned. Then, he directly threw this question to the system, asking him what is the situation. The so-called ninjutsu does not include the beds developed by blood successors, such as limit, eliminate, and snare. The system quickly gave an answer. Is it like this? Night God Ryosuke understands. That is to say, it is only common ninjutsu that increases the power of ninjutsu. Those who are related to Shueiji are not included. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be right. For example, some techniques created by the Uchiha family based on Sharingan, similar to Izanaki and Izanami. All are blood succession ninjutsu developed on the basis of Sharingan. Even, including the Pupil technique born by Mangekyo, it is also a kind of blood succession ninjutsu. It's just that the former needs to be developed by itself. The latter can be learned automatically as long as Mangekyo is opened. But the entry attribute of ninjutsu power will obviously not improve Mangekyo's pupil technique. Nature. It will not improve the effect of those blood following ninjutsu. Although it feels a bit of a loss, it's reasonable to think about it. Night God Ryosuke reluctantly accepted this setting. Although in this way, the power of wood style has been reduced a lot. But at least there is a separate entry for wood style power bonuses. 350% is not a lot. Not to mention, this is just a purple entry. If you upgrade to gold, this attribute will skyrocket. And even if it doesn't break through, so what? As long as there is this 350% bonus attribute, Night God Ryosuke's wood style will always be the strongest one. Even the resurrection of Senju Hashirama will not change all this. Certainly, the premise is that Night God Ryosuke must first develop his own sage body to an advanced level. At least in this respect, he needs to be on par with Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, there is no comparison. The power of my current wood style should only be 2 or 3 times worse than Senju Hashirama's wood style. and the gap is not too big. Yamato's wood style differs from Senju Hashirama's wood style by thousands of times. And Ryosuke himself, the weakened version of Senju Hashirama's wood style, is almost 10 times behind Senju Hashirama's original version. But after adding 350% wood style power bonus, the rest is only 4 or 5 times the size. Then counting Ryosuke's junior sage body, the gap is further narrowed to about 2 or 3 times. Almost Night God Ryosuke's sage body raised to intermediate. This gap can be bridged. That is to say, afterwards, any improvement of Night God Ryosuke is based on the foundation of Senju Hashirama, the founder of wood style. Certainly, in the use of wood style, Yagami Ryosuke is much worse than Senju Hashirama. For example, he knows only a few wood style ninjutsu. They were all copied from Tianzong. By the way, I actually not need seals. Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought. Then he tried it. With a clap of both hands, the chakra in the body is instantly released. Boom! Next second, an identical Night God Ryosuke appears to his left. Night God Ryosuke looked at his wood clone. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, my wood style ability is enough to be able to use it smoothly without seals. But for other ninjutsu, it seems that I still need to practice to save the process of seals. The so-called not seal is actually a way for the situation to assist in performing ninjutsu. A ninja who is proficient in a ninjutsu can actually further reduce the number of seals. For example, the normal version of the Water Dragon Bomb technique requires 44 seals. Even if you're a genius with 6 seals per second. 44 seals also need more than 7 seconds. These more than 7 seconds are enough for the enemy to kill you several times. It can be said that whoever uses this ninjutsu is shabby. However, Senju Tobarama's Water Dragon Bomb technique only needs to make 4 seals. This is because Senju Tobarama's research on the Water Dragon Bomb technique has been extremely thorough, so the number of seals can be reduced from 44 to 4. And Senju Hashirama, as the owner of the advanced sage body, coupled with his in-depth study of wood style, enabling him to further master the ability to perform ninjutsu without the need for seals. To put it bluntly, it is something that a ninja can only do when he controls his own chakra and understands ninjutsu to an extremely incredible level. And now, Night God Ryosuke found himself seeming to touch this threshold. Although what he can release now without seals is just with style. But as long as you practice hard, I believe that he will use other ninjutsu in the future, and he will no longer need complicated not seals to use it. Just right. Night God Ryosuke has always been dissatisfied with his seal speed. 5 seals per second looks pretty good. But Night God Ryosuke felt that it was still too slow. 1 second is enough for him to rush hundreds of meters away and kill several ninjas on the opposite side. At that time, wouldn't it be good for him to just watch Ninja Knife charge forward? Why use ninjutsu? If it weren't for the Night God Ryosuke's ninja has a 10 times the power bonus. To be honest, he didn't even bother to learn the ninjutsu that required seals. 1 Rasengan is enough for him to pull off a whole bunch of tricks. Recently, Night God Ryosuke also asked Shadow Clone to study the new form of Rasengan. He has some ideas about the new form of Rasengan in his mind, but it is still only in the idea stage. As for whether it can be developed, Yagami Ryosuke doesn't worry about that. The difference is just how long it takes to develop. For example, the spiral wheel you used by the Uzumaki noodles in the limited Tsukimi world. This technique is extremely powerful. Extended form. Big spiral wheel you. It even destroyed the entire Konoha with 1 blow. In terms of destructive power, it does not lose to Pain's Chao Shenluo Tianzheng. Moreover, the large spiral wheel you is small in size, more maneuverable, and more convenient to use. The overall evaluation should be higher than Chao Shenluo Tianzheng. However, Yishin Ryosuke doesn't know how this spiral wheel you was developed. So we can only let the shadow clones go to trial and error again and again. See if you can happen to find the right direction of development for this spiral wheel. And the Rasengan form that Night God Ryosuke ultimately wants to achieve. It is a Rasengan in the form of a blood-successful snare that is infused with 7 chakra attributes. Night God Ryosuke has even thought of its name in advance. When the time comes, we will call it 6 Paths Final Rasengan. However, it is not easy to research this stuff. Therefore, the task that Night God Ryosuke gave to the Shadow clones is to first study the Rasengan that adds 2 or more chakra nature transformations, then increase step by step, finally adding Chakra's nature transformation to form this final form. Exactly. Now, the Flying Thunder God technique has also been learned. Then more Shadow clone can be freed up to study the follow-up development of Rasengan. But now Night God Ryosuke seems to have one more task. That is to develop wood style. Things are getting more and more. Luckily, I have Shadow clone to help. Night God Ryosuke is very grateful to Senju Tobarama for developing the ninjutsu of multiple Shadow clone technique. If not for it, Yamato's version of wood style is almost a weakened version of Senju Hashirama's weakened version, and the wood style that Night God Ryosuke now has is just a weakened version. It can be said that the effect is several times stronger than that of Yamato. However, wood style power bonus. Doesn't wood style enjoy the bonus of the entry ninjutsu power? Night God Ryosuke looked at the first attribute on the entry and suddenly thought of a certain possibility. Then, he immediately equipped this wood style successor entry. Then he made madras with both hands and performed the wood style ninjutsu copied from Tianzong. Wood style. Great woods technique. Crash. In an instant, Yishan Ryosuke's right hand seemed to turn into countless branches, extending quickly and wrapped around a large rock 20 or 30 meters away. Crack! Bang! The big stones were directly squeezed into gravel by the branches and scattered all over the ground. The effect is indeed much stronger than the Great Forest technique that Tianzong used before. Night God Ryosuke looked at the effect and thought. But after excluding the improvement of wood style itself and the influence of Night God Ryosuke's primary sage body, it feels like it is 3 or 4 times stronger than Tianzong's Great Force technique. It didn't reach the level of 10 times. So, for the attribute of ninjutsu power, it is true that wood style doesn't take effect. Yagami Ryosuke frowned. Then, he directly threw this question to the system, asking him what is the situation. The so-called ninjutsu does not include the beds developed by blood successors such as limit, eliminate, and snare. The system quickly gave an answer. Is it like this? Night God Ryosuke understands. That is to say, it is only common ninjutsu that increases the power of ninjutsu. Those who are related to Shueiji are not included. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be right. For example, some techniques created by the Uchiha family based on Sharingan, similar to Izanaki and Izanami. All are blood succession ninjutsu developed on the basis of Sharingan. Even, including the Pupil technique born by Mangekyo, it is also a kind of blood succession ninjutsu. It's just that the former needs to be developed by itself. The latter can be learned automatically as long as Mangekyo is opened. But the entry attribute of ninjutsu power will obviously not improve Mangekyo's pupil technique. Nature. It will not improve the effect of those blood-following ninjutsu. Although it feels a bit of a loss, it's reasonable to think about it. Night God Ryosuke reluctantly accepted this setting. Although in this way, the power of wood style has been reduced a lot. But at least there is a separate entry for wood style power bonuses. 350% is not a lot. Not to mention, this is just a purple entry. If you upgrade to gold, this attribute will skyrocket. And even if it doesn't break through, so what? As long as there is this 350% bonus attribute, Night God Ryosuke's wood style will always be the strongest one. Even the resurrection of Senju Hashirama will not change all this. Certainly, the premise is that Night God Ryosuke must first develop his own sage body to an advanced level. At least in this respect, he needs to be on par with Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, there is no comparison. The power of my current wood style should only be 2 or 3 times worse than Senju Hashirama's wood style, and the gap is not too big. Yamato's wood style differs from Senju Hashirama's wood style by thousands of times. And Ryosuke himself, the weakened version of Senju Hashirama's wood style, is almost 10 times behind Senju Hashirama's original version. But after adding 350% wood style power bonus, the rest is only 4 or 5 times the size. Then, counting Ryosuke's junior sage body, the gap is further narrowed to about 2 or 3 times. Almost Night God Ryosuke sage body raised to intermediate. This gap can be bridged. That is to say, afterwards, any improvement of Night God Ryosuke is based on the foundation of Senju Hashirama, the founder of wood style. Certainly, in the use of wood style, Yagami Ryosuke is much worse than Senju Hashirama. For example, he knows only a few wood style ninjutsu. They were all copied from Tianzong. By the way, do I actually not need seals? Night God Ryosuke suddenly thought. Then he tried it. With a clap of both hands, the chakra in the body is instantly released. Boom! Next second, an identical Night God Ryosuke appears to his left. Night God Ryosuke looked at his wood clone. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, my wood style ability is enough to be able to use it smoothly without seals. But for other ninjutsu, it seems that I still need to practice to save the process of seals. The so-called not seal is actually a way for the situation to assist in performing ninjutsu. A ninja who is proficient in a ninjutsu can actually further reduce the number of seals. For example, the normal version of the water dragon bomb technique requires 44 seals. Even if you're a genius with 6 seals per second. 44 seals also need more than 7 seconds. These more than 7 seconds are enough for the enemy to kill you several times. It can be said that whoever uses this ninjutsu is shabby. However, Senju Tobarama's water dragon bomb technique only needs to make 4 seals. This is because Senju Tobarama's research on the water dragon bomb technique has been extremely thorough, so the number of seals can be reduced from 44 to 4. And Senju Hashirama, as the owner of the advanced sage body, coupled with his in-depth study of wood style, enabling him to further master the ability to perform ninjutsu without the need for seals. To put it bluntly, it is something that a ninja can only do when he controls his own chakra and understands ninjutsu to an extremely incredible level. And now, Night God Ryosuke found himself seeming to touch this threshold. Although what he can release now without seals is just wood style. But as long as you practice hard, I believe that he will use other ninjutsu in the future, and he will no longer need complicated not seals to use it. Just right. Night God Ryosuke has always been dissatisfied with his seal speed. 5 seals per second looks pretty good. But Night God Ryosuke felt that it was still too slow. 1 second is enough for him to rush hundreds of meters away and kill several ninjas on the opposite side. At that time, wouldn't it be good for him to just watch Ninja Knife charge forward? Why use ninjutsu? If it weren't for the Night God Ryosuke's ninja has a 10 times the power bonus. To be honest, he didn't even bother to learn the ninjutsu that required seals. 1 Rasengan is enough for him to pull off a whole bunch of tricks. Recently, Night God Ryosuke also asked Shadow Clone to study the new form of Rasengan. He has some ideas about the new form of Rasengan in his mind, but it is still only in the idea stage. As for whether it can be developed, Yagami Ryosuke doesn't worry about that. The difference is just how long it takes to develop. For example, the spiral wheel you used by the Uzumaki noodles in the limited Tsukimi world. This technique is extremely powerful. Extended form. Big spiral wheel you. It even destroyed the entire Konoha with 1 blow. In terms of destructive power, it does not lose to Pain's Chao, Shenluo, Tianjung. Moreover, the large spiral wheel you is small in size, more maneuverable, and more convenient to use. The overall evaluation should be higher than Chaos Shenluo Tianjung. However, Yishin Ryosuke doesn't know how this spiral wheel you was developed. So we can only let the shadow clones go to trial and error again and again. See if you can happen to find the right direction of development for this spiral wheel. In the Rasengan form that Knight God Ryosuke ultimately wants to achieve. It is a Rasengan in the form of a blood-successful snare that is infused with 7 chakra attributes. Knight God Ryosuke has even thought of its name in advance. When the time comes, we will call it 6 Paths Final Rasengan. However, it is not easy to research this stuff. Therefore, the task that Knight God Ryosuke gave to the Shadow clones is to first study the Rasengan that adds 2 or more chakra nature transformations, then increase step by step, finally adding Chakra's nature transformation to form this final form. Exactly. Now the Flying Thunder God technique has also been learned. Then more Shadow clone can be freed up to study the follow-up development of Rasengan. But now Knight God Ryosuke seems to have one more task. That is to develop wood style. Things are getting more and more. Luckily, I have Shadow clone to help. Knight God Ryosuke is very grateful to Senju Tobarama for developing the ninjutsu of multiple Shadow clone technique. If not for it, Yagami, how could Ryosuke be busy with so many things by himself? Hokage office. Tengu, kneeling on one knee, is reporting the latest information about Knight God Ryosuke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wait until Tengu finishes speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also frowning and smoking a cigarette and didn't say anything for a while. Patriarch, is this Knight God Ryosuke growing too fast? Tengu raised his head and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was thinking, and said after thinking about it, "This is the Hokage office, not the clan area. How many times have I said it? Call the old man Hokage-sama outside." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his own tribe indifferently. Speaking of which, Tengu is still the nephew of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, his own talent is quite outstanding. So also got some extra cultivation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Tengu quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak anymore. To know, without Sarutobi Hiruzen, there would be no Sarutobi family today. Therefore, it can be said that the entire Sarutobi family relies on Sarutobi Hiruzen to live so well. Mates, so within the clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not just the head of the clan. It is even more arbitrary. Those so-called clan elders didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. No matter what, you have to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded before they dared to do it. And members of the clan like Tengu, who rely on Sarutobi Hiruzen's a little value to enjoy these resources today, respect and fear Sarutobi Hiruzen even more. But Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded Tengu just now. But what Tengu said just now really touched his heart. Why was he silent just now? It was because Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly discovered that the civilian genius Ryosuke, the night god, was growing a bit too fast. Originally, according to his plan, he used 5 or 6 years to brainwash Knight God Ryosuke step by step, so that he can completely become an obedient dog. Available now, this dog has not yet been domesticated, but it has grown fat and strong, and it may even have no awe of its master in its heart. This worries Sarutobi Hiruzen a bit. He was afraid that Knight God Ryosuke would become another Namake's Minato. Namake's Minato was so good back then, and he also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. And the situation at that time was quite special. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no other better candidates to support, so he chose Namake's Minato, who was his disciple. In any case, there is such a relationship. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen also believed that after supporting Namake's Minato, he could still control this young man. But later on, he gradually found that Namake's Minato was getting more and more out of his control. More than this, Namake's Minato blatantly violated Sarutobi Hiruzen's wishes, went in-depth contact with the Uchiha clan, and made Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a good sister with the wife of the head of the Uchiha clan. This is obviously not the result Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see. He was afraid that Namake's Minato would get out of his control and lose power. Fortunately, then came a Nine-Tails riot. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think so much, but at that time he suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity. A good chance to take out Namake's Minato. Then, he should have acted to seal 9 tails, but the last person to act was Namake's Minato. A forbidden technique, like Ghoul Forbidden. Namake's Minato, a young and vigorous 4th Hokage, shouldn't have been able to use it. But the situation at that time was that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not make a move for a long time, but ran to the rear to preside over the overall situation. While trying to show his sense of existence, he just fishes in troubled waters and does nothing. And Namake's Minato trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen too much. Didn't think about that at all. It was just a spur of the moment, wanting to die with his wife. So he resolutely used the forbidden technique of Ghoul Ban. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen reaped the benefits and took the position of Hokage again. Also gained the favor of Uzumaki Naruto, this new 9 tails Jinchuriki. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, make money. And now the talent and ability shown by Night God Ryosuke. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen think of Namake's Minato from the past again. He was thinking, after 10 years, if he wants to support his grandson Konohamaru to sit on the position of Hokage. At that time, the Night God Ryosuke, would he really support himself and Konoha willingly? Not necessarily. Okay, you go down first. Keep watching the Night God Ryosuke and report his movements to the old man at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little upset. The development of the matter had deviated from his original route. He waved his hand to let the Tengu retreat first, and then quietly thinking about how to deal with the problem of Night God Ryosuke. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open again. Then Danzo walked in through the door on crutches. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the other party 533 times in surprise. During this period of time, Danzo has been shutting himself in the room, even if he can avoid going out. How could he come here on his own initiative? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Hiruzen, the old man heard that Night God Ryosuke has learned the Flying Thunder God technique and defeated A. When Danzo opened his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, his current codename is Tianzong. He is no longer yours. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to use Kakashi's relationship to fool Tianzong from the root. Judging by what Danzo means now, could it be that he wants to get him back? How can this be? I got what was in his Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands and want to go back. Dream. Tianzong is Tianzong. Hiruzen, I am not here today to discuss Tianzong's issues with you. Danzo doesn't care whether Tianzong or Jia. It's not that he doesn't want to get back the wood-style experimental body he finally obtained, but it was Danzo who knew that was impossible. His main purpose of coming today is to laugh at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and by the way, discuss with him about the little ghost of Night God Ryosuke. Hiruzen, that kid has grown up too fast, and he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique now. Don't you think he looks like a human being? Danzo said with a sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened instantly. He finally understood that Danzo was here to see his jokes. This old guy, didn't I just see him joke a few times a while ago? As for returning in such a hurry, seeing the change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Danzo's heart was sweeter than eating honey. Hiruzen, you have today too. Let you watch the jokes of the old man some time ago. Today the old man is finally proud. Danzo was excited for a moment. Unfortunately, he took a huge risk to go out, and because of this, he accidentally stepped on 3 piles of dog shit on the way, and was smashed in the face by 2 shrews who were arguing in the street. After finally reaching the Hokage building, I almost stepped into the trap dug by some B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** so bold as to dig into the Hokage building entrance? Besides, are those Umbu who guard the Hokage building blind? Can't even see someone digging at the gate now? After paying such a terrible price, Danzo just wanted to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression like eating a shit. Now that he saw it, he suddenly felt that all the previous sacrifices were worthwhile. Hiruzen, you are so naive. You think you can control that brat. Danzo continued to taunt Sarutobi Hiruzen. What does all this mean now? It means that the old man's previous judgment is correct. You have to set him up for a brat like this. Put on the cursed seal. Only then will he be obedient. Danzo, you shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little bit overwhelmed. The main reason is that he himself was troubled by this problem before, and now Danzo laughed at himself for this matter. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry? Ryosuke is a good boy who knows how to repay his kindness. So what if he learned Flying Thunder God? It was a gift from the old man. If he learns it, he will naturally be grateful to the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen said stiffly. Hiruzen, you can continue to dream here. The old man can see that that kid is born to be rebellious. He will be grateful to you. Danzo sneered again and again. How about this? Hiruzen, don't you want to raise your grandson? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo sharply for an instant. Don't look at the old man like that. The butcher is not going to kill your grandson. Danzo snorted coldly. But actually, he really wanted to kill that kid Konohamaru, if possible. Especially after guessing that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to train his grandson to sit on the position of Hokage. Danzo is even more displeased with Konohamaru in his heart. What the old man means is, since you think that kid, Night God Ryosuke, will obey your orders, why don't you let him protect Konohamaru? Danzo's intentions are sinister. But any ninja who is self-motivated will not be willing to be a babysitter for a kid. Only a ninja like Ebisu, who has no potential, is willing to accept such a task, and even takes pride in it, thinking that he will become a servant of the dragon in the future. But who is Night God Ryosuke? Tenzo, who defeated elite Jonin at the age of 12, is a super genius who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Would such a person be willing to be a babysitter for a kid when his strength was rising? I don't even know. It's impossible. Unless Night God Ryosuke really obeys Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. But Danzo said before that night, God Ryosuke was born with rebellious bones. And this is actually not just talking. He really thinks that Night God Ryosuke is not an easy kid. Not the kind of ninja who would follow orders from higher-ups unconditionally. Hearing Danzo's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen also pondered for a moment, thinking that he might really have a try. If Night God Ryosuke is willing to accept this transfer order, it means that he really respects his Hokage enough and is willing to obey some unreasonable assignments of his own. But if Night God Ryosuke refuses on the spot, then Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have to worry anymore. It is almost certain that Night God Ryosuke has no chance of being brainwashed into one of his obedient dogs. It is impossible to be entrusted with a big task. Don't even think about assisting Konohamaru or anything. The next thing Sarutobi Hiruzen should worry about is how to get rid of Night God Ryosuke before he really grows to a strength that he can't handle. An elite Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to kill each other. There are a million ways. But if it is an elite Jonin who has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, that would be quite troublesome. One is not good. If the Night God Ryosuke escapes, he will become the village's rebellious ninja. This is also a very embarrassing thing. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he needed to plan again. Certainly, things haven't gotten to that point yet. What if Yagami Ryosuke is actually obedient? A 12-year-old kid who has never seen much of the world. As Hokage myself, and from time to time, I go to the ninja school to brainwash these students. What if Night God Ryosuke respects himself from the bottom of his heart like Naruto? Hiruzen, think about it carefully. The old man is going back first. Danzo's purpose has been achieved. He not only laughed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision of people, but also successfully provoked the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Night God Ryosuke. No matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen will do in the future, what he said today will always be a thorn in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, making it impossible for him to continue to use Night God Ryosuke in the future. Sure enough, the old man is better at chess. Danzo thought proudly. Shortly after Danzo left, the more he thought about it, the more Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he couldn't sit still, so he called Umbu directly and ordered him to call the Night God Ryosuke. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to try the method Danzo mentioned before. Let's see if Knight God Ryosuke is loyal to himself. Umbu, on the training field of the 7th class. Knight God Ryosuke just came back from the outside, thinking about some techniques of using with style. As a result, an unknown Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in front of him. Yue, Master Hokage is welcome. This Umbu said in a beautiful voice. Tengu, who also just came back, glanced this way, his eyes flickering, while others looked at Knight God Ryosuke with secret envy. They naively thought that it was the Knight God Ryosuke's strength that attracted Hokage's attention, so they planned to promote him. After all, a ninja who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and is as powerful as an elite jonin has been condescending to be an ordinary player in Umbu, which is a waste no matter how you look at it. Not to mention the position of a sub-team leader. But at least you have to give it to the captain, right? After Yue has left, if we come back again, we're afraid we'll call him captain. Black Fong said with a smile. The shadow on the side also nodded, somewhat envious in his heart. But, contrary to their thinking, Yuzuki Shien looked at the Knight God Ryosuke who left with Umbu, but she had a bad premonition in her heart, because she knew that Knight God Ryosuke had been tricked by Danzo and sent the root ninja to assassinate him. Even Hyuga Nakaji, the previous captain of their 2nd unit, was arranged by Danzo. This is enough to show that Knight God Ryosuke is at the top of Konoha. Among them are enemies. Yuzuki Shien doesn't know about this matter. Does 3rd Hokage know? If so, it's really scary to think about it. This time, 3rd Hokage suddenly summoned the Knight God Ryosuke. Yuzuki Shien doesn't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Ryosuke, don't worry. Yuzuki Shien prayed silently in her heart. Hokage office. Knight God Ryosuke was brought here. Master Hokage, Umbu Ninja Knight bring. Umbu, who led the way, knelt on one knee and said, "Well, you go down." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand calmly to let Umbu go down, then put on a smiling face and looked at Knight God Ryosuke standing in front of him. "Ryosuke, I heard that you have learned the Flying Thunder God technique?" Yagami Ryosuke nodded. "Yes, Lord 3rd generation." He said, "I have just mastered it recently, and I am not yet proficient. Being able to learn is already the most important step, and the next step is nothing more than a process of familiarization." 11. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, "Ryosuke, the old man is right about you. It is an honor for the village to have a genius like you." He praised Ryosuke, the Night God, with a very appreciative and gratified look. "Your Excellency 3rd generation, I'm just a little bit luckier." Night God Ryosuke said modestly. "No, Ryosuke, you're not just lucky. Your talent is unquestionable. Do you know who the old man sees in you?" Night God Ryosuke shook his head. "It's 4th Hokage, you, like 4th generation, are talented commoner ninjas, and it is precisely because of ninjas like you that the village can prosper more and more." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a drag on his cigarette. Yagami Ryosuke looked at him, but sneered in his heart. With his sense of good and evil, he felt the malice in Sarutobi Hiruzen the moment he stepped into Hokage's office. "I showed the Flying Thunder God technique, making this old guy afraid?" Night God Ryosuke understood after a little thought. "In Konoha, ordinary talents will be reused. If you're from the ninja family or are close to the Hokage family, you can get a lot of preferential treatment. But if you act too genius, you will be feared by Konoha's senior management, so much so as to cause death. It doesn't matter what your origin is, unless you are the son or grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only with this blood relationship can you ensure your personal safety. Otherwise, keep a low profile as much as possible. Hide your edge to live longer." Night God Ryosuke knows the darkness of this village, but he is no longer the weak man who needed to hide his edge. Now, those who should be afraid and nervous should be these people in the upper echelon of Konoha, instead of him, Night God Ryosuke. It's ridiculous to say. The scroll of Flying Thunder God technique was also given to Night God Ryosuke by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was his gift to the Night God Ryosuke to join Umbu can result. When Night God Ryosuke really learned the Flying Thunder God technique, the most nervous person was Sarutobi Hiruzen. When you gave me the Flying Thunder God technique, you never thought I could learn it, did you? If Sarutobi Hiruzen had known about Night God Ryosuke's talent in space, he would have blocked the Flying Thunder God technique in the Seal Book, just like blocking the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Certainly, if the Night God Ryosuke is obedient enough and well-controlled enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen also doesn't mind that he can learn the Flying Thunder God technique. But the key is, Night God Ryosuke's performance all the time. At best, he is more polite to him, Hokage. Distance, respect, and even obedience or something. Still too far away. This is what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen really uneasy. Ryosuke, with your current ability, staying in Umbu as an ordinary Umbu ninja is a bit too condescending. After Sarutobi Hiruzen praised Night God Ryosuke, he finally got down to business. Coming, Night God Ryosuke looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him and finally understood his purpose for calling himself here. Transfer? But where can Sarutobi Hiruzen transfer him? You can't just give him a Jonin position and let him be the team leader Jonin, right? Think and know that is impossible. And, based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's fear of him now, it should be that he is planning to arrange a very busy position for him, so that he has no time to practice and further improve his strength, so as to achieve the effect of limiting his growth. This is not Night God Ryosuke maliciously guessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, but his sense of good and evil clearly telling him that Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him is really full of malice towards him. And this malice is still increasing. Master Third Generation is going to give me a promotion? Night God Ryosuke asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, Ryosuke. You already have the strength of an elite Jonin, but Umbu doesn't have any vacancies right now. In this way, the old man can grant you a special Jonin position, and then let you teach a student. How about it? Teach students? No. Do you really want me to be the team leader Jonin? Although it is only a special Jonin, it is still a Jonin anyway. But a student? Master Third Generation, what do you mean?" Night God Ryosuke asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed him a document that he had prepared long ago. Night God Ryosuke reached out to take it and looked down at the contents above. Sarutobi Konoha male, 8 years old. Look at the information above. Night God Ryosuke suddenly realized. The feeling is to let him replace Yebisu's job and go to work as a babysitter for Konohamaru. Yagami Ryosuke sneered inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculation is really good. Serving as a nanny for a mischievous kid, wouldn't there be no time to practice? And this brat is also Hokage's grandson, so it's not easy to get away with it. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen has plenty of excuses to punish him. Master Third Generation, is this your grandson? Yagami Ryosuke raised his head and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, but in his heart he was already becoming more and more dissatisfied with Night God Ryosuke's attitude. Instead of a direct answer, he asked him if Konohamaru was his grandson. What does it mean? Danzo's words before resounding. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always thought that his talent is far above Danzo, but now he has to admit that in the matter of looking at the Night God Ryosuke, his vision is not as precise as Danzo's. Or, Danzo's style has always been like this. No matter whether this person is loyal to the village or not, he will speculate on the other party with the greatest malice, then put a bunch of curse marks on the opponent to control it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. He likes to brainwash, use language to guide the other party, so that the other party is completely devoted to yourself. Why does Sarutobi Hiruzen look down on Danzo? It is because he feels that Danzo's style of doing things is too untechnical, unlike his own, which can make people convince him from the bottom of his heart. And what about Danzo? He just used fear and curse marks to intimidate and lure. How can this be compared to him? The gap between the two is as far as 108,000 miles. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt suddenly. Danzo's approach is not completely useless. Some people really don't like being brainwashed. Feel sorry. Master third generation. I cannot accept this resignation. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head and put the documents back on the table. Oh, can the old man know why? Sarutobi Hiruzen is still calm on the surface, but his heart is already burning with anger. And Night God Ryosuke also clearly sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's malice towards him increased tenfold in an instant. I'm only 12 years old, not a few years older than Konohamaru, and I don't think I have the ability to teach Konohamaru. Night God Ryosuke said, Konohamaru is your grandson, Lord third generation. I don't want to teach him to be a waste because of my fault, so I refuse to accept this task. Well, Ryosuke, you are still too modest. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, Well, since you said that, then let's forget about it. He moved the materials aside, then said a few more perfunctory words, and let Night God Ryosuke go down. After Night God Ryosuke left Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. Sure enough, Yishun Ryosuke doesn't have the slightest reverence for the old man in his heart. He rejected the task that the old man arranged for him so directly. A person like this may not obey the old man's other orders in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely given up the idea of controlling Night God Ryosuke at this moment. Now, what he should consider is how to get rid of this serious trouble. Otherwise, the existence of Night God Ryosuke is very likely to have a serious impact on his tenure plan. And the relationship between Night God Ryosuke and Naruto is still very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so happy before, because at that time he was still thinking about pulling Night God Ryosuke into his camp. Naturally, it doesn't mind that Yagami Ryosuke touches Naruto. Available now that it has been determined that Ryosuke, the Night God, is an uncontrollable factor, Sarutobi Hiruzen will prevent him from continuing to maintain the current relationship with Naruto. Naruto is the village's ultimate weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never allow a disobedient ninja like Night God Ryosuke to touch Naruto, even gain Naruto's favor. But how can I get rid of Night God Ryosuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly regretted why he gave him the Flying Thunder God technique in the first place. If he hadn't given him the Flying Thunder God technique at the beginning, he wouldn't have to be so troubled now. Exit the Hokage building. Night God Ryosuke was thinking about the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have wanted to suppress himself in the first place. He might just be testing. Test yourself to see if you are obedient enough. If Night God Ryosuke had just accepted the nanny task arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe he would gain Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust again. Pity. Yagami Ryosuke doesn't want to babysit a kid at all, and he doesn't need Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust either. In another 1 or 2 months, it will be the day of the Chunin exam. By the time, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan will also start. 0. Asking for flowers 0. That is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation target, has not had a long life. What is the use of the trust of a dying person? But this time I rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the Hokage series. I don't know how Sarutobi Hiruzen will deal with me next. Yagami Ryosuke had something in his mind that Sarutobi Hiruzen might do. First, the aforementioned special Jonin position is obviously a no-brainer. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mention this matter just now. I knew it was over. Secondly, suppression is certain. But the current strength shown by Night God Ryosuke, as well as the Flying Thunder God technique he has mastered, must also account for Sarutobi Hiruzen's feeling of throwing a mouse. Even if he wants to suppress the Night God Ryosuke, it is impossible for him to directly send someone to assassinate him like Danzo did, because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that doing that was pointless for a ninja who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, unless it is a strong man with Kage-level strength, able to kill Night Ryosuke before he escapes with Flying Thunder God. Ja! Where can Sarutobi Hiruzen send out Kaga-level subordinates? Those Kaga-level powerhouses in Konoha have been wiped out by their group. Looking at the huge Konoha village now, besides Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, are there any Kaga-level ninjas? It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a bit unavailable. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly laughed. This probably deserves it, right? He obviously held a good hand of cards, but he played poorly and even tore up the good cards himself. Now that no one is available, who could be blamed? It's not that they blame Konoha himself. In the short term, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't bother me. But the Danzo guy is not so good. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him before, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not stop him again, and even hope that Danzo can try a few more times. However, the trash under Danzo's command is nothing more than a gift. Not enough. Yeah, you're back. Night God Ryosuke came back to Umbu headquarters. Hei Fong and the others ran over with a smile when they saw him coming back. Master Hokage called you over. Is he going to give you a promotion? Asked by Black Fong, 8 trigrams. Promotion? No, and we don't have job vacancies here in Umbu right now. Night God Ryosuke shook his head. Hearing that Ryosuke was not promoted, Black Fong and Shadow were a little surprised. On the other hand, the eyes of the Tengu on the side flickered, and he already knew the reason in his heart. But our 7th class. Hei Fong just wanted to say that the captain of their 7th class is the acting captain, and Ryosuke, the night god, can completely replace him. As a result, the shadow at the side secretly pulled him. It turned out that it was Yuzuki Shien who came over at this time. Hei Fong quickly laughed a few times, and after calling out to the captain, he was dragged away by Shadow and the others. Shameful guy. Don't you know the captain is still around? Shadow looked at Hei Fong speechlessly. He usually looked very smart. Why did he get muddled at a critical moment? Yuzuki Shien didn't care about Heiya's petty thoughts. She pulled Night God Ryosuke aside and asked in a low voice, Ryosuke, what's the matter? Yagami Ryosuke looked at her, and after thinking about it, he also told Yuzuki Shien about Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement for him. Hearing that 3rd Hokage actually asked Yagami Ryosuke to be a babysitter for a kid, Yuzuki Shien also frowned, very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Ryosuke, you are right in refusing to accept this task. You are now at the stage where your strength is improving the fastest. You should spend your mind on cultivation, not on other things. Yuzuki Shien was really thinking about Yagami Ryosuke, and even bluntly expressed her dissatisfaction with the unreasonable arrangement of 3rd Hokage. To know, before Yuzuki Shien, he respected the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, very much. But it seems that I have been in contact with Night God Ryosuke for a long time. The respect she had for Sarutobi Hiruzen in her heart became less and less. I even began to wonder if there were problems.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.